Chapter 988. Lifebound Venomous Bug Boom. Following which, a powerful might fell upon the entire courtyard, including the huge tree which Zhang Xian was hidden in. Under the rampaging Zhenqi, Zhang Xian felt as if his body would be torn apart. The other party has discovered me? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in alarm. He had made sure to conceal his presence entirely, sealing every trace of aura within his body. Even if one were to scan his area, he would only appear to be a non-living being. It was also out of confidence for his concealment ability that he chose to came here in his body instead of just his soul. Who could have thought that he would be discovered before he could do anything at all? Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment, and just as he was about to show himself, he suddenly heard two powerful gusts of wind behind him, following which, two figures leaped into the courtyard. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the other party wasn't referring to him after all. Both of the two figures were dressed in dark gray clothes. One of them had a towering physique and a snowy beard. He exuded a powerful aura which hinted at the incredible strength he harnessed. The other had a relatively small build, but there was a sharp glint in his eyes which made one instinctively realize that he wouldn't be an easy person to deal with. They were both Saint One Dan pinnacle experts. The movement technique they used was rather uncommon, or at the very least, Zhang Xian had never seen such a movement technique before. "It's you two." Upon seeing their appearances, the eyes of the silhouette, which had been talking to the city lord a moment ago, lit up. "Indeed. And you must be the one who have been using all kinds of means to dig up news on us?" With a hostile gaze, the white-beard elder narrowed his eyes. They had found that someone had been trying to track them down over the past few days, so they decided to launch a preemptive strike first. Following the trails of the culprits, they eventually found themselves at the City Lord Manor. However, they didn't think that they would be discovered shortly after entering the manor. "Ha ha ha, I have searched far and wide for you, but to no avail. But who could have thought that you will end up knocking on my doorstep instead? Since you are already here, don't even think about leaving anymore." The silhouette sneered coldly as he spread his palm open and thrust it downward. Hong Long. In the next moment, the air in the surroundings seemed to have turned incredibly viscous, and an overwhelming aura crushed down on the entire manor. It seemed like a powerful formation had been activated. "Shit, it is a trap." In that instant, the faces of the two men turned livid. It couldn't be clearer to them at this moment that the other party had intentionally lured them into this manor, so as to trap them with the formation. "Ha ha ha, you realized it too late." With a cold smile, the silhouette lifted his palm and thrust it forward forcefully. Boom! A powerful burst of might shot forth towards the taller man, tearing a long gorge of a meter in width along its path. Gia! Even the formation shook violently before that powerful might, ready to collapse at any moment. That silhouette man is a Saint Fordan expert too? On the tree, Zhang Xian's face turned grim. To his astonishment, the silhouette man was also a primordial spirit realm expert, just like the Waterleaf King. Even in Qingyuan-conferred empire, primordial spirit realm experts were individuals who stood at the peak of the pyramid. Why would so many of them suddenly appear in a remote location like Jinyuan City? Flaws. Seeing that the other party was in the midst of executing his battle technique, Zhang Xian willed without any hesitation, and a book materialized in the library of Heaven's Path. Placing his fingers on the book, he swiftly flipped it open. Violet Leaf King, one of the Qingtian 10 Great Kings. There was a short introduction at the front, followed by all kinds of flaws afterwards. Violet Leaf King? He is one of the 10 Great Kings as well? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He didn't think that the silhouette man would also be an otherworldly demon king, just like the 3 fellows he had dealt with previously. He had already eliminated 3 of the Qingtian 10 Great Kings. If their leader were to learn about it, would the other party skin him alive? Elder Su. While Zhang Xian was astonished by what he was reading, the shorter of the 2 men hurriedly rushed forward with his palm raised, choosing to face the devastating attack in place of the taller man. Boom! As the 2 mights collided, the face of the shorter man paled, and he was sent flying in the next moment. While in the air, blood spurted uncontrollably from his mouth. The powerful life force he harnessed a moment ago vanished instantaneously as if a popped balloon. By the time he crashed heavily onto the ground, the final breath had already escaped from his body. He was actually killed in a single palm? Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly in astonishment. Upon reaching Saint Realm, there would be a qualitative evolution in one's level of existence. One's physical resilience would be enhanced significantly, allowing one to survive a greater extent of damage. The shorter man's cultivation was at Saint One Dan pinnacle, and yet, he was killed on the spot with just a single palm. Was this the true strength of a primordial spirit realm expert? But thinking about it, that was to be expected. At primordial spirit realm, one's comprehension of the world had already reached an unfathomable level. The reason why Zhang Xian was able to kill 3 of them previously was through utilizing various different means to overwhelm them. In truth, not once had he clashed with them at all. If he were to really engage a primordial spirit realm expert in a direct confrontation, not even 5 of him combined would even be sufficient to phase the other party. Elder Shui, seeing that his companion had been killed while trying to save him, the face of the white-bearded elder, Elder Su, warped in fury. He turned his gaze towards the silhouette before him with killing intent raging in his eyes. Flicking his hand, he took out a small jade bottle and opened it. A black-colored beetle with a golden hue on its mouth flew out from the bottle. Wong wong wong. The beetle was only around the size of a fingernail, but it flew at an incredible speed. Its fluttering wings produced a particularly unnerving sound. Biting his finger, Elder Su dripped a droplet of blood on the beetle. Tzzzzzz. Upon seeing fresh blood, the beetle excitedly opened its mouth and gulped it clean within 2 mouthfuls, following which a brilliant silver glow emanated from its body, as if a certain ability of it had been activated. Could that be a venomous bug? Zhang Xian frowned. He had read quite a few books relating to poisonback on the Red Lotus Mountain Range Poison Hall, and there were some records relating to poison masters nurturing venomous bugs using their own blood. Such bugs were capable to producing frightening poison whenever fed with human blood. To possess a venomous bug, could it be that the both of them are poison masters? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in excitement. His purpose for coming to Jinyuan City was to find the poison hall, but to do so, he would require the guide of the poison masters. However, to conceal themselves from the master-teacher pavilion, the poison masters often moved in secrecy, never appearing in public view. As such, it was nigh impossible to find them. This was also the reason why Zhang Xian could only resort to the sepulchre flower to lure them in. Yet, who could have thought that he would meet them here? From the looks of it now, it seems like the reason why the city lord is determined to obtain the sepulchre flower is to lure the poison masters out as well. At this point, Zhang Xian also came to a realization as well. Judging from the current state of affairs, it seemed like the city lord was under the command of the otherworldly demon kings, and he was acting on their behalf. But why would the otherworldly demonic tribe be interested in finding the poison hall? Perplexed, Zhang Xian turned to Elder Su, and a corresponding book on the latter materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. The Grand Elder of the Hongyuan Empire Poison Hall, 6-star Pinnacle Poison Master. The other party's identity was clearly written in the book. Just like what Zhang Xian had guessed, the other party was indeed one of the elders of the Poison Hall. While Zhang Xian was still analyzing the situation, the venomous bug finally had its fill of blood. With a light silver glow on its body, it flew straight for the Violet Leaf King. Do you really think that a mere silver armor venomous beetle will suffice against me? You sure are underestimating me. Sneering coldly, the Violet Leaf King raised his palm and struck at the beetle. Hula! An incredible surge of fiery Jinqi burst forth, threatening to burn the beetle down to ashes. However, the latter was simply too nimble. It dodged the Violet Leaf King's attack with ease and headed towards the aerial space right above him. With the fluttering of its wings, it scattered a pile of silver powder all around. Humph! The Violet Leaf King flung his sleeves and swept the silver powder away. At the same, he shot bursts of sword chi from his fingertips towards the beetle. Tzzzzzz. The sword chi traversed through space at an incredible speed, but the beetle was even quicker. As it treaded around the bursts of sword chi, it continuously released a unique gas. Not too far away, the city lord inadvertently breathed in a mouthful of it. His face immediately paled, and his body began wobbling weakly before falling to the ground. Just by breathing in a mouthful of the gas, he was already incapacitated by the poison. Not too bad. You do have some tricks up your sleeves. Seeing the city lord falling to the ground, on the verge of dying at any moment, the Violet Leaf King's complexion finally turned grim. With an abrupt twist of its body, it created a thin energy barrier around it, warding off the poisonous powder and gas from the beetle. That venomous bug is formidable, but it is still impossible for it to defeat the Violet Leaf King. Looking closely at the battle, Zhang Xian shook his head. Even though his current strength was far beneath the Violet Leaf King, he could still determine the flow of the battle precisely with his sharp eye of discernment. The venomous bug which Elder Su had released was indeed formidable, unmatched by cultivators of the same cultivation as him. However, it was still a little too weak to poison a Saint Fordan expert to death. Putting everything aside, just the fact that the Violet Leaf King hadn't even used the prowess of his primordial spirit once ever since the very start of the battle clearly displayed the difference in the differing positions of both sides. Primordial spirits were capable of conducting attacks on one's soul directly, and it was the strongest offensive mean of Saint Fordan experts. On top of that, despite the potency of the beetle's poison, it was unable to breach the latter's defenses. With this, the victor of the battle was already clear. As expected, after seeing through the moves of the beetle, the Violet Leaf King decided to end the battle there and then. With a light chuckle, a powerful force burst forth from his glabella. Kneel down. Boom. The voice was deafening, reminiscent of thunder. Upon hearing the voice, the flying beetle suddenly began wobbling unstably, as if intoxicated. Pooh! Not too far away, Elder Su also spurted a mouthful of blood, as if he had been struck by the soul attack as well. Could it be a life-bound venomous bug? Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. A life-bound venomous bug could be considered as the clone of a poison master. By feeding a bug with one's blood essence frequently, one could infuse a portion of his soul into the bug's soul, thus further enhancing the strength of the bug and one's control over it. However, should one's life-bound venomous bug die, one would incur severe damage or even die on the spot. I see. No wonder your beetle is so formidable. So it is a life-bound venomous bug. Naturally, the Violet Leaf King also realized the same. With a light chuckle, he swiftly grabbed it with his hand. GGGGG. The beetle's movement was already hindered from the soul attack it suffered earlier, so it was unable to dodge from the Violet Leaf King's hand at all. Trapped, it struggled desperately, but it was unable to escape at all. If you were a little stronger, this thing might still be able to threaten me. But in your current state, dream on. The Violet Leaf King flicked his finger lightly at the beetle, and under the impact, Elder Su staggered weakly, and his face paled further. Poison masters may be formidable, and the poison they concocted were extremely difficult to guard against, but ultimately, Elder Su was only a Saint One-Dan pinnacle cultivator. It was too difficult a feat for him to kill a Saint Four-Dan otherworldly demon king. Bring me to the poison hall, and I can consider sparing your life. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen to you. Grabbing the beetle tightly in his hands, the Violet Leaf King looked at Elder Su coldly, the killing intent in his eyes unconcealed. This is a good opportunity for me. Seeing that the Violet Leaf King would make a move anytime soon, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. If he could save Elder Su, he could very well earn the latter's trust. If so, there would be a good chance he would be able to convince the latter to bring him to the poison hall. This was far more reliable than capturing a poison master and interrogating him. Just that, how could he save the other party from the hands of a Saint Four-Dan otherworldly demon king? A deep frown emerged on Zhang Xian's forehead. Chapter 989. Poison Match. His current cultivation was only at nascent Saint Pinnacle. Even though he could subdue even Saint Two-Dan cultivators easily due to the various means he possessed, he was still too weak from matching up to a primordial spirit realm opponent. If he were to intervene without a feasible plan, there was a very good chance he could be killed. At the moment, The best weapon he had against a primordial spirit realm opponent was his Heaven's Path Shenqi. If he could sneak his Heaven's Path Shenqi into the other party's body and poison him, there was a good chance that he could emerge victorious in the confrontation. However, considering the alert state the Violet Leaf King was in at the moment, it didn't seem like there was any good way to do so. However, my goal is to save Elder Su, not to kill the Violet Leaf King. This will be significantly easier. As long as I can find a way to win the Violet Leaf King's trust, I should be able to find an opportunity to approach Elder Su and take him to safety, Zhang Xian thought. The true difficulty in this mission lay in winning Elder Su's trust. In truth, he could have easily stalled the Violet Leaf King by sending his otherworldly demon puppets at the latter, thus earning him time to save Elder Su. However, that would effectively dash his hopes of having Elder Su bring him to the Poison Hall. Besides, the reason why he was able to defeat the 3 otherworldly demon kings was because he had managed to catch them off guard. On the other hand, considering the coincidental timing which the City Lord had returned, there seemed to be a very good chance that the Violet Leaf King had somehow learned of the Water Leaf King's death. If so, the Violet Leaf King would surely be on his guard, making it hard for him to deal with the other party. Wait a moment. Perhaps I can try working on him from the Water Leaf King's side. A thought suddenly flashed across Zhang Xian's mind. The Water Leaf King and the Violet Leaf King were both members of the Qingtian 10 Great Kings, and it was definitely no coincidence for the both of them to appear at Jinyuan City simultaneously. It was very likely that they were here for the same purpose. In other words, both of them were tasked with the mission of finding the Poison Hall. This would also explain why the Water Leaf King had headed to the auction hall to obtain the Sepulchre Flower before being killed by him. Alright, I should just give it a try then. Glancing at the situation beneath, Elder Su was in a perilous situation. He could very well lose his life any moment now. Zhang Xian knew that there was no time for him to think the matter through, and he had to act swiftly. Thus, he nimbly leaped back down to the ground. There was a formation around the courtyard which prevented one from entering and leaving. However, with Zhang Xian's deep understanding of formations, he was capable of treading in and out of the formation without alerting anyone. Very soon, he managed to sneak out of the formation. He swiftly warped his bones and muscles, transforming his appearance into that of one of the 2 guards that were by the Waterleaf King's side back then. After that was done, he clasped his fist and reported loudly, "City Lord, bad news. The elder whom you have instructed us to protect has been killed. The culprit is a 7-star master teacher, and he is currently making his way here." The person who killed the Waterleaf King is a 7-star master teacher? As those words were spoken, the formation surrounding the courtyard vanished, and a figure appeared before Zhang Xian's face. The figure was the Violet Leaf King. He was still firmly holding onto the beetle in his hand, keeping Elder Su in check. On the other hand, Elder Su was lying feebly on the ground, severely wounded. Zhang Xian was visibly surprised by the sudden appearance of the man before him before hurriedly nodding. "Yes, Elder. What happened? Explain everything in detail to me," the Violet Leaf King ordered grimly. As comrades working on the same mission, he had a jade token which indicated the present condition of the Waterleaf King. Just a moment ago, the jade token shattered, which meant that something must have happened to the Waterleaf King. As such, he hurriedly returned back to the City Lord Manor and summoned the City Lord back to have the other party look into the matter. Upon meeting the guard who had escorted the Waterleaf King to the auction, he couldn't help but question him anxiously. Earlier, when the elder was going to enter the auction hall, someone claiming to be his old friend stopped him and offered him a cup of wine. After chatting for a while, the elder proposed for the both of them to head to a tavern to have a drink together, and he ordered us not to follow him. As such, I am not too sure what happened afterwards. However, when I finally saw the elder once more, he was already dead. According to the accounts from eyewitnesses, it was the doing of a 7-star master teacher. Zhang Xian had mixed the truth with falsehood, making it nigh impossible for the other party to ascertain the authenticity of his words in the short term. And what Zhang Xian was banking on was this short term. As long as he could convince the other party of his identity, he would be able to slip into the manor and escape with Elder Su. 7-star master teacher? Finding no apparent flaws in the other party's words, the Violet Leaf King frowned. How could any seven-star master teacher appear in a city as remote as Jinyuan City? And why would the other party make a move against the Waterleaf King too? He was confident that there was no one who would be able to see through their disguise, not even seven-star master teachers. However, if the culprit wasn't a seven-star master teacher, considering the Waterleaf King's strength, there was indeed no one in Jinyuan City who would be able to kill him. I have no idea too, Zhang Xian said. I only saw the elder's corpse when I arrived, so I brought it over. After saying those words, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist, and the withered corpse of the Waterleaf King appeared on the ground. This is ignition of primordial spirit? He attempted to forcefully withdraw his primordial spirit? The Violet Leaf King narrowed his eyes in alarm. As a fellow otherworldly demon king, he could tell that the Waterleaf King had died due from using their secret art to withdraw one's primordial spirit forcefully. Once it was used, one would die without fail. Just how powerful an enemy did he encounter that he would have to resort to this? Could he have really met a seven-star master teacher? If that was the case, they would really be in deep trouble. It would be difficult for even him to escape from a master teacher of that caliber. This won't do. I have to get the location of the poison hall out from that fellow right now. Alarmed, the Violet Leaf King dared not to waste any time. He hurriedly turned his gaze back to Elder Su, but what he saw left a deep frown on his forehead. What are you doing? The guard, who had just reported the matter regarding the Waterleaf King to him earlier, had walked up to Elder Su at some point in time, seemingly trying to help the latter up. Nothing much. I just think that his wounds are a little severe, so I wondered if he needed any help. Zhang Xian replied with an awkward smile. You are not needed here. Back down. Seeing how a guard dared to overstep his place, the Violet Leaf King's face darkened. Yes. Nodding, Zhang Xian took 2 steps backward while pulling Elder Su's body with him before abruptly stomping on the ground. All of a sudden, the paused formation whirred into life once more, bringing the thick layer of mist back around the courtyard. What? Alarmed, the Violet Leaf King immediately rushed forward. However, he soon found himself lost within the formation which he could traverse through easily a few moments ago, as if someone had altered its structure. At this rate, that 2 fellows would escape before he was able to find them. In this instant, he realized that he had been tricked. The guard had used the Waterleaf King's corpse to distract him. Damn it! With a savage look on his face, killing intent began spilling forth from the Violet Leaf King's body. In the blink of an eye, he reverted back to his otherworldly demon form. He thrust his palm forward and struck the formation. He was intending to break the formation down using brute force. With his prowess as a Saint 4 Dan expert, destroying the formation of a Grade 6 pinnacle formation posed no difficulty at all. Zhang Xian took a glance at the overburdened formation around him before quickly turning to the debilitated elder before him and asked, Elder Su, are you fine? Who are you? Elder Su asked doubtfully. I am a poison master, but this isn't a good time for us to talk about that. We have to escape right now, or else we might very well die here. While speaking, the formation shook violently once more, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Poison master? Elder Su frowned. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, he eventually nodded and said, Indeed, this isn't the place for us to talk. We can discuss about the matter once we get out. Zhang Xian nodded. I have been in the City Lord Manor for some time now, so I am rather familiar with its layout and formations. Elder Su, follow me. After saying those words, he quickly rushed off in a certain direction. On the other hand, Elder Su took out a pill and swallowed it. His ghastly pale complexion finally regained a slight red tinge to it, after which he got to his feet and quickly followed the other party's footsteps. He did harbor some doubts towards the other party's identity as a poison master, but given the circumstances they were in, he had little choice but to follow him. The other party was his only hope out at the moment. Following behind the other party, they swiftly made their way out of the courtyard before skillfully maneuvering around the City Lord Manor. While making their way out, Elder Su realized that not only did the other party have a deep understanding of the layout of the City Lord Manor, He had a frightening grasp of the formations in the area as well. With just a light tap or kick, he could easily activate the many unactivated formations throughout the manor, stalling the tightly pursuing Violet Leaf King. Not too long later, they managed to make their way out of the City Lord Manor. They swiftly flew away while keeping their bodies close to the surface. This would make it harder for the Violet Leaf King to find them, thus buying them even more time to get to safety. After flying for around 20 breaths, they finally stopped before a vast building. This is in Cloud Quarter? Elder Su was taken aback. He had long heard of the famous Inkcloud Quarter of Jinyuan City, and he had even been here quite a few times himself. They were still being pursued by their enemies, so why would the other party bring him here all of a sudden? Our enemies control the City Lord Manor. If we were to escape right now, regardless of where we escape, it won't take long for their men to find and capture us, especially considering the state of injury you are in. Thus, it will be better for us to find a place to hide and recuperate at first. Noticing the doubts in Elder Su's eyes, Zhang Xian explained. You're right. Elder Su nodded in agreement. The other party was right. Jinyuan City was located amidst a snowy plain, so there was no cover they could make use of beyond the city. If they were to attempt to escape now, it was very likely that they would be spotted by the men of the City Lord Manor. If so, there was a good chance they might find themselves cornered. On top of possessing a deep understanding of formations, the other party was a particularly intelligent person as well. With such thoughts in mind, he followed the other party into Inkcloud Quarter. Turning at several bends, he soon found himself standing before a chamber. The chamber was embedded with a formation that could isolate all auras within. This should help us hide from them for a while, Zhang Xian said as he stepped into the chamber. This was the same place where he taught Hu Yunsheng a lesson previously. Considering the elaborate security measures implemented on the chamber, it was the most apt for the current situation they were in. Elder Su nodded as he entered the chamber. Instead of going straight into recuperating from his injuries, he turned his gaze towards Zhang Xian instead, and with a sharp glint in his eyes, he asked, You said that you are a poison master. Do you have an emblem to ascertain your identity? Honestly speaking, it was a little hard for him to believe that the nascent saint cultivator before him had managed to save him from the clutches of a Saint Dan expert so easily. There was a chance that the both of them were in cahoots with one another, and they were intentionally putting up this show to convince him to bring them to the poison hall. I don't have an emblem. Zhang Xian shook his head. I have been studying poison by myself so far, so I haven't taken any poison master examination yet. You haven't taken any poison master examination yet? Elder Su's face darkened. Do you think that it is possible to study poison by oneself? You might be able to fool amateurs with those words, but do you honestly expect me to believe the words you are speaking? To become a master in the way of poison, one would have to examine and study the properties of all kinds of poison. The slightest bit of mistake could lead to death, and even under the guidance of a teacher, it wasn't uncommon for poison masters to accidentally poison themselves to death. Yet, the fellow before him was saying that he had been studying poison by himself? He must be joking. I knew that you wouldn't believe it. Seeing the other party's expression, Zhang Xian shook his head bitterly and said, Honestly speaking, there is no way I can really explain it to you. Since that's the case, why don't you have a poison match with me? If you were to win, it goes without saying that I will die in your hands. On the other hand, if I win, I hope that you can bring me to the poison hall so that I can officially take the poison master examination. You wish to have a poison match with me? Elder Su looked at the young man before him with narrowed eyes. In truth, the possession of an emblem wasn't a clear indicator of one's identity either. After all, the enemy could always kill a poison master and steal his emblem over. The only reliable method to identify a poison master was through his usage of poison. If the other party was really capable of wielding poison as a weapon, he had to be a real poison master. There was no way to fake that. All right then. Elder Su nodded. Chapter 990. Tastes not bad. How should we conduct the match? You can determine the rules. Hearing the other party agree to it, Zhang Xian said. Considering the other party's temperament, it was very likely that the other party wouldn't spill the location of the poison hall under threat, even if he were to have him killed. Besides, There was no way he could guarantee that the other party wouldn't give him a fake location to do him in. Furthermore, it was likely that he would require the Poison Hall's help for Wei Ruyan's condition. It was best for him not to get on bad terms with them. As such, the best way to go around doing so was to convince the other party that he was a poison master and have the other party bring him there personally. Very well. In my current conditions, I am unable to concoct poison, but I do have a few poisons in my possession. I will allow you to pick from any of them, and if you are able to neutralize the poison contained in it, I will acknowledge that you are a poison master. Elder Su contemplated for a moment before flicking his wrist, and 8 different ceramic jars appeared before him. There were no labels on any of the jars, and each of them was thoroughly sealed. It was impossible to tell what was stored within from the outside. Nevertheless, through his eye of insight, Zhang Xian was able to clearly sense the tremendous toxicity contained within each of the ceramic jars. It felt as if opening the seal on any of them could bring great bloodshed upon an area. Just like medicinal herbs, it was possible for potent poison to gain spirit. Once it was released, it could result in a devastating calamity if there was no antidote to curb it. This was precisely the reason why poison masters were feared by all other occupations. These are Grade 6 pinnacle poisons, Zhang Xian remarked. The poisons contained within the ceramic jars were very potent, only paling slightly in comparison to the beetle from before. Indeed, these are all Grade 6 pinnacle poisons. You can freely choose from any of them. As long as you are able to concoct an antidote to one within 2 hours, I will acknowledge that you are a poison master. Elder Su said. All right. Zhang Xian nodded. Without any hesitation, he picked up the first ceramic jar, opened it, and lowered his head to examine what was within. On the other hand, upon seeing Zhang Xian's movements, Elder Su's face darkened. Poison masters had a unique series of steps in order to assess a poison so as to avoid being poisoned themselves, especially when they were unsure about the nature of the poison. Yet, the fellow before him was clearly ignorant of it. To be smelling the content of the jars as if he was savoring good wine. Was he really that courageous, or did he have no knowledge of poison at all? Even a 3-star poison master would know better than to do something so reckless. Just as Elder Su thought that the other party would be incapacitated by the poison gas emanating from the ceramic jars, he saw the other party pour out a pile of poison from one of the jars onto his hand and dabbed it with his finger. Huge veins bulged out on Elder Su's temples. The other party was seeking death. Most Grade 6 pinnacle poisons were capable of seeping through one's skin. If the poison were to seep into one's meridians and reach the organs, even a Saint 2 Dan expert could potentially face fatality, let alone a nascent saint cultivator. Where in the world would one find another poison master assessing poisons in such a manner? If this was really how poison masters assessed poison, just how many of them would die each time the poison hall wanted to examine a new concoction or medicinal herb? Come a few rounds of that, and poison masters would have gone extinct themselves even without the master teachers making a move. Shaking his head, Elder Su was wondering whether he should intervene and save the young man before him when the other party suddenly took out a white cloth and placed it neatly before his chest. After which, the other party adjusted his posture upright, reminiscent of a dignified gentleman preparing himself for his meal. Following that, he took out a spoon and scooped the poison powder on his palm before gracefully lifting it up to his mouth. Upon seeing this sight, Elder Su nearly keeled over. He thought that it was already foolish for one to come into contact with poison barehanded, but consuming it directly? Are you tired of living? More importantly, that white cloth before your chest, the upright posture, and that spoon. What the heck are you doing? You are here to create an antidote to my poison, not to dine on it. Elder Su couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. He immediately flicked his wrist to take out the antidote so as to treat the other party, but before he could make a move, he saw the other party smack his lips before looking at him in discontentment. Elder Su, the poison you concoct is appalling. Its texture is disgusting, and the taste is truly horrendous. There is no one in the world who will be willing to try it a second time. Fail. Hearing those words, Elder Su nearly collapsed to the ground. Brother, that's a poison over there, not food. You were supposed to die right after eating it. Who in the world will be able to give it a second try? Fail. Fail your head. Those who have eaten the poison will be too caught up in the fear of imminent death, who would still have the energy to bother about the taste. Just as he was thinking whether the world had gone mad, the other party moved on to open the second ceramic jar, scooped out a spoonful of the poison within, and placed it in his mouth. The taste is still acceptable, but if you can stir-fry it for a little longer, the texture will be even better. After which, the other party moved on to the third jar. This is a little too sweet. Did you add honey in there? Hi, I happen to really dislike honey. You should consider adding Chinese licorice in place of honey the next time you concoct it. This one will be better if you dissolve it in water. However, it will still be a little viscous and gooey, so you will have to pay more attention to its presentation to make it more appetizing. As for the taste, if you were to pair it with some barbecued meat and fine wine, I still might try eating one bowl. Anything more, and it might be a little too heavy. Personally, I don't really like to eat such gooey food. After tasting each poison, Zhang Xian would appraise it earnestly. Elder Su tugged at his hair in a frenzy. The grade 6 pinnacle poisons which he concocted were capable of killing even Saint One Dan pinnacle experts easily, so how could the other party be eating them so leisurely, as if they were delicacies? Could his poisons have lost their effectiveness due to being stored for too long? But that shouldn't be possible. Perplexed, Elder Su picked up a jar which the other party had eaten from previously, dabbed his finger in it, and placed it into his mouth. Pooh! As soon as the poison seeped into his throat, he immediately spurted a mouthful of blood, and his body began trembling uncontrollably. A sharp pain tore through his entire body, and he felt as if all of his meridians had burst simultaneously. Astonished, he swiftly took out the antidote and swallowed it. It took a moment before the unbearable pain finally receded. With a twitching face, he turned his gaze towards the young man, who was still in the midst of tasting his poisons not too far away, with a look of daze. Very soon, the other party was done testing all 8 jars of poisons. However, he still had a look of reverie on his face, as if he hadn't gotten enough of it yet. How is it? Unable to bear it any longer, Elder Su asked. The other party nodded earnestly and replied, as expected of grade 6 pinnacle poisons, their flavors are indeed not bad. Right, for the last 2 poison, if you could make them a little crispier, the overall culinary experience for the diner could be elevated. Elder Su's body stiffened. He had spent a lifetime of effort and devotion to concocting these poisons, and he thought that he had become an unrivaled force in Tier 1 empires with them. Yet, who could have thought that they would end up being savored by a nascent saint cultivator as if they were desserts, not to mention, he was even criticized for the lacking taste. The heck, these are really all lethal poisons that can kill any man easily. I really am a poison master, a very formidable poison master. I am not a confectioner. Ignoring the other party's sudden insanity streak, Zhang Xian shook his head. In truth, he wasn't doing all of those actions intentionally. Due to his Heaven's Path Shenqi, those poisons were completely ineffective against him. It took a taste for him to realize that there were many flaws with them that should be corrected. For one, since the poison was meant to be consumed, its flavor should at least be good, so as to lessen the pain of the victim before his death. Cough cough. Are you really fine? You ate so many poisons. A while later, seeing how the fellow before him was still relishing in the taste of his poisons, not showing the slightest sign of being poisoned, Elder Su asked with twitching lips. I am fine. Zhang Xian finally recovered from his trance. How is it? Is this sufficient to confirm that I am a poison master? Of course. If this isn't sufficient to confirm that you are a poison master, nothing else can. Elder Su shook his head with a bitter smile on his lips. When he first heard that the other party had learned poison by himself, he thought that the other party was spouting nonsense. However, after seeing the other party devouring his poisons as if they were mere snacks, he immediately realized that he was mistaken. Possessing a physique that was immune to poison, the other party could test any poison out on himself without any fear. Given so, it was indeed possible for him to have learned poison on his own. I'm relieved. All right, you should hurry up and heal your wounds first. I'm afraid that we won't be able to hide from those fellows for too long here. Seeing that the other party had finally acknowledged him, Zhang Xin nodded and said, "While this chamber was capable of isolating aura, it wouldn't keep the Violet Leaf King away from them forever. It was just a matter of time before he came knocking. They had to swiftly flee from Jinyuan City and head to the Poison Hall." Understanding that logic, Elder Su nodded before taking out a couple of medicinal herbs from his storage ring and concocting it into a medicinal fluid. After he was done, he swallowed it. His means of dealing with his wounds differed significantly from those of physicians and apothecaries. The latter aimed to nourish the deficiencies in one's bodies, whereas the former utilized poison to stimulate one's body, forcing one's shinqi to circulate faster and hasten the recovery. Two different methods with the same aims. It was impossible to say which was more effective than the other, but medicine strengthened one's core, allowing one to reach a greater height in the future. On the other hand, while poison might stimulate one's body potential in the short term, but it could very well hurt one's foundations, limiting one's future achievements. Seeing that Elder Su needed some time to recuperate, Zhang Xian silently left the chamber before reverting back to his form as Sun Chong to look for Hu Yunsheng. "Elder, just a moment ago, the City Lord has let out news that anyone who dares to compete for the Sepulchre Flower will be considered as an enemy of the City Lord Manor. As a result, no one dared to bid for it during the auction. Shall I conduct another round of publicity and hold the auction a few days later?" Upon seeing Zhang Xian, Hu Yunsheng immediately reported with an awkward look. Due to the news released by the City Lord, most of the interested buyers dared not make a move for fear of making an enemy out of the City Lord Manor. As a result, despite all of the other goods being successfully auctioned off, the Sepulchre Flower remained untouched by any. "There's no need for that." Zhang Xian waved his hand. Since he had already found a poison master, there was no need for him to auction the Sepulchre Flower anymore. "Yes." Hu Yunsheng nodded before passing the jade box containing the Sepulchre Flower over to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian took the jade box, and just as he was about to speak, a huge group of people suddenly walked over to them. The person leading the group was the person whom Zhang Xian had just fled from at the City Lord Manor, the Violet Leaf King. At this moment, the Violet Leaf King had already reverted back to his human form. Without using the Eye of Insight, it was nigh impossible to see through his disguise. "Boss Hu, this is an esteemed guest of the City Lord Manor, Elder Violet Leaf. Something very important to him has been stolen just a moment ago, and we suspect that the thief is hiding in Inkcloud Quarter. Thus, we hope to conduct a search here. I hope that you can cooperate with our investigation." A guard walked over and clasped his fist. "You wish to conduct a search in my Inkcloud Quarter?" Hu Yunsheng's face darkened as a deep frown appeared on his forehead. In his view, the other party was simply making up a story to forcefully snatch the Sepulchre Flower from them after failing to obtain it in the auction. "Indeed, I hope that you won't hinder our investigation efforts, or else we will have no choice but suspect that Inkcloud Quarter is colluding with the thief." The guard spoke with a threatening edge in his voice. Hearing those words, Hu Yunsheng felt so angry that his entire face turned crimson with rage. The guard was blatantly threatening him to his face. Yet, there was nothing he could do about the situation, so Hu Yunsheng fell silent, not knowing how he should respond. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "Something very important has been stolen?" Indeed, it is understandable why one would be anxious after losing something important to him. "May we know what the item is? Perhaps we might be able to offer some help to you." Turning around, Hu Yunsheng saw Elder Sun Chang speaking with an earnest smile on his lips. Chapter 991. The crazed Violet Leaf King. His sincerity seemed to have come from the depths of his heart. It carried a natural charm that compelled the trust of others, leaving others unable to doubt him. The item is not important. What is more important is the two thieves who stole from the City Lord Manor. If they aren't captured, what will become of the authority and dignity of Jinyuan City? Seemingly infected by the earnesty of the other party, the guard replied, "Indeed, one who dares to steal from the City Lord Manor must be severely punished for his actions." Zhang Xian exclaimed vehemently in agreement. "However, I feel that it won't do for you to continue searching in such an open manner. If the other party is truly hidden here, he would have realized that you are in the vicinity and quickly make his escape. Why don't you allow Boss Hu to activate the formations in the surroundings first so that the enemy has nowhere to escape? This way, we will have all the time to search for the two thieves. The guard dared not make a decision, so he turned his gaze towards the Violet Leaf King to seek his approval. After a moment of hesitation, the Violet Leaf King nodded in approval. Those two fellows have a deep understanding of formations, so it will be best if you can activate the strongest formation of your in-cloud quarter. Otherwise, the both of them will still be able to get away easily. That fellow who saved Elder Su was able to alter and activate the formation in the courtyard within moments after coming into contact with it. This was a feat which even he was incapable of accomplishing. From this in itself, it could be seen that the other party had a deep understanding of the way of formations. As such, it was unlikely that ordinary formations would be able to stop him. He's so formidable? I see. It is fortunate that I have a powerful formation plate in my possession. I will activate it right now. With a smile, Zhang Xian said, A formation plate? The Violet Leaf King frowned. Yes, I obtained it while I was on an expedition a while ago. It's a grade 7 formation, so I don't really have much of a chance to use it usually. Since the two scoundrels you speak of are so formidable, I feel that it will be safer to use it. Zhang Xian nodded. Grade 7? The Violet Leaf King's eyes lit up. It would be difficult for even an expert of his tier to escape from a formation plate of that grade. Who could have thought that the lowly in-cloud quarter would actually have such a treasure amongst them? It was no wonder they had so many treasures to auction. It really shouldn't be underestimated just because it was located in a remote city. That's right. Zhang Xian nodded as he flicked his wrist. A formation plate appeared in his palm. Infusing Zhenqi into it, a loud buzz sounded in the air as dense mist swiftly filled the surroundings. Incredible! The Violet Leaf King nodded in approval. It was a simple beguilement formation, but it was extremely stable. Even if he were to exert his full strength, it would take at least 10 minutes or so for him to break free. If it was used against a Saint 2 Dan or 3 Dan cultivator, there was no way the other party would be able to escape from it. After I capture those two fellows later on, I should grab this formation plate as well. A cold glint flashed across the Violet Leaf King's eyes. As an otherworldly demon, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the humans. Once those two fellows were found, there would be no need for him to put up an appearance before the other party anymore. Naturally, the first thing he should do then was to get that formation plate from the other party. If he had such a formation plate back in the City Lord Manor, those two fellows wouldn't have been able to escape in the first place. This formation is not too bad. All right, bring our men to search for them. The Violet Leaf King waved his hand and said, Under the effects of the formation, if those two escapees were really at in-cloud quarter, there was no way they would be able to escape. However, considering the thickness of the mist, there was no way their men would be able to maneuver around the formation easily. They would require a guide to bring them around. All right, Zhang Xian nodded before instructing, Hu Yunsheng, bring our friends from the City Lord Manor to take a look around. Right, bring some fine wine over as well. I will be sitting here with Elder Violet Leaf here, awaiting the results of the search. Yes, even though Hu Yunsheng had no idea why Elder Sunchong was obeying the orders of the City Lord Manor, he could tell that the other party had an idea in mind. Thus, he nodded his head before leading the guards away. Where they advanced, the mist would automatically part, as if someone was leading them around. It will suffice to find the two thieves as soon as possible. There is no need to prepare wine or that sort. The Violet Leaf King waved his hand impatiently. That won't do. You are a person whom even our city lord has to address as elder. It is only right for us to offer a grand welcome to someone as esteemed as you. Zhang Xian smiled courteously. As the person controlling the formation plate, he could easily manipulate where the guards were heading to with his thoughts, so he need not fear them finding Elder Su. Not too long later, Zhu Shao carried a tray of alcohol and side dishes in. Elder, please. Zhang Xian poured a cup of wine out politely and offered it to the Violet Leaf King earnestly. The Violet Leaf King was initially reluctant to drink, but facing the other party's clear eyes and earnest gesture, he eventually nodded in agreement and took the cup. Even so, He still extended his spiritual perception to the wine to check on it. A moment later, he heaved a sigh of relief. A hint of embarrassment surfaced in his eyes. After checking on the content of the wine, he realized that there was no problem with it. The other party was earnestly offering him a cup of wine, but he actually ended up viewing the kind gesture with skepticism. Raising his gaze, he saw that the middle-aged man opposite to him had already gulped down the cup of fine wine before him. Is the wine not to your liking? Men, bring us another bottle of. Seeing that the other party wasn't drinking, Zhang Xian asked worriedly. There is no need for that. The Violet Leaf King raised his hand to stop the other party before gulping down the cup of wine heartily. In his view, it was a mere cup of wine, so there was no harm drinking it. Putting aside the fact that he had already ascertained that there was no poison contained within the wine, even if it had been spiked, with his powerful cultivation, he would surely be able to suppress it easily. Good. Seeing the Violet Leaf King gulp down the wine, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. You are indeed straightforward, Violet Leaf King. Unlike that, what is his name called again? Yes, Waterleaf King. I had to speak until the point that my lips were about to crack before he was willing to take a single sip. He sure was a difficult person to deal with. Waterleaf King. Hearing those words right after putting his wine cup down, the Violet Leaf King's eyes narrowed in astonishment. His face immediately turned grim. Who are you? Previously, the guards had only addressed him as Elder Violet Leaf and not Violet Leaf King. And more importantly, the other party actually spoke about the Waterleaf King. It wasn't too long ago that his companion had been killed, and thinking back, it seemed like the guard that saved Elder Su from before had said that his companion was offered a cup of wine as well. Could there be some kind of link between the two? Sit down, sit down. There's no need to get too anxious over here. Worse come to worse, you will only be killed like the Waterleaf King. There is no need to make a huge fuss over something as small as this. Zhang Xian waved his hands nonchalantly as he continued pouring 2 more cups of wine for the both of them. Are you the one who killed the Waterleaf King? You are that 7-star master teacher? Upon coming to that realization, the eyes of the Violet Leaf King narrowed, and all of a sudden, he realized that his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. If the other party was capable of killing the Waterleaf King, it went without saying that the other party had the ability to kill him as well. How could he have been so negligent as to allow such a powerful expert to get into proximity to him without him noticing? 7-star master teacher? You still can't tell at this point? I was the one who saved Elder Su. With a look of displeasure, Zhang Xian began warping his muscles and bones, reverting back to the form of the guard from before. Why you? I will kill you. Overwhelmed by fury and craze, the Violet Leaf King roared furiously. He abruptly got to his feet and struck his palm at a downward trajectory towards Zhang Xian, intending to smash the other party into the ground. To think that they, members of the 10 great kings of the Qingtian lineage, would end up being toyed by a human like that. The Violet Leaf King felt so angry that he could explode. Hi, youngsters nowadays sure don't know how to rein in their temper. Seeing that the other party had made a move against him, Zhang Xian shook his head side. In the next moment, the Violet Leaf King's face abruptly paled, and his body began trembling non-stop. Zhang Xian didn't even move a single finger throughout the entire duration, but the other party's knee had already caved in, leaving him kneeling on the floor as huge mouthfuls of blood spurted from his mouth. Contained within the cup of fine wine was his Heaven's Path Shenqi. After infiltrating into the Violet Leaf King's body, Zhang Xian could turn it into lethal poison at his whim. You poisoned me. Upon coming to a realization, the Violet Leaf King's body trembled non-stop with fear reflected in his eyes. Of course, if I don't poison you, do you think that a nascent saint like me will be able to defeat you? Voila! While speaking, he filled the 2 wine cups to the brim without spilling a droplet. Nascent saint? You are a nascent saint? The Violet Leaf King could hardly believe his ears. He could still resign himself to his defeat had the enemy been a 7-star master teacher, but a nascent saint cultivator actually managed to poison him? How could this be? Are you really unable to see through my cultivation? Zhang Xian shook his head. Nascent saint. Then how can you possibly kill the Water Leaf King? I don't believe you. The Violet Leaf King shook his head vehemently and roared furiously. Even if the Water Leaf King had been poisoned, he was still a Saint Fordan expert. Considering that the Water Leaf King had gone to the extent of using their secret art to forcefully draw his primordial spirit from his body, it shouldn't have been difficult for him to kill the nascent saint fellow before his eyes. Even if that wasn't the case, the Water Leaf King should have been able to flee and alert him of the matter. How could he have been killed without letting out the slightest bit of news? There is no need to get anxious here. The Water Leaf King isn't the only one. I have also killed the Golden Leaf King and Green Leaf King as well, so this is really nothing to make a fuss over. Don't worry, I will have you reunite with the rest of them very soon. Lifting up a cup of wine, Zhang Xian sipped on it before saying nonchalantly, "You, pooh." The Violet Leaf King's body staggered weakly. It was for certain that the Water Leaf King had been killed. He had seen the corpse personally. Yet, for the Golden Leaf King and Green Leaf King to be dead as well, the Violet Leaf King nearly lost his sanity. Which of the Qingtian 10 great kings weren't famous figures who had made a name for themselves? Putting aside a small tier, one empire like Hongyuan, not even Qingyuan conferred empire would dare to underestimate them. Massacring an entire city might still be beyond him at the moment, but he could definitely cause devastating damage, and there would be no humans that could stop them. To think that after the heavy price the otherworldly demonic tribe spent to send the 4 of them over, 3 of them had ended up dying without accomplishing anything at all. Could this really be true? The Violet Leaf King's eyes flickered with fear. He knew that since the other party was able to name his other comrades, there was a good chance that it was true. Not daring to remain there for a moment longer, the Violet Leaf King immediately turned around to flee. Golden Leaf, Green Leaf, and Water Leaf. None of these 3 kings were any weaker than him. Yet, they ended up being killed in that nascent Saint Cultivator's hands. The Violet Leaf King didn't feel that he would be an exception. In any case, it would be best for him to flee and rethink his next move. The current situation was simply not to his advantage. As for his poison, he should be able to find a way to deal with it eventually. Trying to flee? I have already set up a formation for you here. Don't you think it's a little impolite of you to leave like that? Shaking his head, Zhang Xian snapped his finger. In the next moment, the Violet Leaf King, who had just barely begun flying, felt a sharp pain coursing through his entire body, causing him to convulse uncontrollably. In the next moment, he plummeted from the sky and fell back onto the ground. If I can't get away, I will just have to bring you down with me. Feeling the lethal poison tear his body apart, the Violet Leaf King felt death slowly approaching him. Knowing that it was unlikely that he would be able to escape with his life today, he gritted his teeth in resolution and charged towards the middle-aged man before his eyes. Since he wasn't getting out of here alive, he decided to bring someone down with him. Why do all of you like to resort to suicide attacks? Zhang Xian shook his head. He had already dealt with a couple of the Qingtian 10 great kings, but all of them ended up resorting to a suicide attack in the end. They really could use some creativity. You guys, go and dig out the pill in his mouth. After that, give him a good thrashing. With a flick of his wrist, 8 otherworldly demon puppets immediately appeared before his eyes before charging towards the Violet Leaf King. Those are otherworldly demons? No, they are puppets. Seeing the 8 figures charging towards him, the Violet Leaf King's body trembled. Shouldn't the privilege of being escorted by so many otherworldly demon puppets something that only otherworldly demon kings possessed? Am I the otherworldly demon king, or you are? Why does it feel like I am completely alone in this world, not even having a single subordinate or ally? What a cruel life I am living. Chapter 992. The Violet Leaf King submits. The Violet Leaf King wasn't given much time to brood over his plight. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's command, the otherworldly demon puppets had already charged forward. If it had been before, against these Saint Threedan puppets, the Violet Leaf King would still have been able to stand his ground. However, plagued with lethal poison, he was barely able to fight at all. A few moments later, his entire face was filled with footprints, and his head had swollen up to the size of a ripe watermelon. Lying on the ground feebly, his breathing was weak, and it seemed like he would die at any moment soon. With the wine cup in his hand, Zhang Xian walked up gracefully and glanced down at the Violet Leaf King. "Become my servant, and I can pardon you." With the experience from the previous kings, it was indeed unlikely for any of the other worldly demon kings to submit to him. Nevertheless, it was still worth a try. Were he to succeed, he would have a Saint Fordan otherworldly demon serving him. If so, he would have more cards to play should he find himself in dire situations. At the same time, he could also learn of the secret plans that the otherworldly demonic tribe was up to. Why did they dispatch so many kings over to the Master Teacher continent? Why were they looking for the Poison Hall? You, dream on. Hearing that request, the Violet Leaf King clenched his teeth furiously. To think that someone actually wanted to enslave a respected, otherworldly demon king like him? Intolerable. Very well then. Zhang Xian turned his head around and commanded, "Continue beating him up." He didn't have the slightest shred of goodwill or pity for the otherworldly demonic tribe. If the other party was unwilling to submit to him, he would just have to kill the other party. Pung 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 pung. The otherworldly demon puppets launched yet another tirade of punches and kicks, and it didn't take long before the Violet Leaf King's face to turn completely pale. He was pummeled so badly that he couldn't even find the strength in him to talk. This time, Zhang Xian had learnt from his previous lesson. He had sealed the other party's acupoint to ensure that he would be unable to draw his primordial spirit out. This way, the other party wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him. After pummeling for a while longer, Zhang Xian noted that the Violet Leaf King was just a step away from death, so he had his puppets pause for a moment before instructing, "Vicious, I will leave this fellow to you. You must uncover the motive behind the otherworldly demonic tribe seeking out the Poison Hall from him." Since Vicious seemed to have a way to deal with the otherworldly demon kings, Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to conduct soul search. After all, the other party's strength was far stronger than him, and conducting a soul search forcefully could very well wound his soul. "Don't worry, young master," Vicious reassured. In the next moment, a finger abruptly materialized in the air and tapped on the Violet Leaf King's glabella. This is the aura of an otherworldly demon emperor. Sensing the strength exerted by the finger, the Violet Leaf King suddenly felt a wave of helplessness. The finger before him emanated the aura that was exclusive to otherworldly demons, and the concentration of the killing intent emanated had most definitely reached the level of an otherworldly demon emperor. An otherworldly demon emperor actually acknowledged this young man as his master? "Don't kill me. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master." The realization that an esteemed otherworldly demon emperor had taken the young man before him as his master seemed to have struck a chord within his mind, becoming the hammer which crushed the final shred of determination that he was firmly holding on to. All of a sudden, the idea of becoming the other party's servant didn't seem to be as big as a deal as death. He knew that he would be branded as a traitor for acknowledging a human as his master, and he could very well suffer a death worse than death were he to be caught. However, he had no other choice. If he were to reject it, he knew that he would suffer the same fate which befell the Golden Leaf, Green Leaf, and Water Leaf King. On the other hand, if he were to submit, he might still have a chance to survive. "You wish to take me as your master?" Zhang Xian was slightly taken aback. He didn't think that it was very likely to succeed, so he was surprised when the Violet Leaf King gave in. With a light chuckle, he nodded and said, "Offer your soul." If he wished to gain absolute control over the other party, he would have to grasp the other party's soul in his hand. Yes. A bitter smile emerged on the Violet Leaf King's lips. Nevertheless, as one of the kings of the otherworldly demonic tribe, he had gone through many things in the past, allowing him to make crucial choices decisively. Since he had made his decision, he didn't hesitate for long before tearing a portion of his primordial spirit out and drew it out through his glabella to offer it to the young man before him. On the other hand, Zhang Xian took in the portion of the primordial spirit and absorbed it into his soul. In an instant, every single thought in the Violet Leaf King's mind became apparent to him. As long as the other party were to even raise the thought of betrayal, he would be able to kill the other party in the blink of an eye. What a powerful soul! Could it be that he isn't a poison master but a soul oracle? On the other hand, the Violet Leaf King was also astonished to sense the astounding strength which Zhang Xian's soul possessed. It was impossible for a nascent saint to possess such a powerful soul. The only plausible explanation was that he was a soul oracle. Just that, didn't the soul oracles go extinct long ago? How did his new master obtain their heritage and cultivate his soul to such a frightening level? And more importantly, wasn't he a poison master? Was he practicing the two occupations simultaneously? Master, since I have already submitted to you, can you resolve the poison in my body now? The Violet Leaf King had many doubts in his mind, but he knew that this wasn't the time to ask them. With a bitter look on his face, he kneeled onto the ground and kowtowed deeply as he said. He had taken a look at the poison in his body earlier, and he realized that he had never seen such a poison before. None of the antidotes he had in his possession seemed like it would work on it. Don't worry. Since you have submitted to me, I won't mistreat you. Zhang Xian nodded. Hong Long. In the next moment, the Violet Leaf King felt the lethal poison in his body working up once more. His face warped in horror, and he immediately started to plead for mercy. However, in the next moment, he realized that his wounds were beginning to recover under the nourishment of the lethal poison. The Violet Leaf King was dumbfounded. An incredibly potent poison, which even he was helpless before, had turned into an unparalleled saint recovery medicine in the blink of an eye. Poison in a thought, medicine in another. Was the person before him an existence transcending a 7-star poison master? If that was really the case, that was really frightening. One must know that if a poison master of that caliber were to enter the otherworldly battlefield, the entire Qingtian lineage might very well be wiped off the face of the world. In the midst of his shock, the Violet Leaf King's wounds had already recovered to a fair extent. It wasn't a complete recovery, but at the very least, it wouldn't affect his basic movements. Nevertheless, to be able to recover that quickly, the Violet Leaf King was filled with awe and admiration for the young man before him. He kneeled to the floor and kowtowed once more, but this time, his feelings were earnest. Master, call me young master in the future. Zhang Xian waved his hand. Since you have already submitted to me, I will tell you my true identity. In truth, I am a master teacher. Am a master teacher? Dumbstruck, the Violet Leaf King nearly fainted on the spot. He had guessed that the other party could be a poison master or a soul oracle, but the other party was actually telling him that he was a master teacher? When in the world did master teachers begin cultivating their souls and immersing themselves in the study of poison as well? And more importantly, weren't master teachers supposed to be upright and dignified figures who conducted themselves righteously and morally? When did they become so despicable and shameless, luring him into a scheme and doing him in so badly? Even if such a person was a master teacher, there was no way he could win the acknowledgement of his peers in the master teacher pavilion. Just as such thoughts emerged in his mind, the young man before him continued speaking nonchalantly. I am the principal of Hongyuan Empire's Master Teacher Academy. Pooh. Unable to hold himself back anymore, the Violet Leaf King spurted a mouthful of blood. As the passageway was linked to the subterranean gallery located in Hongyuan Empire, naturally, he understood the significance of being the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. He thought that the principal of a Master Teacher Academy should be a respected and austere old man. Yet, who could have thought that it would turn out to be a shameless and despicable young lad instead? More importantly, the other party was even skilled in the utilization of poison and soul arts, the very occupations scorned by the Master Teacher Pavilion. Was the Master Teacher Academy blind? Or did the eras fly too quickly by for him to catch up with the latest trends? All right, you should continue disguising yourself as a human. Unaware of the other party's thoughts, Zhang Xian instructed after he introduced himself. Due to being pummeled by his otherworldly demon puppets, the Violet Leaf King inadvertently released his disguise due to the severe injuries he suffered, reverting back to his original form as an otherworldly demon. It was fortunate that they were within a grade 7 beguilement formation, so no one was able to see what was going on here. However, if the Violet Leaf King were to walk out in such a form, it would indubitably cause a huge pandemonium. To be safe, it would be better for him to maintain his human disguise instead. Yes. The Violet Leaf King nodded before reaching his hand for his chest. A brilliant flash of light shrouded his entire body, and a moment later, he reverted back to his human form. You depend on this to disguise yourself? Noting the other party's actions, Zhang Xian was intrigued. Unlike him, the other party didn't depend on warping his muscles and bones to disguise himself. Instead, he made use of some kind of unique artifact. This is a button of disguise which we obtained from offering a tribute to our spirit god. As long as one possesses bloodline on par with an otherworldly demon king, he would be able to activate it and disguise himself impeccably as a human, such that even master teachers wouldn't be able to tell the difference. The Violet Leaf King replied, Spirit god? Noting the unfamiliar term, Zhang Xian asked with a frown. This was his first time hearing of such a being. Yes, the spirit god is a deity which our tribesmen worship. It is under the guidance of the spirit god that we came here. The Violet Leaf King replied, You are saying that it is under the guidance of your god that you found the Master Teacher continent? All along, Zhang Xian thought that the reason why the otherworldly demon was invading the Master Teacher continent was due to a racial strife. However, from the looks of it now, the matter seemed to be deeply related with the spirit god the other party spoke about instead. Yes, I also only heard of it from the Qingtian Emperor. However, those are matters which have happened ages ago, so there is no way to assess whether they are true or not. However, it is indeed true that we can earn generous rewards by tributing the souls and corpses of master teachers to the spirit god, and this button of disguise was obtained through that method as well. The Violet Leaf King explained. Zhang Xian nodded. He knew that these matters were still too far away from him, so there was no point brooding over it, especially since the Violet Leaf King weren't too sure about them himself either. Thus, he decided to put the matter aside for the moment and continued his interrogation. Why are you all looking for the Poison Hall? If the goal of the otherworldly demonic tribe was to devastate the human race, they could have just attacked the Hongyuan Empire straight. Why would they bother sending out 2 kings and go through so much effort to find the Poison Hall? Reporting to young master, we have found an ancient domain which might very well contain an artifact that can help us to break open the seal in the passageway. If we are able to obtain it, our tribesmen will be able to enter the Master Teacher continent in droves and reclaim the land which we have lost, the Violet Leaf King explained. However, that ancient domain is simply too dangerous. A few kings which we have dispatched previously ended up being trapped within it, unable to escape even to date. After some investigation, we found out that there is a high chance that the Poison Hall may contain a detailed map of the ancient domain. Thus, Qingtian Emperor dispatched the both of us here to infiltrate the Poison Hall and secure the map. Map? Ancient domain? Zhang Xian frowned. Looking deeply into the Violet Leaf King's eyes, he asked, Could the ancient domain you spoke of be at Firesource City? The old principal had also been trying to uncover the location of the Poison Hall before he entered the ancient domain. Considering the words that the Violet Leaf King had just spoken, could the ancient domain in the other party's mouth be the same one as he was thinking about? It is indeed in Firesource City, the Violet Leaf King nodded. The Violet Leaf King instinctively wanted to ask how did his young master know about it, but recalling that the other party was the principal of a Master Teacher Academy, he immediately came to a realization. If the top brass of mankind didn't even have the sources to acquire such crucial news, the otherworldly demonic tribe would have long breached the defenses of humanity and conquered the Master Teacher continent. They wouldn't have been trapped in that wretched land to date. I see. Upon hearing the other party's confirmation, Zhang Xian nodded in realization. If it was an artifact that could break the seal in the subterranean gallery open, that would explain why the old principal would head into the ancient domain despite knowing that it was very likely he would not be walking out of there alive. If the otherworldly demonic tribe were to successfully acquire that artifact, it would spell a huge calamity to mankind. Chapter 993. Heading to the Poison Hall after asking for a while longer. It seemed like the Violet Leaf King didn't know anything much about the ancient domain in the Firesource City either. Seeing that it was impossible to obtain any more useful information from him, Zhang Xian shook his head. At this point, Vicious had also managed to procure information out of the Waterleaf King's primordial spirit, and the result was similar to what he had received from the Violet Leaf King as well. They were only aware of the existence of the map, and everything other than them was vague. It was said that when the ancient domain first appeared 2,000 years ago, many powers had attempted to vie over the possession of the map. Eventually, it fell into the hands of the Poison Hall. However, for some reason, the Poison Hall didn't dispatch anyone to search for it. On top of that, the Poison Hall had always been secluded from the rest of the world, so it didn't take long before the news regarding the map to fade from the minds of the world. It was only through a very thorough investigation did the otherworldly demonic tribe learn of its existence. After much preparation, they finally found a perfect opportunity to dispatch 2 of their kings out to search for the map. However, who could have thought that the 2 powerful kings they sent would end up being done in by Zhang Xian before they could even catch a glimpse of the Poison Hall? What about the Golden Leaf King and Green Leaf King? What is their motive? The motive of the Waterleaf King and Violet Leaf King for coming to Jinyuan City was to procure a map, so naturally, the Golden Leaf King and Green Leaf King had to be up to something as well. It was just that they were already killed before they could achieve anything. So up to this point, Zhang Xian still had no idea what they were planning to do. Their motive is to kill the principal of the Master Teacher Academy, that is to say, you, young master. They hope to create chaos that can divert the attention of the Master Teacher Pavilion away from everything else. The face of the Violet Leaf King reddened as he spoke. Kill me? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He never expected that the goal of the Golden Leaf King and Green Leaf King was to deal with him. It was fortunate that he found them early, or else, if he were to find himself challenged by 2 Saint Fordan experts out of the blue, there was a good chance that he might have just died then. He could already imagine what would happen if the 2 kings and the 200 or so Saint Realm otherworldly demons were to appear at Hongyuan City. It would definitely stir up a huge mess, and even the Qingyuan conferred Empire Master Teacher Pavilion would be embroiled into the conflict. By then, there would be no one paying attention to the ancient domain, allowing the otherworldly demon to sneak the artifact away easily. Looking at the surprise on his young master's face, the Violet Leaf King couldn't help but shake his head lamentably. The Golden Leaf King and Green Leaf King sure had died pitifully. They were dispatched to kill the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, only to end up being killed by their own target. On top of that, it turned out that their target didn't know anything about it at all. How indignant they would be if they were to learn of it in the afterlife. It seems like their deaths aren't unwarranted. Zhang Xian remarked meaningfully. What goes around comes around. Those otherworldly demons in the subterranean gallery were planning to kill him, only to end up being killed by him instead. I have a folded space. You should enter it for the time being. After asking all of the questions plaguing his mind, Zhang Xian ushered the Violet Leaf King into the myriad ant hive nest. It took him a lot of effort before he could convince Elder Su that he was a poison master. If the other party were to see him together with the Violet Leaf King at this moment, the trust which he had cultivated painstakingly would shatter immediately, rendering his previous efforts futile. Thus, it was best for the Violet Leaf King to remain hidden for the time being. After keeping the Violet Leaf King into the myriad ant hive nest, Zhang Xian tore away the Grade 7 beguilement formation. At that point, Hu Yunsheng and the others hadn't gone far yet. He instructed for Hu Yunsheng to mobilize the troops of Inkcloud Quarter to take down the guards before writing a letter and arranging for it to be sent to Hongyuan City and its Master Teacher Pavilion. The collusion between the City Lord of Jinyuan City with the otherworldly demonic tribe was a matter for Yu Shanqing to frustrate over. It was the other party's call how he would deal with the traitor. Nevertheless, one thing was for sure. As long as this letter was sent into Yu Shanqing's hands, that arrogant city lord would become a thing of history. Returning back to the chamber, Zhang Xian noted that Elder Su's wounds had mostly recuperated. His condition was much better than before, but his face was still ghastly pale due to the immense damage his soul had sustained earlier. A thought surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind, and he swiftly took out a beetle before passing it over. I went to the City Lord Manor just a moment ago and retrieved this for you. The beetle was Elder Su's life-bound venomous bug, and he had been feeding it with his blood essence for many years. It would be a huge loss to Elder Su if he were to lose it, so Zhang Xian had the Violet Leaf King handed over after the latter submitted to him. Thinking back, it seemed like the beetle was also the reason why the Violet Leaf King was able to trace them down to Inkcloud Quarter so quickly. Otherwise, considering the huge size of Jingyuan City, there was no reason why they should conduct a search on Inkcloud Quarter first. Upon seeing the beetle, a look of agitation surfaced on Elder Su's face. He hurriedly took the beetle and replied, "Thank you." This was his life-bound venomous bug. If it were to die, he would definitely sustain heavy damage. He thought that it would be impossible for him to retrieve it after it fell into the hands of the Saint Fordan expert. Yet, who could have thought that the man before him would actually risk his life to retrieve it for him? He couldn't help but feel touched by this gesture. "Are you injured anywhere?" Keeping the beetle, Elder Su asked with a concerned tone. He had witnessed with his own eyes how fearsome that Saint Fordan expert was. To steal something from the other party's grasp was a deed so difficult that he could hardly fathom it. "Rest assured, I am fine," Zhang Xian said with a gentle smile when his face abruptly paled and his body staggered. Spurting a mouthful of fresh blood, Zhang Xian's body suddenly slumped weakly to the ground, as if having succumbed to the severe injuries it had sustained. "Ah, are you fine?" Alarmed, Elder Su hurriedly rushed forward to help Zhang Xian. Deep worry could be seen arched in his brows. To actually put himself in danger to retrieve his beetle, how could he ever thank the other party for this? More importantly, the other party even claimed that he was uninjured despite having sustained severe injuries for fear that he would worry. This was exactly the type of person which one should befriend and entrust one's back to. Elder Su quickly took out a few recovery poison pills and fed it to Zhang Xian. Seeing the latter's complexion gradually recovering, he heaved a sigh of relief. "It isn't safe to remain here. We should leave quickly." After recuperating for a moment, Zhang Xian exhaled deeply and said. Elder Su nodded in agreement. Had the other party not gone to retrieve his beetle, that Saint Fordan expert might have thought that the both of them had already escaped far and thin his forces to comb the surroundings. But now, the other party definitely knew that they were still at Jingyuan City. With their search area reduced, there was a good chance that they could be found very soon. "How do you feel at the moment? Do you still need to rest for a while longer?" Elder Su asked worriedly. While escaping was important, he couldn't allow the other party's injuries to worsen because of it. Otherwise, he would feel guilty for his entire life. "It's fine. My injuries are still within a tolerable range. Let's quickly leave this area first. I can slowly recuperate once we reach the poison hall." Clutching his chest, Zhang Xian spoke strenuously. "All right then, let's prepare to set forth." The both of them swiftly planned their route before discreetly making their way out of the chamber. They proceeded stealthily towards the city walls, and not too long later, they managed to make their way out of the city gates. They stepped into the forest just beyond the city wall and descended into a mountainous valley. Soon after, a massive saint beast appeared before their eyes. "This is the saint beast of our poison hall. Elder Shui and I rode this when we came here earlier." Speaking up to this point, Elder Su fell silent for a brief moment as sorrow surfaced in his eyes. The Elder Shui whom he spoke of was the shorter fellow who was with him back in the City Lord Manor. In order to save him, the other party had stepped forward to face the Violet Leaf King's palm strike, resulting in his immediate death. Elder Shui gave his life to save you. The best way you can repay his sentiments is to return to the poison hall safely. Zhang Xian consoled. Understanding that Zhang Xian was trying to console him, Elder Su nodded and fell silent. The duo got on the Saint Beast and began making their way towards the Viridian Cloud Sea. The Viridian Cloud Sea was the largest inland sea of Hongyuan Empire, spanning a diameter exceeding 100,000 kilometers. There were many powerful saint beasts whose cultivation reached Saint 3 Dan or 4 Dan within the sea, making it an extremely dangerous area to explore. As a result, it had always been considered as one of the restricted lands to the cultivators. The saint beast they were riding on was a Saint 1 Dan intermediate stage, steel-armored winged dragon. It wasn't particularly adept at speedy maneuvers, but its stamina was top-notch. After flying for half a day, they finally caught sight of the boundless sea. Staring into the distance, the beautiful blue sky and the emerald seawater seemed to close in on one another, creating a breathtaking painting which harmonized the beauty of heaven and earth as one. Gazing upon it at extended periods of time would widen one's mind, granting one greater composure and a stronger disposition. There are a total of 27 poison formations on the pathway to the poison hall. Even a Saint 3 Dan cultivator could be easily poisoned to death if he were to attempt to infiltrate the poison hall recklessly. Within the wooden hut on top of the aerial Saint Beast, Elder Su gazed down at the emerald seawater beneath and remarked, 27 poison formations? Zhang Xian was astonished. Indeed. Furthermore, the poisonous formations are located around the dens of the Saint 3 Dan Saint Beasts. Thus, if one were to attempt to avoid the poison formation, one would come under their attack instead. As such, most of the cultivators who sought the poison hall ended up dying on the journey there. Even by conservative estimates, there are at least several hundred casualties each year. At this point, Elder Su shook his head. Several hundred casualties each year? Zhang Xian was astonished. Those who dared to venture into the Viridian Cloud Sea to search for the poison hall were bound to be not too weak themselves, reaching Saint Realm at the minimum. Yet, there were actually a few hundred deaths of experts of such calibers each year. While this wasn't the direct doing of the poison masters, it was intricately tied to them. It was no wonder the occupation was feared throughout the continent. It was indeed a powerful force that one should be careful around. But considering how deeply hidden the poison hall is, how does it sustain its heritage? Zhang Xian asked with a deep frown. Every occupation needed influxes of new blood to pass down its heritage, but considering how deeply hidden the poison hall was, most people wouldn't even be able to find it. Given so, how could they pass down their wisdom to the next generation? Poison masters would usually venture into the world in search of talented individuals to take under their wing. There are also some who would adopt a lot of orphans and expose them to lethal poison from young, and only those who survive at the end of it are qualified to acknowledge the poison master as their teacher. Elder Su explained. Zhang Xian frowned. That was a method similar to raising goo, placing all of the venomous insects together, allowing them to fight it out. Eventually, the final survivor was the victor. As orphans, they were bound to have no experience with poison whatsoever. Exposing them to it abruptly was bound to give rise to casualties. How many lives would have to be lost in order to nurture just a handful of poison masters? Given that you didn't come from any particular lineage, how did you become a poison master? After explaining the matter, Elder Su turned to look at Zhang Xian and asked doubtfully. Even those who had inherited the lineage of a poison master was unable to achieve such high resistance to poison. On the other hand, the man before him had never been to the poison hall, and yet, he had achieved a feat which most poison masters were unable to accomplish. Just how did he do so? Actually, I have been to a poison hall before, but it isn't this one. It is a branch located in a remote location under Xinyuan Kingdom called the Red Lotus Mountain Ridge. After I left the area, I began exploring the world, and by a stroke of coincidence, I happened to obtain a secret manual regarding the way of poison. Studying it carefully, I eventually became who I am today. Zhang Xian casually replied. If he were to say that he had never come into contact with poison masters and yet achieved such mastery in the way of poison, the story would be too inconceivable for anyone to believe. Thus, he mixed truth and falsehood within the words, making it difficult for the other party to discern the authenticity of it. A secret manual regarding the way of poison? To be able to grant you such astounding capability, it must be a rather powerful secret manual. Elder Su complimented before turning his gaze towards Zhang Xian. Will it be convenient for you to allow me to look at the secret manual you spoke of? Rest assured, I won't open it. I am just curious to see which master did the book come from. This? Zhang Xian's lips twitched. He was just making things up on the spot, so how could he have any secret manual of that sort? But for the other party to be asking such a question, could it be that the other party still harbored doubts regarding his identity? Chapter 994. The Poison Master Examination. It's fine if it isn't convenient for you. Noticing the look of distress on the other party's face, Elder Su shook his head. It is not that it is inconvenient, but that it isn't my place to be spreading the heritage around. How about this? Why don't I detail the 1-star and 2-star fundamental knowledge to you instead so that you can fathom the origin of the secret manual through it? Seeing that the other party was just posing it as a casual question and not to investigate his origins, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't have the secret manual, and his knowledge of poison was still capped at 2-star. The only reason why he seemed fearsome in the eyes of the other party was due to his Heaven's Path Shinchi, which granted him a near-complete immunity to poisons. As such, he could be considered to be an amateur to poison. Nevertheless, if it was just fundamental knowledge of 2-star and below, he was confident that there was no one who could rival him. That would be great. Elder Su's eyes lit up. Lineage was extremely important in the master-teacher continent, so it was indeed inconvenient for the other party to expose his heritage to an outsider. It was understandable why the other party was unwilling to speak any more about that. As for knowledge of 2-star and below, as it involved only the fundamental knowledge of poison, there was no harm to sharing them. Based on the explanation of the book, poison can be viewed as a medicine of one kind as well. To put it simply, it is used to complement the yin-yang and 5 elements of the human body. As long as one achieves a balance in the 5 elements, one will be able to develop an immunity to all poisons. Recalling the 1-star and 2-star Heaven's Path poison art, Zhang Xian began to speak. This. Elder Su initially thought that there couldn't possibly be anything new to the fundamentals, but as he listened on, his face gradually warped in astonishment. Gripped by agitation, his entire body began trembling, and his breathing hastened. The other party had reshaped the understanding of poison through the concept of yin-yang and the 5 elements, and through it, he was able to theorize the concept of poison immunity. It was possible to poison a person to death, but was it possible to poison the heavens to death? The fundamental knowledge that the other party spoke of was directed towards the very essence of poison itself. As long as one were to cultivate according to it, it was almost certain that one would be able to forge the poison body. Even though it was already too late for him to switch his cultivation technique, he could already foresee the huge uproar it would cause in the poison hall should this piece of knowledge ever be made public. Poison can be a tonic as well. It can save and can treat. As long as one were to use it well, it can definitely become a valuable tool to the world. Zhang Xian continued speaking. The more he listened, the deeper a trance Elder Su found himself falling into. The main reason why poison masters were so widely feared was due to their ability to plant poison discreetly, making it extremely difficult for an average cultivator to guard against them. However, if their poison really could make a positive contribution to the world, just like what the other party had said, it might be possible for the poison hall to walk out of its isolation and stand openly on the master-teacher continent once more. They could come under the protection of the master-teacher pavilion, and they wouldn't be shunned and snubbed by the world as they were now. With such thoughts in mind, Elder Su subconsciously turned to look at Sun Chong with a look of agitation on his face. All right, this is all I have understood from it. After casually sharing some of the knowledge of poison that he possessed, Zhang Xian finally came to a halt. Lifting his gaze, he noticed that Elder Su was looking at him with a fiery gaze. Alarmed, he quickly glanced downward at his clothes, but nothing was open. If nothing is open, what are you getting agitated over? It can't be that your sexual orientation has changed from listening to a lecture? It doesn't seem like there is any master teacher in the world who possesses such an ability. Cough, cough. Noticing Zhang Xian's actions, Elder Su knew that he had acted inappropriately for a moment there. He adjusted his expression before continuing with a grim look. Poison Master Sun, the secret manual that you have is simply too astounding. It will be best for you to keep its existence hidden from the others, or else, I fear that, you might meet with danger. Which poison master didn't dream of a body that boasted a high resistance to poison? Which poison master didn't hope to concoct an even more potent poison? If the other poison masters were to learn that the man before him had such a formidable secret manual in his possession, they surely wouldn't hesitate to resort to all kinds of underhanded means to obtain it, thus putting the other party in grave danger. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Unlike master teachers, poison masters had no regards for rules and morals. If they were to learn of the existence of the secret manual, they might even attempt to snatch it in broad daylight. Nevertheless, Zhang Xian had no fear. The main reason why he wanted to head to the poison hall was to collect books regarding poison and save Wei Ruyan. If the poison masters knew that was best for them, he could still consider getting along with them. Otherwise, he didn't mind teaching the other party the meaning of fear. After a moment of hesitation, Elder Su added, "You should conceal your poison-resistant constitution as well. Make sure not to show it to anyone easily. Otherwise, you might be stoking their greed." Zhang Xian nodded. While he didn't possess the innate poison body, his ability to neutralize most poisons was indeed something that would interest most poison masters, if not all. Others could very well go after him in hopes of uncovering his secrets and cultivating the same poison-resistant constitution for themselves. For this reason, it would be best for him to maintain a low profile at the poison hall. In any case, this happened to work in his favor. He was a humble person at heart, and he never liked to boast to others anyway. "I intend to take the Poison Master examination later on at the Poison Hall, but I'm not too sure how it is conducted there. Can you shed some light on the matter for me? Also, will I be able to access all of the books in the Poison Hall if I were to clear the examination?" After chatting for a while longer, Zhang Xian asked. His main goal at the Poison Hall was to collect all of the books on poison there, so naturally, that was also the matter that he was the most concerned about. "The Poison Master examination at our branch is slightly different from that of the others. Rather than the typical concoction of poison, the crux of our examination lies in poisoning," Elder Su said. "Poisoning?" Zhang Xian was perplexed. Indeed, the ability to concoct potent poison is formidable, but what that makes a truly great poison master is his ability to poison a person whose cultivation realm is equal or even greater than him discreetly. Elder Su explained, "Are you saying that the Poison Master examination will come in the form of a poisoning match?" "That's right. For the 6-star Poison Master examination, the examinee will be challenging a 6-star Poison Master. The examiner would be fighting with his full strength as well, and if the examinee is able to wound the examiner through his poison, he would be considered to have cleared the examination," Elder Su explained. "But poison, it shouldn't be easy to control it in combat, right? What will happen if one side accidentally poisons the other to death?" Zhang Xian frowned in bewilderment. Precise control was required to wound an opponent without dealing lethal damage, and this was something extremely difficult to control in combat. Use too little poison, and it might end up being ineffective. Use too much, and one could accidentally kill one's opponent. Given so, wasn't it a little too risky to conduct such an examination? If one were to be poisoned to death in the midst of the examination, it can only mean that he hasn't worked hard enough in his studies. He has no one but himself to blame. Elder Su shook his head and sighed. This is simply how things work here. Not expecting that the Poison Master examination would be so risky, Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. A moment later, he asked, "May I trouble Elder Su to fill me in on the situation in the Hongyuan Empire Poison Hall?" At the current moment, he knew nothing about the Poison Hall at all. If he could learn a thing or two about it, he would be more well prepared for whatever he would face there. Of course, that's nothing much to ask of. Elder Su chuckled. The Hongyuan Empire Poison Hall branch is, in fact, a grade 7 branch. We have a 7-star Poison Master as our Hall Master, and this means that it is possible to take the 7-star Poison Master examination at our branch. If one can defeat the Hall Master in a poison match, one will be qualified to become a 7-star Poison Master immediately. Other than the Hall Master, the Poison Hall also has 3 7-star Vice Hall Master, as well as 22 6-star Pinnacle Elders. Elder Shui and I are amongst the 22 6-star Pinnacle Elders. As for Poison Masters below 6-star, there should be at least several dozen thousand of them. Several dozen thousand? Zhang Xian was stunned. The utilization of poison could be considered to be an unorthodox art, so he thought that there wouldn't be too many poison masters in the world. Yet, who could have thought that just this single branch would have numbers nearly on par with the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy? It was fortunate that they had chosen to isolate themselves at Jinyuan City. Otherwise, their presence could easily bring unease or even chaos upon the entire Hongyuan Empire. The Poison Hall is known for its 3 great halls. The first hall is the Compendium Hall, which boasts a huge collection of books accumulated over the past 10,000 years. Most who wish to advance as a poison master would devote most of their time to studying the books in there. The second hall is the Poison Experimentation Hall. Researching and practicing the concoction of poison requires a vast amount of medicinal herbs. If one were to work with real herbs each time, even a mountain of medicinal herbs could be easily depleted within days. Within the Poison Experimentation Hall is a unique formation which could accurately simulate the unique properties of each medicinal herb. Through experimenting with the herbs here, one could lessen the wastage of herbs. The last one is the Sparring Hall. Just like with most other occupations, poison masters who have an irreconcilable conflict with one another would head there and settle it through a life-and-death duel. While it was named the Sparring Hall, it was also the location where many poison masters had died. Elder Su shook his head. Other than the three great halls, there is also the two forbidden grounds. One of them is the Mausoleum of Hall Masters. It is the location where the Hall Masters of every generation rested. Only the incumbent Hall Master was allowed to enter the grounds, and anyone else who tried to circumvent the rule would find themselves being poisoned to death. The other forbidden ground is the herb fields. Planted in the fields are the medicinal herbs used in the Poison Hall, and they are strictly controlled. Anyone who needs any medicinal herb must apply for it beforehand. No one was allowed to enter it casually, or else death would be what they would face. Other than that, there is nothing else. Given your strength and your immunity to poison, there should be nothing for you to worry about. Zhang Xian nodded. 7-star poison master, 3 great halls, and the 2 forbidden grounds. Since he was intending to only go through the books of the Poison Hall, he would probably only pay a visit to the Compendium Hall and go nowhere else. Actually, the Poison Hall isn't as frightening as others put it out to be. As fellow poison masters, everyone actually treats one another rather amiably. Not to mention, you are my savior on top of that. Elder Su said with a kind smile. The Poison Hall might seem like an incomparably frightening existence in the eyes of others, but internally, they still got along with one another harmoniously. While fellow friends might occasionally spike each other's drinks or something, they would usually prepare the antidote beforehand, so no permanent harm would be done. Zhang Xian continued asking on several matters concerning the Poison Hall, and Elder Su, seemingly convinced that he was a real poison master, didn't hide anything from him at all. Half a day later, Zhang Xian finally gained a deep insight into the Hongyuan Empire Poison Hall. While it was located within the territory of Hongyuan Empire, it was in truth the largest and most formidable poison hall in Qingyuan Conferred Empire. This was also the reason why there were multiple 7-star poison masters holding the fort there. The poison hall was also a really dangerous place for the average cultivator. Not only were there poison masters and poisonous herbs, there were even poisonous worms, poisonous plants, and even the drinking water itself was poisoned. Had it been anyone else, Elder Su would have surely made sure to warn them sternly beforehand. However, the man before him was no average cultivator. He was an existence who could munch on grade 6 pinnacle poisons as if they were mere snacks. In any case, he was certain that the other party couldn't possibly be poisoned to death, so there was nothing to warn him about. All right, we are arriving at the Poison Hall. After flying for 2 days straight, Elder Su abruptly stood up and pointed forward. Turning his gaze over as well, Zhang Xian saw the boundless blue ocean with a brilliant sun hanging at the horizon. In the next moment, the Saint Beast twisted its body slightly, and the sight before him cleared up. A massive island abruptly came into sight. To Zhang Xian's astonishment, the island was actually concealed by a massive hidden formation. Had it not been for Elder Su leading him here, it was very likely that he might have never found the Poison Hall. Chapter 995. Hongyuan Empire Poison Hall. The island had a diameter of around 100 kilometers. From afar, Zhang Xian could see that it was filled with all kinds of towering plants, granting it a lush appearance. Surrounded by a massive formation, the spiritual energy within was particularly concentrated, and from time to time, one could see formidable saint beasts dancing in the air above. To be able to conceal an island with a diameter of 100 kilometers, The man who set up the formation must be at least a 7-star formation master. Zhang Xian noted in astonishment. He was currently a 6-star pinnacle formation master, but even so, a formation of such scale was still far beyond his means. Just how powerful must the senior who had built the Poison Hall here be? The founder of the Hongyuan Empire Poison Hall wasn't only a 7-star poison master, he was a 7-star pinnacle formation master as well. Even so, he had still spent an entire 50 years to construct this massive hidden formation. Noticing Zhang Xian's shock, Elder Su explained with a smile. 50 years. Zhang Xian's lips twitched in astonishment. Not even a single year had passed since his transcension until now. To spend an entire 50 years just to construct a formation, this was something that Zhang Xian would never do. That's right. This formation taps on the volcano beneath it as its energy source, concealing the entire island amidst the vast sea. If one couldn't locate the proper entrance, all one would see was just yet another plot of empty sea while flying over it. Elder Su said proudly. Over the years, many 7-star master teachers and formation masters had flew across this land, but none of them had noticed the Poison Hall here. It is due to this that the Poison Hall was able to retain its complete heritage even after 10,000 years, never having suffered an attack before. Incredible! Zhang Xian nodded. Activating his Eye of Insight, he assessed the formation before him. He had to admit that the design of the formation was indeed exquisite. The hidden formation was constructed through making use of the unique geographical advantage of the island, making it perfectly harmonized with its surroundings. Even via his Eye of Insight, he could barely make out the existence of the formation. It would be hard for him to decipher the formation within a short period of time. If he really wanted to break the formation, it would take him around 10 minutes. A formation that would take him so long to decipher could already be considered to be extremely powerful. Let's head down. Noticing the stunned look in Zhang Xian's eyes, Elder Su chuckled as he drove the aerial Saint Beast down upon the island. Around 10 minutes later, they landed on a massive elevated platform. Elder Su. A few youngsters rushed up to welcome the returning Elder Su. However, when they saw that it was a middle-aged man whom they had never seen before instead of Elder Shui who walked out of the wooden hut, they were bewildered for a moment. Poison Master Sun here is my savior. Prepare an accommodation for him. Elder Su instructed. I will be seeking an audience with the Hall Master now. Yes. Hearing that the other party was Elder Su's savior, a gleam of admiration surfaced in the eyes of the youngsters as they nodded hurriedly. Poison Master Sun, they will lead you to your accommodation to rest. I need to meet the Hall Master first to report the happenings earlier at Jinyuan City to him. After which, Elder Su took 2 steps forward before halting once more. Without turning his head around, he sent a telepathic message to Zhang Xian. The members of the Poison Hall could have a rather bad temper. However, they do admire the strong. So there is no need for you to hold back should anyone attempt to provoke you. Got it. Zhang Xian nodded. Considering that one of the elders of the Poison Hall was killed, this matter should indeed be reported to the Hall Master as soon as possible. And it went without saying that he had no intentions to be a Samaritan should anyone try to step over his head too. I will report your matter to the Hall Master as well and apply a slot in the Poison Master examination for you, Elder Su added before hurriedly heading off. A moment later, he had already disappeared in the distance. Poison Master Sun, this way please. Seeing that Elder Su had left, the youngsters stepped forward and gestured to Zhang Xian. Without wasting a word, Zhang Xian followed behind them. Shortly after leaving the elevated platform, a massive town unfolded before his eyes. Innumerable buildings of differing heights could be seen here and there. However, the architecture was rather ancient, seemingly having thousands of years to them. A bustling crowd moved to and fro the streets, doing everything that one could think of. In a sense, it was truly no different from a huge city. Walking amongst the crowd, Zhang Xian could occasionally see a light mist drifting out from the cracks in the windows and doors of several houses. It had a pleasant smell to it, but it seemed to fill one with lethargy, inducing one to a deep sleep. There was no doubt about it. The mist definitely contained poison. That wasn't the only peculiarity that Zhang Xian noticed. From time to time, He would see poisonous bugs and snakes with bright, glistening colors glaring at the passers-by with a menacing gaze, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. The faint-hearted would probably be frightened unconscious on the spot upon seeing this sight. "Don't worry, these poisonous snakes don't bite easily." As if noting the apprehension on Zhang Xian's face, one of the young men explained with a smile. At that moment, however, a scream of agony suddenly sounded in front. A middle-aged man was running forward frenziedly, and taking a closer look, there was a poisonous snake hanging off his bottom. Its sharp fangs were sunk deep into the middle-aged man's flesh, refusing to let go no matter how forcefully the other party struggled. "Screw this shit. Whose snake is this? If no one dares to own up, I will skin this bastard alive today." Soon after, another bellow sounded from the crowd. "Try to eat my snake, and I will have you poisoned to death right here, right now." A figure flitted out from the crowd and began crossing hands with the middle-aged man who was bitten by the snake. This. It's just a coincidence. These poisonous snakes and bugs are usually rather friendly." Meeting with this sight, right after saying that the poisonous snakes wouldn't bite, the young man scratched his head in embarrassment. He hurriedly tried to reassure the guest who he was escorting. "Even though these bugs might attack one another from time to time, there is no need to worry. We, Poison Masters, are a harmonious community. We respect one another and promote neighborliness, so rarely will there be any fights breaking out." Zhang Xian nodded. However, before they could take another step forward, an even louder scream sounded. "Which screwed-up bugger poisoned my pillow? You better pray that I don't find out who you are, because you can be heck sure that I will skin you alive when I do." Right afterward, a young lady with a round face darted out from one of the doors. The young lady had a beautiful figure, but her face was swollen as though a watermelon. There were even quite a few parts which had pus flowing out. Her appearance was truly as hideous as a zombie who had climbed out from its grave. "Which idiot spiked my porridge? To dare to plant a poisonous bug in my shoes? You must be tired of living. Stuffing medicine in my nostrils? You must be asking me to chop off your hands." Such voices sounded relentlessly in the surroundings, following which, one by one, victims whose appearances were disfigured in all kinds of ways rushed out from their rooms. The face of the young man who had just said that the Poison Masters promoted neighborliness reddened in awkwardness. "Cough, cough. They are just jesting with one another, so you don't have to worry about that. They are just testing out the poisons that they have just concocted, so you can think of it more like a prank. It's really harmless, actually." "Harmless? Then that is—" With a perplexed look, Zhang Xian pointed in a certain direction. There, two poison masters who were fighting intensely with one another, seemingly unwilling to rest until one side had fallen dead. The young man. After walking through the streets for a moment longer, Zhang Xian gained an understanding of the prevalent culture in the Poison Hall. Unlike the Master-Teacher Pavilion, the Poison Hall didn't have many rules. Whenever a poison master succeeded in formulating a new poison, they would usually try it on those around them. Appearances were something that commonly changed within this city. A person could look this way yesterday but assume a vastly different appearance tomorrow. In fact, there had even been cases where one's gender had changed due to the side effect of some poison. In other words, your neighbor could very well be an elderly man today, a middle-aged man tomorrow, a ravishing young lady the day after tomorrow, and perhaps even a monstrous behemoth the day after tomorrow. But of course, if you were to ask the other party's name, you would find out that they were all the same person all along. It was just due to the consumption of bizarre poisons that resulted in the continuous warping of his form. It's fortunate that they are all on this island. If the Poison Masters were to do the same in Hongyuan City, it will only be a matter of time before they are pummeled to death. Zhang Xian shook his head. It was probably only on this land could they do something as ridiculous as this. Hongyuan City had a Master-Teacher Pavilion and Master-Teacher Academy to uphold order, and willfully poisoning another in such a manner was against the rules. Should one be caught doing so, even 10 lives wouldn't be sufficient to amend for one sin. How could Elder Su bring himself to say with a straight face that the Poison Masters were an amiable bunch when such was the chaos here? To live in fear, not knowing who would poison one or who one would turn into the next day. This sure wasn't his definition of amiable. All right, Poison Master Sunday. This is your accommodation. After walking a while further and seeing bizarre acts of all kinds, the young man finally came to a halt. Taking a look at his accommodation, it was decently clean residence. While the building looked a little old, the surroundings were rather tranquil and peaceful. All right, knowing that he wouldn't stay here for too long, there was no need for him to get picky about it. Just as Zhang Xian was about to push open the door to enter, a few young men suddenly walked over. Li Yuan, this person looks very unfamiliar. I don't think I have seen him around before. He is a guest whom Elder Su just brought in from outside. Li Yuan, the young man who had brought Zhang Xian over, replied. Elder Su brought him here? Could it be that he intends to take that person as his disciple? To be able to move that obstinate old fogey's heart, his talent must be spectacular. Let me see how capable he is. The other young man chuckled. He snapped his fingers, and a surge of smoke suddenly gushed in Zhang Xian's direction. Lu Su, don't mess around. Poison Master Sun isn't Elder Su's disciple, Li Yuan explained. However, before he could finish his words, the smoke had already reached Zhang Xian, giving him no time to stop the latter at all. Just as he was about to exclaim for the middle-aged man before him to be careful, he suddenly noticed a hint of a smile from the corners of the latter's cheek. The next moment, his silhouette vanished like a phantom and materialized right before Lu Su. Pong! The crisp sound of bones shattering echoed resoundingly in the air. Before Lu Su could even cry in agony, he was already sent flying before eventually ending up being hung on the branch of a nearby tree, passed out. Everyone was dumbstruck. As fellow poison masters, if an individual were to be attacked by poison, he should retaliate in the same manner. Yet, this fellow actually sent the other party flying with a single punch. How violent! You, as a poison master, how can you resolve matters with violence? Just how crass can you get? A young man behind Lu Su stepped forward and waved his hands righteously. I shall challenge you to a poison duel right now. Do you dare to Aki? But before he could finish his words, a foot was already planted in his face. Pong! Just like Lu Su, before the young man could utter a word, he was sent flying and eventually ended up being hung on a nearby tree branch as well. The faces of the remaining young men warped in fury. Their companion had already challenged the other party to a poison duel, but the other party still continued to attack them with brute force. Let's make a move together, one of the young men exclaimed. Pong 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 pong. A few breaths later, the energetic young men from a moment ago were lying unconscious on the tree not too far away. Li Yuan and the others who had escorted Zhang Xian over were flabbergasted. Chapter 996 Sneaking in 1. How could there be a person as violent as him? One's ability to utilize poison had always been used to determine one's standing in the poison hall. So naturally, the duels conducted were usually centered around the utilization of poison as well. Yet, the fellow before them actually sent them flying with his fists and kicks without any hesitation. How could there be a person as violent as him? Poison Master Sun, you are really too reckless. Upon recovering from his daze, Li Yuan suddenly recalled a matter, and his complexion darkened. They are the subordinates of Senior Duanrun, so if you were to injure them, the latter will surely be displeased. Indeed, Senior Duan has always been biased towards those whom he was close with, and he has an explosive temper as well. Those who have offended him never ended well. Another young man added with an awful look on his face. Had Poison Master Sun held himself back, the most that could have happened was for him to be poisoned for a brief moment, and the matter could have passed just like that. Yet, Poison Master Sun actually beat the other party up to such a state. Senior Duan was bound to be displeased. If Senior Duan were to exact vengeance for his brothers, who could possibly stop him? Senior Duan? Seeing how frightened the young men were, Zhang Xian couldn't help but ask curiously. Senior Duanren is Vice Hall Master Ming Zhan's direct disciple, and he is a 6-star poison master possessing the cultivation of Saint One Dan Advanced Stage. He is considered the strongest poison master in his generation, and all of us have to address him respectfully as our senior. Lu Su, whom you have just beat up, is his most loyal subordinate. Li Yuan hurriedly explained. The hall master and the elders were the most senior generation in the poison hall at the moment, and their disciples and students were all considered to be in the second generation. But despite being in the same generation, Duan Ren was leading far in front of the others, to a point where the others could only look on in admiration. A Saint One Dan advanced stage, 6-star poison master? Is he going to take it out on me just because of a subordinate? Seeing how frightened the others were, Zhang Xian shook his head. No matter how unreasonable the other party may be, surely he had to at least give some respect to Elder Su. Elder Su was amongst the most senior generation in the poison hall, and he was Elder Su's savior. Duan Ren might be arrogant, but as a junior, surely he wouldn't risk getting on Elder Su's bad side just over a mere subordinate? Poison Master's son, I am really not exaggerating the matter. There was one incident in the past where Lu Su had acted disrespectfully to Senior Wu Haiyuan, so Senior Wu Haiyuan taught him a lesson. Upon learning of the matter, Senior Duan flew into a rage and poisoned him mute. Even to this day, Senior Wu Haiyuan is still unable to utter a single word. With a tearful face, Li Yuan hurriedly explained. Senior Wu Haiyuan is a 6-star poison master, and his cultivation has reached a staggering Saint One Dan. There's such a matter? Zhang Xian was bewildered. With a doubtful look, he asked, to offend a fellow 6-star poison master over a mere subordinate, isn't that very reckless of him? It was no wonder why Zhang Xian found it hard to believe this matter. He had taken a look at Lu Su earlier, and the latter was only a transcendent mortal 8-dan ethereal treading realm cultivator. Most likely, he was only a 5-star poison master as well. There were plenty of those who could rival him easily in the poison hall, so it shouldn't be too difficult to find another person to replace Lu Su as his subordinate. To offend a fellow 6-star poison master over this fellow, wasn't Senior Duan needlessly bringing himself enemies for no good reason? Hearing those words, Li Yuan hesitated for a moment, and eventually, gritting his teeth tightly, he said, as a newcomer, it is not surprising that you are unaware of it, but Lu Su isn't just Senior Duan's subordinate. He is also Senior Duan, Gigolo. Gigolo? Zhang Xian was perplexed. Senior Duan is a lady? Gigolo referred to men who were financially supported by a woman to become her escort. Could it be that the Duan Ren person they had been talking about all along was a lady? The other party had been addressing Duan Ren with Hia all along, so he had assumed that Duan Ren was a male. Perhaps he might have just misheard him. Nevertheless, considering how ugly Lu Su was, just how bad could that Duan Ren's eyesight be? Senior Duan Ren is a male, Li Yuan said with an incredibly awkward expression on his face. Due to consuming too much poison, his sexual orientation has changed as well. Cough, cough. Zhang Xian choked on his saliva. He could have never thought that Duan Ren was a homosexual. However, thinking about it once more, it wasn't really too surprising. Poison masters spent their days alongside poison, and to concoct potent poisons, they might sometimes opt to try the poisons out of themselves. Putting aside changing one's sexual orientation, it wouldn't be impossible for one to fall in love with spirit beasts, saint beasts, trees, or even rocks and plants. Also, there were poisons which could induce hallucinations. Even though Lu Su looked incredibly ugly to him, there was no saying that the other party might be a huge beauty in Senior Duan's eyes. That's right. Such situations aren't too uncommon here. Senior Duan will surely fly into a rage if he were to learn that you have beat his gigolo up. If he were to come and get even with you, that will be a huge disaster, Li Yuan said worriedly. There was no one in the poison hall who was unaware of how fearsome Senior Duan was. This was precisely the reason why no one dared to offend him. Yet, this fellow actually beat Lu Su up to such a state without any warning. There was no way to resolve the conflict peacefully anymore. Even though Elder Su could be considered to be a senior to Senior Duan, he was also only a 6-star poison master, so there wasn't too huge of a gap between their standings. Furthermore, the latter could very well become an elder if he could advance his capability a step further, thus putting the both of them on equal standings. If he wishes to come for me, so be it. Stretching his back lazily, Zhang Xian replied leisurely. What's Senior Duan or something? he couldn't care less about it. If the other party intended to cause him trouble, he didn't mind releasing the Violet Leaf King and stirring up a huge mess within the Poison Hall. In any case, he had already found the Poison Hall, and the Compendium Hall was located just a short walk away. There was no need for him to pretend to be a Samaritan to a bunch of fellows who only thought about poisoning others every single day. But, seeing how laid-back Zhang Xian was, Li Yuan and the others glanced at one another and smiled bitterly. They were at a complete loss as to what to do. At that moment, a young man with an incredibly awful look on his face walked over with widened strides. Upon seeing the young man, the faces of Li Yuan and the others immediately warped in fear. Senior Duan, speak of the devil. The accommodation prepared for Zhang Xian might be peaceful, but there were still quite a handful of men in the vicinity when Poison Master Sun sent Lu Su flying with a punch. News spread swiftly, and it didn't take long for Senior Duan Ran to learn of it and rush over. Doomed. It was already too late to escape at this point. Who? Swiftly walking forward, Senior Duan Ran leaped up and carried Lu Su down from the tree branch. He carefully fed the latter some pills with a frighteningly chilling look on his face. Senior Duan, I challenged that fellow to a poison duel, but he assaulted me instead. I beg of you to redress my grievance. Upon coming to, Lu Su raised his finger and pointed it at Zhang Xian with gritted teeth. Don't worry. With narrowed eyes, Duan Run stood up and glared at Zhang Xian coldly, the killing intent in his eyes flaring furiously. I will make him pay the price. Senior Duan, Poison Master Sun over here is Elder Su's savior. Seeing that the situation was heading down a very dangerous path, Li Yuan clenched his jaws in determination before hurrying forward to explain. Elder Su had entrusted the other party to them, so they had to take care of him well. If the other party were to be poisoned to death right after arriving at the accommodation, they would have to take responsibility for his mishap as well. Scram! Duan Run roared furiously. Dang 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 dang. A powerful shock wave surged forth from Duan Ren. Li Yuan's face paled, and he was knocked back 8 steps before spurting a mouthful of blood. Possessing only the cultivation of ethereal treading realm, he was completely no match for a Saint Realm expert like the other party. I don't care how you are related to Elder Su or anyone else. Anyone who dares to hurt my man has to pay the price. Duan Run stomped forward and glared at Zhang Xian with wintry eyes. I will give you 2 choices now. You can either kneel down and apologize to Lu Su right now, and allow him to do whatever he wants to do to you, or I will make a move personally and show you what a living hell looks like. There was no one who didn't know that Lu Su was his gigolo, and yet, this fellow still dared to lay his hands on his man. This was a blatant disregard for him. If he didn't teach the other party a lesson, how was he going to establish his authority within the Poison Hall? Interesting. What if I choose neither of them? Zhang Xian said with a wry smile. It was no wonder why Elder Su said that the Poison Hall wasn't peaceful and told him to be careful. From the looks of it now, that was indeed the case. There were simply far too many fools who overestimated themselves here. He was planning to keep a low profile here, but looking at the other party's punch-seeking face, it seemed like he would be letting himself down if he didn't give it a good one. Choose neither of them? You are seeking death. With a fearsome roar, Duan Ren leaped forward, and with swiftness reminiscent of a streak of lightning, he appeared before Zhang Xian at the very next instant. Clenching his fingers into claws, Duan Ren swiped at the middle-aged man before him. A powerful surge of zhenqi burst from his fingertips. At the same time, a unique powder cloaked the air before him. This powder was a lethal poison which he had spent great effort developing and concocting. Even a Saint One Dan Pinnacle expert would succumb just by coming into contact with a tinge of it. Facing the other party's surge of zhenqi and poison powder, Zhang Xian shook his head with a pitying look in his eyes. Who? He raised his palm and sent a direct slap towards the other party, not even bothering to utilize any battle technique at all. Facing Zhang Xian's attack, Duan Ren sneered in disdain. However, in the next moment, his eyes abruptly narrowed in astonishment, and he hurriedly gathered the full strength in his body into his hands to block the seemingly simple slap. However, he was too late. Just like Lu Su, before he could even let out a scream of agony, He fell atop one of the tree branches and fainted. Zhang Xian's current cultivation might only be nascent Saint Pinnacle, but not even the Saint Tu Dan Liao Song was a match for him. For this Duan Ring guy, a mere Saint One Dan advanced stage, to challenge him, the other party was truly seeking death. It would take nothing more than a mere snap of fingers for HM to destroy the other party. The faces of Li Yuan and the others paled, and their bodies began shivering. This was way too frightening. They were well aware of Senior Duan Rin's strength, having witnessed it themselves. Paired with his poison, not even a Saint Tu Dan primary stage cultivator would dare to fight him face-on. Yet, this poison master son actually knocked Senior Duan Rin out with a single slap. Just how powerful could he be? All right, I will be heading in to rest now. Couldn't be bothered to explain the matter to the others. Zhang Xian waved his hand before shooting a glance at Li Yuan. If anyone still wants to provoke me, make sure to report it to me beforehand. Leaving those words behind, he stepped into the residence. Yes. With twitching lips, Li Yuan and the others quickly nodded. After entering the residence, Zhang Xian closed the door and swiftly located the area where spiritual energy seemed to converge towards before taking a seat. Since I am already at the Poison Hall, I should quickly finish reading the books and find a way to save Wei Ruyan. This matter mustn't be stalled for any longer. Even though he had stabilized Wei Ruyan's condition for the time being, every second wasted meant an additional second of danger for her. Since it was the Poison Hall that he was in, there was no need for him to bother about the rules of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. The important matter at hand was to swiftly finish reading those books and analyze a plausible solution to treating Wei Ruyan. With a thought, Zhang Xian's soul slipped out from his body. He wouldn't be allowed to access the books in the Compendium Hall until he took the Poison Master examination, so there was no way he could march there in his body openly. In any case, it was equally efficient for him to read in his soul form as well, so there was no need to delay this matter any further. With a slight movement, Zhang Xian flew into the air. It was still the day, but as a practitioner of the Heaven's Path soul art, he was unaffected by the yang energy of the sun rays. On top of that, after sharing soul essence with Wei Ruyan's soul, his soul had gained a certain immunity to poison. As such, the myriad of poisonous gases lingering around the island was completely ineffective towards him. After flying up to a decent altitude, Zhang Xian lowered his gaze to get a bird's eye view of the entire city. Elder Su said that the Compendium Hall is one of the 3 great halls of the Poison Hall. Naturally, it should be the highest and grandest building here. Sweeping his surroundings with the eye of insight, Zhang Xian soon caught sight of 3 particularly towering halls in the area. Chapter 997 Sneaking in 2, the 3 halls were around 70 meters tall each, and they towered above the other buildings in the area, making them particularly conspicuous. Poison Experimentation Hall, Sparring Hall, and Compendium Hall. The first 2 are areas where poisons are frequently utilized, so no matter how they're cleaned, there are bound to be traces left behind. As for the Compendium Hall, considering that it is a location where books are stored, the usage of poisons should be restricted there. The Poison Experimentation Hall was a ground for poison masters to practice the concoction of poison. It was inevitable that there would be lingering traces of poison even if one were to attempt to neutralize it with the corresponding antidotes. The same applied for the Sparring Hall as well. As poison masters clashed with one another, it was inevitable that poison would be spilled in the surroundings, leaving behind many unerasable scars on the building. Using this as a gauge, it shouldn't be too difficult to determine which was the Compendium Pavilion. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian began to examine the 3 great halls carefully. Under the sharp glint of his eye of insight, the interiors of the 3 halls appeared clearly before his eyes. Indeed, 2 of the halls felt incredibly turbid, as if they were plagued with poison. That should be the Compendium Hall then. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he immediately began heading to the cleanest hall of the 3. The building was even taller than the other 2, and the old scent of books seemed to linger around the building. There was a particularly powerful formation set up around it, making it difficult for anyone to enter without the possession of an artifact to bypass it. Upon seeing the formation, Zhang Xian chuckled softly. His current proficiency of formations was already on par with 7-star formation masters, and he possessed the Eye of Insight on top of that. Finding a flaw in the formation around the Compendium Hall to slip through it was an extremely easy task for him. With sharp eyes, Zhang Xian examined the formation, and a moment later, he found a small gap in the formation. He swiftly slipped through it. While a soul was formless and intangible, making it impossible to perceive it with one's eyes or touch, it could disrupt the flow of spiritual energy in the air, thus betraying its presence. The interior of the formation happened to be rich in spiritual energy, which meant that Zhang Xian would still have to proceed carefully within the formation. Advancing forward through exploiting the flaws of the formation, it didn't take long for Zhang Xian to arrive right before the entrance of the Compendium Hall. There were 2 Saint Wundan poison masters keeping guard. Zhang Xian quickly calculated an ideal route to take before sneaking past the both of them discreetly and slipping into the Compendium Hall through the gaps in the door. The first floor of the Compendium Hall was filled with many bookshelves with innumerable books shelved on top of them. Taking a swift glance, they were all regarding poison. Deciphering the Way of Poison, Qing Yuanzi's 36 Art of Poison, Neutralizing Poison Walkthrough, Fundamental Theories to Poison Cultivation. All kinds of books relating to poison could be seen placed all around the area, creating an amazing collection. These were the blood and sweat of innumerable poison masters ever since the establishment of this Poison Hall branch 10,000 years ago. They were intermixed with both the correct and wrong interpretation of poison. To others, they would dare not read all of them recklessly for fear that they might end up confusing themselves. However, such a problem didn't exist for Zhang Xian. Sweeping his gaze across the room, Zhang Xian swiftly found himself a comfortable position. All right, time to begin. With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian began sweeping through rows of books with his sharp eyes. Walala! Book after book was collected into the Library of Heaven's Path. Through compiling them together, a flawless Heaven's Path poison art was gradually being formed. 2 hours later, all of the books on the first level had been swiped clean. This is the 1-star Heaven's Path poison art. Zhang Xian took a glance at the compiled book in the Library of Heaven's Path before withdrawing his consciousness out and headed towards the 2nd floor. The layout of the Compendium Hall was similar to the libraries in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Each floor corresponded to a star each, and if one's rank hadn't reached the required level, one would be forbidden from accessing the floor. While Zhang Xian had already compiled the 1-star and 2-star Heaven's Path poison art back at the Red Lotus Mountain Ridge Poison Hall, the collection of books here was clearly much greater and more varied. Since he was already at the Poison Hall, it would be best to collect all of them. He wasn't in a rush for time anyway. Besides, there was no saying that the method to saving Wei Ruyan would be contained in these seemingly unimportant books. As such, he dared not to get careless. Soon, he finished taking in everything in the 2nd floor, after which he moved on to the 3rd floor. While Zhang Xian's soul slipped into the Compendium Library to browse through its books, a huge ruckus had broken out in the residence where his physical body was seated. Staring at the tree where Senior Duan hung, many poison masters trembled in fear. They had thought that the newly arrived guest would end up being silently oppressed, but who could have thought that he was actually a rampaging dragon that devastated any who dared to provoke it? With just a single move, he had knocked out the strongest Senior Duan Ren amongst them. Hurry up and report this to Vice Hall Master Ming. Someone amongst the crowd shouted. All right. A poison master replied before heading anxiously in a certain direction. Vice Hall Master Ming Zhen was a 7-star poison master, as well as Senior Duan Ren's teacher. The reason why Senior Duan Ren was able to get away with acting so arrogantly in the Poison Hall was due to his backing. For Senior Duan Ren to be pummeled by a newly arrived fellow, without a doubt, Vice Hall Master Ming Zhan would surely fly into a terrible rage. Rushing over, it didn't take long for the Poison Master to arrive at Vice Hall Master Ming Zhan's residence. He tried to enter it, but someone blocked him at the entrance. Vice Hall Master Ming is currently in a conference with the other elders. If you have something important to report, tell me and I will relay it to him instead. The guard spoke nonchalantly. Vice Hall Master Ming is in a conference? Frowning, The poison master hesitated for a moment before he eventually made up his mind and reported, "Someone has pummeled and knocked out Senior Duanran. Someone has pummeled and knocked out Senior Duanran." The guard was taken aback by the abrupt news. Yes, the assailant goes by the name of Sunchong, and he is a guest whom Elder Su has brought in. The poison master revealed everything he knew, not daring to hide anything. "All right, I got it. I will report it to Vice Hall Master Ming right now." The guard knew that Senior Duanren was a disciple which Hall Master Ming Jin valued greatly and had high expectations of. In fact, the latter had been considering the matter of promoting Senior Duanren to become an elder of the Poison Hall as well, and it was likely that the motion would be proposed in the near future. Not daring to hesitate in the least, the guard hurriedly rushed in. A moment later, he returned and beckoned the Poison Master in. "Vice Hall Master Ming Jun invites you in." Nodding, the Poison Master headed in. Not too long later, he arrived at the main hall. Upon seeing the impressive lineup within, he couldn't help but cower in fear. Within the room wasn't just Vice Hall Master Ming Jun, but the other two Vice Hall Masters too, as well as all of the 6-star pinnacle elders of the Poison Hall, with the exception of Elder Su and Elder Shui. What happened? Upon seeing the Poison Master enter the room, Vice Hall Master Ming Jun turned his authoritative gaze upon him and asked. Vice Hall Master Ming Jun was a white-bearded old man who looked like he was in his 60s. His black robe, paired with his sharp and chilling face, granted him a powerful presence which induced others to cower before him. "The matter is like this." The Poison Master swiftly explained everything that he had seen earlier. "You are saying that the guest whom Su Yu brought in has willfully injured Duanren?" Vice Hall Master Ming Jun's eyes narrowed in suppressed fury. "Yes." The Poison Master nodded fearfully. "Very well. I have no idea where that lad came from, but how dare he cause trouble in the Poison Hall?" With a chilling glint in his eyes, Vice Hall Master Ming Jin laughed coldly. "Bring me over. I want to meet the audacious man who dared to make a move against my student." Yes. Not daring to hesitate, the Poison Master hurriedly led the way. "Vice Hall Master Ming, since we are free at the moment, why don't we accompany you there as well?" Indeed, normally, guests at our Poison Hall would be so nervous as to dare not utter a single word at all. Yet, this fellow actually dared to make a move on our men. I sure would like to meet this amazing figure too. The remaining two Vice Hall Masters stood up simultaneously as well. "We are also interested in meeting the person whom Su Yu has brought back from his trip. How can I miss a matter as interesting as this?" The remaining 20 elders smiled with an interested gleam in their eyes. After spending so many years on this island, rarely were there any matters that could interest the Poison Masters. Thus, upon hearing that an arrogant guest had visited their Poison Hall, they were eager to catch the drama that would unfold very soon. "Fine by me." Seeing that the two Vice Hall Masters and the other elders wanted to tag along as well, Vice Hall Master Ming waved his hand casually before following the Poison Master, heading for Zhang Xian's residence. It didn't take him long to arrive at his destination. There, he saw his student and a few subordinates being hung pitifully atop a tree. Seemingly having suffered a heavy blow, his student had quite a few bones shattered, and his injuries were extremely severe. "Damn it!" With a livid face, Vice Hall Master Ming Jun clenched his fists tightly together. The other party clearly knew that Duanren was his student, and yet, the other party still chose to deal Duanren such a vicious strike. This was a huge insult towards him as well. "Open the doors." Vice Hall Master Ming Jun beckoned for one of the elders to take care of Duanren before heading over to the residence door and harumphing coldly. The Vice Hall Master Ming. Poison Master Sun said that, upon seeing the sudden arrival of so many Vice Hall Masters and elders, Li Yuan and the others were scared speechless. With quivering lips, Li Yuan tried to explain the matter to them. "Do my words mean nothing to you?" Vice Hall Master Ming's eyebrows shot up as he bellowed furiously. "No, of course not." Knowing that it would be unwise to challenge the authority of a Vice Hall Master, Li Yuan could only obediently open the doors for him. He was intending to head in to inform Poison Master Sun Chang of the matter in advance, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like he wouldn't get an opportunity to do so. "With a cold gaze, Vice Hall Master Min stepped into the residence, and the two Vice Hall Masters and the other elders hurriedly followed him. They were interested to meet the person who dared to beat Duan Rian into the pitiful state he was in. After entering the residence, they soon saw a figure seated in the area which boasted the highest concentration of spiritual energy in the residence. His eyes were tightly shut, seemingly in the midst of his cultivation. "You are Sun Chong?" Seeing how the other party was still in the mood to cultivate despite their arrival, Vice Hall Master Ming's turned so dark that it seemed like ink would seep out from it. After saying those words, he waited for a while, but the fellow in front him still refused to open his eyes, as if they were non-existent. "Audacious! Do you know who I am?" Not expecting that a Vice Hall Master like him would be snubbed so blatantly, Vice Hall Master Mingjin felt so furious that he could explode. No matter what, he was an esteemed 7-star poison master. It was one thing for the other party to not rise to his feet to welcome him, but to be unwilling to even open his eyes. The other party was inconceivably arrogant. With so many people entering his residence and all the shouting that had gone on, he didn't believe that the other party would be oblivious to his presence. If this was the level of awareness he had, he would have long died in this world. There was no way he could have survived this long. Who? Despite bellowing furiously, there was still no response from the other party. It was as if the person in front of him couldn't hear him at all. "You." Raging with fury, Vice Hall Master Ming's face flushed crimson. He had seen plenty of arrogant individuals in his life, but he had never met one who dared to put on airs like that. 3 Vice Hall Masters and 20 elders. That was a lineup that consisted of nearly the entire top echelon of the Poison Hall. Yet, despite calling repeatedly, the other party continued to sit nonchalantly on the floor, not bothering to respond at all. "Audacious! Do you think that you can do as you please just because you have Suyu's backing? Very well. I would like to see how Suyu can help you out of this situation today." Unable to tolerate this blatant disrespect any longer, Vice School Head Ming roared furiously as his Zhenqi burst forth from him, ready to make a move. "Ha ha ha, Vice Hall Master Ming. How can you dirty your own hands teaching a person of this caliber a lesson? Allow me." At this moment, a chuckle sounded in the room, and an elder stepped forward. Chapter 998 The Invincible Zhang Xian 1. Elder Huang? Upon seeing who the one speaking was, Vice Hall Master Ming hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. It was indeed beneath his standing as a 7-star poison master, an esteemed Vice Hall Master, to make a move against the guest of an elder. It would cast him under the suspicion of oppressing his juniors. As such, it would be best if Elder Huang was willing to make the move for him. Elder Huang's strength was not beneath Su Yu's, reaching Saint One Dan pinnacle as well. At the same time, his comprehension of poison had also reached 6-star pinnacle. With such strength, it should be more than sufficient for him to teach this fellow a lesson. Upon receiving Vice Hall Master Ming's permission, Elder Huang stepped forward and glared at Sun Chong with narrowed eyes. "Your name is Sun Chong, isn't it? To keep your eyes shut even in all of our presence, you are truly presumptuous. However, it is presumptuous individuals like you who tend to have early deaths. I will give you 3 seconds to kneel down and apologize to Vice Hall Master Ming, and I can consider sparing your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting nasty." 3 breaths later, the other party's eyes were still tightly shut, as if he was dead. "I have already given you a chance, but you are the one who refused to grasp it. Very well, let's see whether you possess strength comparable to the arrogance you are putting up." With the other party ignoring him entirely, he seemed as if a clown speaking to himself in a mirror. Enraged, he raised his palm and struck it towards Zhang Xian. Boom! An overwhelming surge of zhenqi burst forth from his fingers, and innumerable poison bits immediately shrouded the middle-aged man before him as if falling flower petals. Tzzzzzzzzzz. Before the poison bits could even come into contact with the middle-aged man, the flowers and plants in the courtyard had already begun to wither, turning as black as charcoal. "That is a smile of liberation powder?" An elder exclaimed in astonishment. A smile of liberation powder was a poison specially concocted by Elder Huang. Just by a whiff, Even a Saint One Dan pinnacle expert would die within a smile. Due to the frightening potency of the poison, it was deeply feared even amongst the upper echelons of the poison hall. Not bad. Seeing that someone recognized the poison, Elder Huang nodded in glee. These poison bits were indeed his greatest masterpiece. Since the other party didn't know his place, he would just have to ingrain it deeply into him. Walala. In just a few moments, the poison powder fell upon Sun Chang's body, creating a layer of white flakes reminiscent of snow. A smile of liberation powder can seep into one's body through the skin, so it is futile to hold one's breath. With so much of it on him, that fellow is a goner. Not even the deities will be able to save him at this point. Upon seeing the sight, one of the elders shook his head and remarked, "Putting aside breathing in such a potent poison, even just a single flake falling on one could easily lead to fatality." Considering that Elder Huang had thrown so much of it at once and even infused it with his zhenqi, the poison should have already seeped into the middle-aged man's skin. At this point, it was already too late to save the other party. Wait a moment, something is wrong. Look. Just as the crowd was lamenting over the imminent tragic death of the middle-aged man before them, another elder suddenly pointed forward and exclaimed, "Why does it seem like nothing is happening to that fellow at all?" Hearing that question, everyone quickly turned their sights over. The person, who was seated cross-legged before them, was still in the same position as before, not moving in the least. His eyes were tightly shut, as if he was asleep. It was as if the smile of liberation poison powder cast by Elder Huang was completely ineffective against the person before his eyes. Typically speaking, right after being poisoned by a smile of liberation, a person's body will start to convulse, his lips will uncontrollably curl upwards. Yet, this fellow is still showing the same nonchalant expression as before, as if his face has stiffened up. Elder Huang, could it be that your poison has lost its effectiveness? Another elder couldn't help but ask. This? Hearing those words, Elder Huang hurriedly took a closer look at the other party. Even though the other party was completely motionless, as a 6-star pinnacle poison master, he could still easily discern whether the other party was poisoned or not. A radiant complexion paired with smooth and supple skin. Not only did the other party show no signs of being poisoned, it seemed as if the other party had consumed some kind of incredible tonic, nourishing his body further. The heck? Can't you at least squeeze out the slightest hint of being poisoned for me? At the very least, make your face redden a little. Otherwise, how am I to face my fellow peers in the room? It is no wonder why that fellow is so arrogant. He must have consumed the antidote beforehand. The more Elder Huang thought about it, the more furious he felt. Since he doesn't fear poison, let's see if a mere nascent saint like him will be able to fend off my rampaging might. Right after saying those words, he sent a powerful punch right towards Zhang Xian. Elder Huang had no idea what kind of antidote the other party had consumed that actually rendered his a smile of liberation futile, but it was likely that he would only embarrass himself further if he were to continue using poison. Since that was the case, he felt that it would be safer for him to use brute force instead. He had to let the other party learn the price of acting arrogant. Hong Long. The strength of a Saint One Dan pinnacle cultivator rampaged, and in an instant, a huge gust of wind was whipped up within the courtyard. The bluestone pavements on the ground creaked under the immense strain of his might, seemingly ready to shatter into innumerable pieces at any moment. "That fellow still isn't going to open his eyes," an elder exclaimed. Elder Huang was preparing his strongest technique, and the overwhelming zhenqi he exerted was so great that even his breathing had hastened, and yet, the target facing the attack, Sun Chang, still refused to open his eyes. He remained motionless on the spot, not bothering to dodge or retaliate. Wasn't this going a little too far? Pung. The fist which commanded incomparable might fell upon Sun Chang's face. Kacha. The sound of bones breaking echoed clearly within the room, following which, everyone saw Elder Huang leaping backward furiously with his left arm clutching tightly onto his right arm. The unbearable pain in his arm left his face twitching uncontrollably, and tears glistened in his eyes. This? Everyone blinked their eyes in a daze, dumbfounded. Elder Huang had utilized his full strength to strike on the other party's face, and yet, Without even scraping the other party's skin, his arm was broken instead. Was this for real? Was that fellow that thick-skinned? Damn it, I will rip you into pieces. Noticing everyone's bizarre gazes on him, Elder Huang felt so embarrassed that he could die. Roaring furiously, he drew out a sword and charged at the fellow before him. Elder Huang, you mustn't get reckless. Upon seeing Elder Huang's actions, everyone was astonished. If that Suncha fellow were to die under Elder Huang's poison, he could still justify it as having failed to control his poison properly. On the other hand, the drawing of his sword could be interpreted as an attempt to kill in the poison hall. If the deed was really done, there would be no backing out. Sila, blinded by his rage, Elder Huang couldn't hear anyone's voice anymore. He hacked his sharp sword down upon the fellow seated before him furiously, intending to split the fellow before him into two. However, just as the sword was about to land, the other party suddenly raised his palm and struck upwards. Hong long long. The loud rumbling of thunder resounded deafeningly in the courtyard. Elder Huang's sword chi dissipated entirely under the immense momentum of the palm strike, and in the next moment, his head was struck down by a forceful might, sinking deep into his chest. Put-hong. Elder Huang's body fell lifelessly onto the ground, never to move again. What? Elder Huang was killed in a single palm strike? That strike didn't just neutralize Elder Huang's attack, it rebounded Elder Huang's strength back upon him. Is that fellow really just a nascent saint? Looking at the dead Elder Huang, everyone's body stiffened. That was an elder, a Saint One Dan pinnacle expert. He was in existence who boasted equivalent strength to them, and yet, he was actually killed in a single palm strike. Just how powerful could that palm be? He didn't even move the rest of his body at all, and his eyes had never opened at any point in time either. A quivering voice sounded amidst the group. Hearing those words, everyone suddenly recalled the situation back then, and it seemed like Sun Chong had been seated on the floor all along, moving only his palms. And more importantly, his eyes had never opened at any point in time. In other words, the other party hadn't even got serious yet. It was a casual palm strike to the other party, and yet, it was sufficient to claim Elder Huang's life. There is something really uncanny about this fellow. Nevertheless, we can't allow him to get away scot-free for killing Elder Huang. Let's attack him together. Don't let him escape. A person roared. In the next moment, the remaining 19 elders swiftly flitted through the courtyard, surrounding Zhang Xian tightly. The reason why they held themselves back a moment ago was because it would be unseemly for elders like them to make a move on the juniors, and there would be no way they could account for this matter to Elder Su either. However, now that the other party had killed Elder Huang, there were no grounds for reconciliation anymore. Not even Elder Su would be in a position to stop them anymore. Indeed, let's attack him together. I sure do want to see if he is able to withstand my Yama incapacitation powder. Voila! The 19 elders struck simultaneously, and in an instant, the courtyard was suddenly filled with all kinds of poisonous mist. Several poisonous bugs and snakes leaped furiously towards Zhang Xian, eager to sink their teeth into his flesh. With so many lethal poisons compounded together, even a Saint Tu Dan primary stage expert would find himself succumbing to the poison within seconds. Yet, when the mist finally scattered slightly, everyone was shocked to realize that the other party was still completely motionless, as if he couldn't even feel the poison around him. The antidote that fellow took is too potent. Our poisons are completely useless against him. Let's just make a move on him straight. I don't believe that he will be able to withstand the attacks from all 19 of us simultaneously. Someone amidst the group bellowed, and the others nodded in agreement. Despite having utilized all of their strongest poisons simultaneously, that fellow wasn't wounded in the slightest. There wasn't even the slightest hint of an anomaly on his face. This went to show that something was amiss. They had no idea how the other party managed to do it, but it seemed like poison was completely ineffective against him. Since that was the case, they had no choice but to settle it with violence. Boom, boom, boom. Right after hearing that bellow, the 19 elders charged straight for the middle-aged man seated at the middle. Feeling the overwhelming force that had gathered around him, the seated Sun Chong seemed to have finally sensed that his life was in danger. Standing up, his figure flitted as if a streak of lightning, swiftly diving amongst the group. Rather than nascent saint, the agility of his movements was more like that of a Saint 2 Dan expert. While threading nimbly amongst the many attacks headed for him, he retaliated with fists of his own as well. His punches seemed to be direct and straightforward, but for some reason, they seemed to be infused with some compelling force that prevented them from evading them. Pung 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 pung. Every single punch he launched would accurately strike an elder, sending the latter flying away. The overwhelming strength that the other party exerted was far beyond what all of them combined could handle. On top of that, it wasn't just the other party's punch that they had to guard against. The other party's leg arts were formidable as well. His kicks were abrupt, swift, and precise, making it nigh impossible to guard against it. His eyes. His eyes are still closed. The longer the fight went on for, the more stifled the elders felt. 19 Saint 1 Dan pinnacle experts had encircled a nascent saint cultivator and attacked him simultaneously, and yet, not only did the other party manage to remain unharmed before their assault, they even realized that they were gradually being suppressed. And most importantly of all, the other party's eyes were still shut. It was as if the other party was sleepwalking. All of his actions and movements seemed to be instinctive, derived solely from his combat instincts. To be able to overwhelm the simultaneous assault of all 19 of them just by his combat instincts in itself, the elders felt as if they were going insane. The Vice Hall Masters watching the situation also couldn't help but gape at the inconceivable situation. We need to help them. The elders won't be able to hold on for much longer, one of the 3 Vice Hall Masters exclaimed. It was in consideration of their standing that they were unwilling to make a move earlier. After all, for 7-star poison masters, like them to lower themselves to deal with a measly nascent saint cultivator was truly unseemly. However, at this point, they realized that if they didn't make a move soon, the 19 elders could very well end up in the same state as Elder Huang. That would be a devastating blow to the Poison Hall. All right, let's go together. Vice Hall Master Mingzhen's eyebrows shot up as he raised his palm and charged forward. Chapter 999 The Invincible Zhang Xian II Vice Hall Master Mingzhen was a 7-star primary poison master, and he possessed a cultivation of Saint 2 Dan primary stage. Exerting his full might, an immense pressure fell from the heavens, crumbling the walls of the courtyard into dust. Seeing that Mingzhen had made a move, the other 2 also stepped forward without any hesitation. Just like Mingzhen, they were also Saint 2 Dan primary stage cultivators who possessed astounding fighting prowess. With the 3 experts collaborating with one another, an overwhelming force swept into the surroundings like a calamitous tide, destroying everything in its path. What is going on? Seeing the collapse of the courtyard walls and sensing the fearsome shockwave that lingered in the air as a result of the fighting, Li Yuan and the others, who were still standing guard outside at the moment, turned their eyes over, and upon taking a look, their faces began twitching uncontrollably. Wasn't Vice Hall Master Ming going to just get even with Poison Master Sun over this matter? Why would they suddenly start fighting like that? Not to mention, for the 3 Vice Hall Masters and all of the elders to gang up against a mere nascent saint cultivator. Weren't they being a little too shameless? It seems like Elder Huang has died. A quivering voice sounded in the air. It was only after hearing the voice did Li Yuan notice that an old man was lying on the ground with his head sunk into his neck, as if someone had smacked it in with his palm. It was an extremely eerie and bone-chilling sight. Without a doubt, that was definitely a fatal blow. Most likely, they must have provoked Poison Master Sun, and out of anger, the latter ended up doing this. Li Yuan's heart jolted in fear as he continued staring intently at the situation. With the 3 Saint 2 Dan Vice Hall Masters joining the fray, the tables seemed to have been turned. Having to fend off more than 22 experts simultaneously, Poison Master Sun was placed under great pressure. With a forceful strike, Poison Master Sun knocked 2 of the elders who were engaging him at the moment before swiftly flicking both of his wrists. A spear appeared in his right hand, and a sword appeared in his left. Hula! With a simple pierce, The spear whizzed across the room and appeared right before an elder. In the blink of an eye, the spear had already impaled the other party's throat. Under the immense force of the pierce, the lifeless body of the elder was sent flying out. Moving simultaneously along with the piercing spear, the sword in Zhang Xian's left hand moved in an elegant arc, and a sword chi harnessing the inviolable authority of the heavens abruptly burst forth. The elder who was standing to the left of Zhang Xian hadn't expected that he would be able to effectively utilize both weapons simultaneously. Before he could react, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation strike his neck. In the next moment, as his head rolled off its base, a fountain of blood spurted forth from the neck of the decapitated body. He is killing the elders. A chilling sensation abruptly assaulted Li Yuan and the others, and they began shivering involuntarily. Each of these elders was reminiscent of transcendental existences to them, mighty figures whom they could never hope to equal. Yet, at this moment, it was as if someone had torn the veil of mystery and grandeur shrouding them. Like any other mortals, they were bleeding and dying. That powerful impact from the sight left their throat tensing up, rendering it difficult for them to breathe. Doesn't it seem like, throughout the course of the entire battle, Poison Master Sun hasn't even opened his eyes once? Someone amongst the group suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. After hearing those words, it suddenly dawned on Li Yuan and the others that that was indeed the case. From the start of the battle until now, Poison Master Sun Chong had his eyes tightly shut, seemingly only retaliating instinctively to whoever who was attacking him. Every spear that whizzed forth would have the throat of an elder in its path. Every single sword slash would send an elder into death's embrace. It was as if the other party was Yama himself, an unstoppable force which they couldn't hope to contain no matter how they struggled. In just a few moments, another 10 more elders were killed. This won't do. If this goes on, all of the elders will be killed by that fellow. Seeing the number of elders of the Poison Hall swiftly diminishing, Vice Hall Master Ming panicked. If this were to go on, in less than 10 breaths, every single elder in the Poison Hall could very well lose their lives here. To think that a nascent Saint Cultivator would be able to claim the upper hand while rivaling 22 Saint Realm experts simultaneously and even kill 10 of them consecutively. Just what kind of monster was he? All elders, listen to my command. Retreat to the back line. I, Vice Hall Master Ming, and Vice Hall Master Qian will deal with that fellow ourselves. Realizing the same, another Vice Hall Master commanded with an authoritative voice. As there were too many people involved in the fight earlier, and most of them were their close friends on top of that, they were unable to exert their full might as Saint Tu Dan cultivators for fear of harming them accidentally. What they had to do now was to have the other elders back out of the battle first, so that the 3 of them could better collaborate with one another to kill the fellow before them. Yes. Upon hearing the command, the remaining elders heaved a sigh of relief. They hurriedly leaped out of the battle with fear reflected in their eyes. Honestly speaking, there was really something unsettling about that fellow. It was one thing for the other party to be impervious to their poisons, their greatest weapon, but how could the other party wield such frightening physical and zhenqi strength as well? It was as if he was a gargantuan monster packed in the form of a human, wielding inhuman might in every single one of his strikes. Despite so many of them teaming up against him, he was still able to emerge unscathed and even kill more than 10 of them so easily. Not to mention, from the start to the end, he had never opened his eyes at all. If he was already so powerful without his eyes, how frightening would he become when he opened them? If only they had known earlier, they would have never gotten involved in this matter. From the very start, this was a matter caused by the student of Vice Hall Master Ming. It had nothing to do with them, and they were supposed to be there as mere spectators. Right after the elders left, the 3 Vice Hall Masters swiftly surrounded Sun Chong. Driving zhenqi in their body to the limits, they launched powerful blows one after another towards the other party. Walala! With the combined strength of 3 Saint Tu Dan cultivators acting against him, a powerful force sealed the space around Zhang Xian tightly, effectively caging him in. Despite being trapped, Zhang Xian showed no signs of faltering at all. On the contrary, he seemed to be getting more and more powerful as the fight went on. All of a sudden, with a piercing shrill, the spear in Zhang Xian's right hand burst forth. Ding 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 ding. The spear tip struck the walls of the cage forcefully. In the blink of an eye, cracks began appearing on the stable wall of Zhenqi. Following right after, a sword sliced through the cracks in the wall. Voila! Just like that, the powerful Zhenqi spatial lock was sliced into two. Pooh! 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 Vice Hall Master Ming Zhan and the others spurted fresh blood, simultaneously as horror surfaced in their eyes. For a nascent Saint cultivator to tear apart the Zhenqi spatial lock set up by 3 Saint 2 Dan experts so easily, the other party's strength had far exceeded their expectations. Furthermore, what was even more frightening was that the Zhenqi harnessed by the other party seemed to have no bounds. Despite executing such powerful attacks multiple times within a short frame of time, the other party was still as vigorous as ever, as if those attacks hadn't depleted him in the least. Just how in the world did he do it? Trinity of heaven and earth formation. Bellowing anxiously, Vice Hall Master Ming swiftly flitted to the side and assumed a specific position. Hearing his words, the other 2 Vice Hall Masters nodded and swiftly got into their positions as well. Trinity of heaven and earth formation. This was a formation that could amplify their combined fighting prowess. As long as they were to use it well, even a Saint 2 Dan pinnacle expert would be no match for them. As soon as they got into position, their raging Zhenqi began connecting with one another, forming something reminiscent of a metal chain. Seemingly sensing a threat from their movements, Sun Chong took a step back and kept the spear in his hand with a flick of his wrist. Even so, his eyes still didn't open. Go. Tzzzzzzzz. With the formation augmenting them, the aura of the 3 Vice Hall Masters surged. Drawing their swords, they flicked their wrists and sent innumerable surges of sword qi towards Zhang Xian as they charged forward. However, before any of the sword qi could strike Sun Chong, the latter abruptly leaped up and kicked thrice consecutively in the air. The 3 kicks didn't seem to have any particular rhythm to them, but yet they landed accurately in their path of movement. With just this simple move, their collaborative offense was sent into disarray. He broke the trinity of heaven and earth formation? Upon seeing this sight, the surviving elders narrowed their eyes in astonishment. The 3 kicks might have seemed to be random and illogical, but they had destroyed the tempo of the trinity of heaven and earth formation, thus effectively nullifying it. To be able to overcome such a formidable formation with just a couple of kicks, could it be that the other party possessed a deep understanding of formations as well? It was one thing for the other party to be so powerful, but to have such a deep understanding of formations on top of that, how were they supposed to win against this freak? Not only would their formations be completely ineffective against the other party could even utilize formations against them as well. The situation was very disadvantageous to them. Puha! While the elders were still overwhelmed with shock, Sun Chong, who was still surrounded by the 3 Vice Hall Masters, abruptly swept his sword forth, severing Vice Hall Master Ming Zhan's arm along with his entire shoulder. Blood immediately spurted frenziedly in the air. Ah! With a cry of agony, Vice Hall Master Ming Zhan hurriedly retreated backward with a pale face. At this point, he could no longer find the strength to fight on any longer. No matter how he thought about it, the situation was just inconceivable to him. How could the collaboration of 3 Saint 2 Dan experts fail to subdue a mere nascent Saint cultivator? With the formation broken, there was no longer anything to fear from the trio anymore. Sun Cha advanced towards the other 2 remaining Vice Hall Masters. With the sword in his hand, he rendered them completely incapable of retaliating, leaving them no choice but to retreat continuously. Wait a moment, is it just me? Or is Sun Chong's offense always targeted towards the person who is attacking him at the present moment? As long as one were to stop his attack, he wouldn't pursue the other party any further. All of the sudden, an elder suddenly exclaimed, "Now that you speak of it, that does seem to be the case." Another elder nodded in agreement. Thinking back, as powerful as Sun Chong's fighting prowess was, he didn't just attack any of them randomly. Instead, it seemed like his attacks were only focused on whoever was attacking him. It was almost as if he was moving on reflex. Vice Hall Master Qian and Vice Hall Master Sun, Stop attacking him. There is a very good chance that he will cool down once you stop your offense. Upon realizing this point, one of the elders hurriedly shouted over, "Stop attacking him." Hearing that shout, the two vice hall masters suddenly recalled the details of the battle and realized the same anomaly as well. With a frown, they leaped out from the area of battle. Hula! As soon as they leaped away, the other party, who was sending out innumerable lethal sword chi at them a moment ago, abruptly lowered his sword before keeping it with a flick of his wrist. Following which, he sat down cross-legged on the floor once more, paying no heed to the huge crowd around him at all. Seeing that the other party had finally stopped his offense, the duo heaved a sigh of relief. As the tension finally left their body, they realized that they were completely soaked with cold sweat. Had it not been for that elder realizing the anomaly regarding the other party's attack, it would have just been a matter of time before they were killed. For a nascent, Saint to kill a dozen, Saint 1 Dan pinnacle experts and corner 3 Saint 2 Dan experts to the point where they could hardly catch a breath. Where did Elder Su find this monster from? It seems like he was in some kind of trance due to his cultivation. Rather than attacking us consciously, it is a reflex action from his body in response to danger. Vice Hall Master Qian remarked. Hearing the other party's explanation, everyone contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. There was some sense in what the other party had said. From the start to the end, Sun Chong had been sitting there silently. It was only upon their offense that he was forced to retaliate. Furthermore, throughout the course of the battle, he only retaliated against those who were attacking him at that moment. Those who had attempted to claim his life ended up having their lives claimed by him instead. Thinking about it now, it seemed they had only survived the ordeal because they had held back in their attacks. If even his reflexes are so powerful, just how formidable will he be in a conscious state? An elder trembled in fear as he spoke. Everyone fell silent. Reflexes were the instinctive reactions of a body in the face of a certain stimulus. Actions made under such circumstances were devoid of consideration, so naturally, one's fighting prowess would be limited. Yet, under such a state, the other party was actually able to corner nearly all of the elders and vice hall masters of the poison hall. If that Sun Chong fellow were to recover from his state of cultivation, wouldn't he become a huge threat to all of them? Who in the poison hall would be able to stop him? Quick, call Elder Su over. Unable to stand it any longer, Vice Hall Master Qian commanded anxiously. It seems like Elder Su has gone to meet the Hall Master. One of the elders replied. Call the Hall Master here as well then. Vice Hall Master Qian snapped. Gritting his teeth, he turned his gaze towards the dead elders by the side, and tears began streaming down his eyes. What the heck was this? When had their poison hall suffered such great grievances? Yama is the god of death for Buddhism and Hinduism. Chapter 1000. My precious. In the residence where the hall master resided, Elder Su was seated by the side with a slight smile on his face. You are saying that it is due to a righteous poison master named Sun Chong who saved you despite the dangers that you were able to return to the poison hall? An old man seated opposite to Elder Su asked. With an appearance reminiscent of a person in his 60s or 70s, the old man had an amiable smile on his face. Had one not known better, it would have been impossible to imagine that this old man was actually the head of the Hongyuan Empire Poison Hall, a 7-star poison master. That's right. That poison master Sun is a very righteous person, and he possesses both courage and wits. If not for him, I would have died just like Elder Shui. Elder Su's eyes gleamed in admiration and respect as he spoke about Sun Chong. To be able to save him from the hands of a Saint 4 Dan expert, the courage and wits that were required to do so was something that too few in the world possessed. For a nascent saint to be able to face an expert of that caliber straight without faltering, he is indeed a rare talent. All right, I shall approve of the matter. He will be given an opportunity to take the Poison Master examination to join our poison hall. The old man stroked his beard as he said with a smile, Thank you, Hall Master. Elder Su hurriedly stood up and clasped his fist. With a look of confidence, he continued, Rest assured, you won't regret the decision you made today. Poison Master Sun is definitely a trustworthy person whom we can leave our backs to. It is rare for you to offer such high compliments to someone. I will be looking forward to meeting Poison Master Sun then. The Hall Master nodded. Halfway through his words, a person suddenly rushed into the room while exclaiming, "Hall Master! Elder Feng, what's wrong?" Turning around, Elder Su recognized the person to be a fellow elder of the Poison Hall, Feng Ping. However, the current Elder Feng was vastly different from how he was usually. His nose was crooked, his face was swollen, and his body was filled with many blood stains. It was as if he had just undergone some kind of life-and-death situation. "What's wrong? You still dare to ask me what's wrong?" Upon seeing Elder Su, Feng Ping suddenly felt immense rage coursing through his body. Roaring furiously, he charged at Elder Su, seemingly wanting to tear the other party apart. Were it not for Su Yu bringing that fellow here, would their Poison Hall suffer such tragic casualties today? Elder Feng, it is unseemly for an elder like you to make a move on your peers without any warning. Speak, what happened? The Hall Master bellowed with a frown. Hall Master. Upon hearing the bellow, Elder Feng hesitated for a moment before stopping. Clenching his jaws tightly together, he spoke indignantly. 14 elders of our Poison Hall have just been killed. The only ones surviving are me, Elder Du, and 4 others. Even Hall Master Ming had his entire arm severed at the shoulder, and he is still in a precarious state at the moment. What? 14 elders have just been killed? Hurry up and explain yourself. Shocked by the news, the Hall Master abruptly got to his feet and stared at Elder Feng with narrowed eyes. There were only a total of 22 elders in the Hongyuan Empire Poison Hall. It was just a moment ago which he had just received news of Elder Shue's death, and in the blink of an eye, another 14 elders were killed? These elders should have been in the Poison Hall, and for them to be killed, could it be that they have been invaded by enemies? The culprit is the guest whom Elder Su brought in, Sun Chong. Elder Feng spat through gritted teeth. Sun Chong? What happened? Astonished, Elder Su staggered. This is what happened. Elder Feng swiftly explained everything that had happened, including how Duan Ran had challenged Sun Chong, Vice Hall Master Ming flying into a rage, as well as how they encircled Sun Chong, only to be killed themselves. How could this be? After hearing the explanation, Elder Su suddenly felt the vision before him blacking out. I know that I said that those within the Poison Hall respect the strong, and you don't have to show any mercy to them. But you really don't have to go to the extent of killing 14 elders of the Poison Hall. It was just a moment ago that I said that you are a righteous and trustworthy person, and in the next moment, you caused me such a trouble. How do you expect me to face the other party like that? Let's go over and take a look. Shooting a cold glance at Elder Su, the Hall Master flung his sleeves before hurriedly following Elder Feng out. Naturally, Elder Su had no choice but to tag along. Not too long later, they arrived at the accommodation Elder Su had prepared for Zhang Xian, and it didn't take long for them to notice that the ground was filled with corpses. These men were Saint One Dan pinnacle experts, masters of poison. Outside, they could easily rival 3 to 4 ordinary Saint One Dan pinnacle cultivators easily, and yet, within just a few moments, they had turned into cold corpses lying on the ground. Scanning the area, he soon caught sight of the culprit, Sun Chong. The latter was still seated cross-legged on the ground, cultivating with his eyes tightly shut, as if he had nothing to do with the horror that had just occurred a moment ago. Elder Huang, Elder Li, Elder Lu. Looking at the corpses on the ground, the Hall Master felt a lump in his throat. Subconsciously, he clenched his trembling hands tightly into fists. These were the men who had accompanied him for several centuries of his life, and yet, within just a few moments, they were slaughtered clean by that fellow. More importantly, the culprit was still dared to cultivate fearlessly on the spot. Wasn't he snubbing their Poison Hall way too much? Hall Master, you must kill that fellow and avenge our brothers. Vice Hall Master Ming rushed forward and pleaded desperately. He had already had his arm bandaged, and he had consumed some recovery medicine to alleviate his condition as well. However, the injury he had sustained was simply too severe that it was impossible for him to make a full recovery. To put it in harsh words, he had been crippled. Hall Master, that fellow is simply too arrogant. He doesn't even bother to open his eyes when he fights us. It will be a calamity to the Poison Hall if we were to leave such an imperious fellow lurking amongst us. We must kill him. Otherwise, how can we face our dead brothers? This is a matter regarding the dignity of our Poison Hall. The other two Vice Hall Masters and Elders roared in agreement. As one of the most feared occupations on the Master-Teacher continent, others would flee in fright whenever they appeared. When had they suffered such grievance, such as to have 14 of their elders killed by a fellow with his eyes closed? Don't worry. No one has ever gotten away scot-free after causing trouble in the Poison Hall. Waving his hand grandly, the Hall Master turned to Vice Hall Master Qian and instructed, "Apprehend Suyu and have him imprisoned. After I deal with this fellow, I will interrogate him personally." Yes. Upon hearing the order, the elders hurriedly encircled Elder Su to prevent him from escaping. Hall Master, not expecting the situation to unfold in such a manner, Elder Su exclaimed in panic. Yet, there was nothing he could do in this situation. There was no way he could explain himself. Back when Poison Master's son accompanied him to the Poison Hall, the other party still seemed perfectly normal. Thinking back, the other party even promised him to keep a low profile. Yet, within the short span of time which he went to report something to the Hall Master, the other party actually killed 14 elders. Is this your definition of low profile? You are clearly not here to take the Poison Master examination, but to wipe our Poison Hall off the face of the world. But as stifled as he was, Elder Su knew that he owed his life to Poison Master Sunday. After a moment of hesitation, he still couldn't help but speak up. Hall Master, Poison Master's son isn't the type of person to kill the innocent. There might be some kind of misunderstanding here. Seal his mouth, the Hall Master roared furiously. 14 elders of the Poison Hall had been killed, and Elder Su still dared to play this matter off as a misunderstanding. If a misunderstanding could justify this matter, what else in the world couldn't be justified? Yes. Vice Hall Master Qian nodded before walking up to Elder Su. With a tap of his finger, he sealed Elder Su's ability to speak. Seeing that Elder Su had been dealt with, the Hall Master finally turned his gaze back to the middle-aged man seated before him and spoke menacingly. Sun Chong, is it? To dare to venture alone to the Poison Hall to cause trouble, I have to admit that you do have guts. However, regardless of who you are or what you are here for, since you are already here, you need not think about stepping out of here alive. Walking up to Zhang Xian, the Hall Master tapped his finger lightly, and a row of beetles, roughly around the size of a fingernail each, flew forth. There were exactly 9 of them, an old gold-color shell on their back and wings that reflected sunlight off its body. They had a particularly disconcerting appearance. Those are our Hall Master's dark gold venom beetles. These beetles contain a lethal poison which can kill even a Saint 3 Dan expert easily. Indeed, our Hall Master had to pay a heavy price in order to nurture these dark gold venom beetles. Just counting the Saint herbs by itself, those beetles had already eaten more than 100 of them. But fortunately, his investment paid off. It was arduous and expensive, but he managed to nurture 9 of them. Each of these 9 bugs is able to poison a Saint 3 Dan expert to death individually. With the 9 of them gathered, even a Saint 4 Dan expert would have to flee in fear. To release all of them simultaneously, it seems like our Hall Master is truly enraged. That fellow is done for. Although I don't know what kind of antidotes he consumed to render all of our poisons ineffective, there is no way that it will be able to neutralize the dark gold venom beetles of our Hall Master. Upon seeing the Hall Master release his dark gold venom beetle, everyone's eyes lit up. Every single one of them had nurtured their own poisonous bug or snake at some point in time. But in terms of deadliness, there was none that could come close to comparing up to the Hall Master's dark gold venom beetle. Just a single one was sufficient to poison a Saint 3 Dan expert. It was no wonder why it would be an object of fear for many. Should the Hall Master intend to start a massacre, these 9 dark gold venom beetles could easily bring extinction upon the entire Hongyuan city. This was the frightening might of a 7-star poison master. In everyone's view, regardless of how potent the antidote Sun Chong had consumed was, The most he could do was to neutralize their poison powder. In face of a poisonous bug as formidable as the dark gold venom beetle, there could only be one outcome: death. Woo-woo. Forming a stark contrast to everyone's look of anticipation, however, was Elder Sue's panicked, muffled shouting. However, with his ability to speak sealed, he wasn't able to say anything at all, so he could only cry anxiously by the side. Ignoring the looks of amazement from the crowd, the hall master flicked his finger grimly, and 9 droplets of blood flew forth. The 9 dark gold venom beetles swallowed a droplet each, and their colors grew even brighter. Go! With a furious bellow, the hall master pointed his finger towards Sun Chong on the floor with killing intent seething in his eyes. Wong wong wong. Upon hearing the command, the 9 beetles flew forward, and in the blink of an eye, they were already right before Zhang Xian. Seemingly unaware of the dangers lurking around him, Zhang Xian remained seated in the ground with his eyes tightly shut, not moving in the least. Seeing that the other party had no intentions of dodging, the hall master sneered coldly. He controlled the beetles remotely and had them land all over Zhang Xian's body, be it his arm, neck, or legs, anywhere his skin was exposed. Pacha! 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 The beetles bit down firmly, and venomous fluid flowed from the beetle's mouth into Zhang Xian's body. They have bitten him. As soon as the dark gold venom beetle bites down on its target, venomous fluid will immediately flow from its mouth into the target's bloodstream, and within just 3 breaths, the target will meet his demise. To be bitten by all 9 beetles simultaneously, it will be a miracle if he can even survive a single breath. Everyone thought that the fellow would flee in fright after seeing the dark gold venom beetles, but who would have thought that he would remain seated on the floor, allowing the 9 beetles act as they pleased. With all 9 of the beetles biting him simultaneously, not even the deities could possibly be able to save him anymore. Right after biting Zhang Xian, the 9 dark gold venom beetles flew up once more. However, before they could get far, their heads suddenly slanted to the side, as if intoxicated. Pada! 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 Following which, they abruptly fell to the grounds. Their legs twitched for a few moments before falling still altogether. Pooh! The hall master's face paled, and blood spewed from his mouth. He staggered 8 steps back before falling weakly to the ground. Raising his gaze, he looked at his fallen beetles with a look of horror. My precious. Chapter 1001. How noisy! He had spent several centuries cultivating these 9 dark gold venom beetles, and he had spent an unimaginable wealth and fed it a vast amount of fresh blood before he could nurture them to maturity. In a sense, it was no joke to say that they were even more precious to him than his own son. And yet, in the blink of an eye, they had collapsed to the ground, not moving at all. It took all of the mental resilience he had to not go insane in that moment. Seeing the hall master and the dark gold venomous beetle's state, the surrounding crowd glanced at one another in bewilderment. Are those dark gold venomous beetles poisoned to death by Sun Chong? That fellow actually carries an even more formidable poison than that of the beetles? While attempting to poison that fellow to death, they ended up being poisoned to death instead. After realizing what was going on, their faces warped in frenzy. Given their deep comprehension of poison, it didn't take too long for them to uncover the true reason behind the beetles' death. They were killed by an even formidable poison than the one they carried. From the start to the end, the beetles had only landed on Sun Chong's body for a brief moment. Given so, no matter how inconceivable it was, there was only one possibility to the situation. The other party carried an even more fearsome poison in him. The other party had stood still for the beetles to bite him, but it ended up being the beetles who were the ones who died instead. The spectators couldn't help but feel frenzied by the sight. This was the Poison Hall, the ground where all of the top poison users of Hongyuan Empire, or even the entire Qingyuan conferred empire, were at. And yet, the precious poisonous beetles of the hall masters ended up being poisoned to death? It was truly a huge irony. I will kill you, the hall master bellowed with utmost rage. At this moment, The hall master bore no semblance to the elegant and dignified old man he was before. His eyes had turned red in delirium, and it seemed like he would not rest until he ripped the fellow before his eyes apart. However, that was to be expected. The dark gold venom beetles were his life-bound venomous bugs, and their deaths didn't just signify that the staggering amount of resources he had devoted to cultivating them had gone to waste. More importantly, it had caused a huge trauma to his soul, causing his cultivation to plummet. He was a powerful Saint 3 Dan pinnacle cultivator before, but at this moment, it would already be a huge blessing if he could exert the might of a Saint 2 Dan pinnacle cultivator. Boom. Since even the dark gold venom beetles were unable to poison the other party to death, the hall master knew that the other poisons he had in his possession were unlikely to work as well. Roaring furiously, his zhunqi flurried, forming a massive palm in the sky that struck down with imposing momentum. But before the palm could strike Sun Chong, the latter abruptly stood up, and with his eyes still closed, he flicked his wrist and whipped out a spear. In an instant, his aura changed. It was even more fearsome than Zhang Yang back then. With a spear in his hand, his presence felt as if a majestic dragon amongst the clouds, dominating the world with its fearsome might. Voila! He tossed the spear upwards with incredible might, and the two forces clashed with one another in the sky. A huge shockwave burst forth from the collision, forcing Zhang Xian to take 2 steps backward, after which, with a forceful step, he leaped upwards to grab his spear before directing it down towards the enemy. In this instant, it felt as if the line between spear and man had been thinned. The spear was part of the man, and the man was part of the spear as well. Spearman union. Immense zhunqi was channeled into the spear, and it was further augmented with the incomparably powerful physical strength which Zhang Xian possessed. Even before his spear could reach the other party, the bluestone pavement on the ground had already burst open. The ground where the hall master stood abruptly collapsed inward, creating a huge depression. Damn you! Bellowing furiously, the hall master charged up furiously to face Zhang Xian. Had it been under normal circumstances, as powerful as the other party was, he was confident that he would have been able to subdue or even kill the other party easily with his Saint 3 Dan pinnacle cultivation. However, all 9 of his life-bound venomous bugs had just been killed. Both his body and his soul had sustained severe damage, preventing him from even exerting a tenth of his original strength. Clashing directly with the other party, he gradually felt that he was being overwhelmed. But the enemy was only a nascent saint. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Bellowing furiously once more, the hall master drove his zhunqi to the limits, such that it was beginning to release gulu-gulu noises, reminiscent of boiling water. Boom! As the spear tip and the palm collided with one another, a loud explosion sounded. The sheer force emanated from the collision reduced all building in an area of several hundred meters into dust. The poison masters who had been hanging around the corner to watch the show suddenly felt an immense threat on their life, and they hurriedly retreated in fear, not daring to stand close. Pooh! The closed eyes, Sun Chong, seemed to be unable to withstand the full might of the hall master. Spurting a mouthful of blood, he was sent flying before crashing heavily onto the ground. The cultivation of the Saint Ascension Decipher did granted Zhang Xian the strength to challenge opponents beyond him, but there was a limit to it. The strength harnessed by the hall master was simply too great. He was no match for it at all. But of course, if his soul was in his body at this moment, he would have been able to use the Library of Heaven's Path to peer through the other party's flaws and design a combat strategy to corner the other party. However, having only his reflexes to rely on at the moment, he could only clash face-to-face with the other party, and that clearly placed him in a very disadvantageous position. Die! After knocking Sun Chong flying, the hall master rushed forward to pursue him. From the previous collision, he had gained a rough gauge of the other party's strength. The other party was indeed formidable for a nascent saint, but compared to him, the other party was still lacking a little. As long as he were to push on forcefully, not giving other party an opportunity to catch a breather, he would surely be able to corner the other party and kill him. Who? Sensing danger from the man before him, Sun Chong seemed to have gotten apprehensive. Tossing the spear in his hand out towards the hall master, he hurriedly turned around and fled. In the blink of an eye, he was already a few hundred meters away. Where do you think you are escaping to? Not expecting the other party to have no principles at all, fighting arrogantly with his eyes closed a moment ago, only to be fleeing shamelessly a moment later, the Hall Master bellowed angrily. He quickly charged forward and sent another palm strike at the other party. Hong Long. The overwhelming might of the palm smashed a huge depression into the ground. However, the other party was simply too nimble, evading his attack with ease. Stop him! Seeing the other party getting faster and faster, the Hall Master knew that he wouldn't be able to keep up with the other party given the severe injuries his body had sustained. Thus, he turned around and commanded. Yes. Not daring to hesitate, the elders and the Vice Hall Masters hurriedly rushed forward to pursue Sun Chong. With great speed they pursued the other party, but the other party was even faster. On top of that, he was darting around randomly with his eyes closed. As a result of that, he was crashing forcefully into everything in his way, knocking down buildings of all sorts. In just a few moments, the entire island was cloaked in a massive cloud of dust. Even the ancient buildings which had stood proudly for innumerable years as the heritage of the Poison Hall hadn't been spared from the destruction. Looking at how the heritage which the predecessors had entrusted to his hands been devastated by the fellow before him, the Hall Master felt as if his head was going to split apart. Flicking his wrist, he whipped out a token and infused Jinqi into it. The token gradually rose to the air, and seemingly communicating with some kind of unique power, it emanated a blinding radiance. I am the 30th Hall Master of the Poison Hall. I command for the activation of the Great Guardian Formation, Hong Long Long. As the voice sounded, the light radiated by the token grew brighter and brighter. The massive formation which hid the entire island seemed to have been awakened by some kind of unique power, and it gradually whirred into action. The formation of the Hongyuan Empire Poison Hall's founding ancestor was not only able to hide the island, it could also corner and poison to death any invaders of the island easily. The fellow was willfully causing destruction as he escaped. If he was left to be, the innumerable years of Poison Hall's heritage could very well be destroyed. Wang. As the formation came to live, a powerful might burst towards the escaping Zhang Xian not too far away. Hula. The power of the formation was omnipresent on the island, and it fell at a speed too fast for Zhang Xian to dodge. In an instant, his movement had been completely sealed, as if a cage had been constructed around him. Let's see how you can escape from this. Noting the tremendous strength of the formation, the eyes of the Hall Master lit up as he hurriedly made his way over. However, before he could rush up to the other party, the trapped middle-aged man seemed to have suddenly received an epiphany as a look of realization crept onto his face. After which, he took a few steps back within the seal and stomped his feet forcefully. Gotcha! The seal immediately broke. After which, the middle-aged man raised his right hand and grasped the air abruptly. Who? Following which, the token before the Hall Master suddenly seemed to run amok, and it flew straight into the other party's hand. What? Widened his eyes in shock, the Hall Master was horrified. To break the seal and snatch the token from his hands so easily, there could only be one possibility. The other party had a thorough comprehension of the massive formation around the island and was aware of the flaws regarding it. By exploiting its flaws, the other party had stolen the controlling rights over the formation from him. But how could this be possible? Back then, the founding ancestor had spent many years studying the blueprint and the geographical terrain of the island, reworking it again and again, each time bringing it a step closer towards perfection before he finally set up the formation. There were quite a number of predecessors who were proficient in the way of formations as well, but even they were unable to grasp the entirety of the formation. The fellow had been here for less than a day, and he had already made sense of it and found its flaws? Just how in the world could such a thing happen? As astonished as the Hall Master was, he moved swiftly to wrestle control over the token, which served as the key to controlling the formation. However, in the next moment, the middle-aged man, with his eyes still closed, abruptly flicked his wrist. Voila! An incredible force assaulted the Hall Master, causing his body to stiffen all of the sudden. With the control of the formation in the middle-aged man's hand, the other party had called upon the power of the formation to seal his movements, returning the favor to him. Damn it! With eyes blazing with fury, the hall master exerted his full strength to struggle free of the formation. But before he could do so, a foot suddenly arrived right before his face. Pong! Cling, cling, cling. Under the impact of the kick, several of the hall master's teeth fell to the ground, and blood trickled down his nose and mouth. Sun Chong, how dare you strike me? I will tear you apart. The hall master roared furiously. Yet, before he could finish his words, the other party's punches and kicks fell in rapid succession on him, effectively silencing him. Palipala. Within just 10 breaths, the hall master had already sustained at least 40 fists and 60 kicks, leaving his dignified face distorted in an almost comical manner. If thrown out onto the streets, there was no one who would dare believe that he was the amicable hall master. Under normal circumstances, even if he was unable to kill the other party wouldn't be able to harm him easily either. Who could have known that his decision to draw upon the formation to corner the other party would backfire on him instead? He ended up handing power over to the other party's hand, giving the other party an opportunity to pummel him viciously. At that moment, the hall master felt so frustrated that he felt like his mind was going to explode. He was the head of the Poison Hall, the most powerful and authoritative man of the Hongyuan Empire Poison Hall. Yet, for his formation to be used against him like that, what the heck was this? Why did it feel like the other party was the hall master instead, whereas he was the invader? Hall master. The elders and vice hall masters who had rushed over to help arrived at this moment. Upon the hall master being on the verge of death from being pummeled by Sun Chong, they scratched their heads in bewilderment, not knowing what they should do. They thought that with the hall master making a move himself, victory would be theirs to clinch. They would be able to get even the other party and vie back their dignity. Yet, who could have thought that their hall master would first have his life-bound venomous bugs being poisoned to death first before being pummeled so pitifully? Retract your killing intent towards Sun Chong. Otherwise, he will kill you. Noting that the hall master was on the verge of death, an elder suddenly recalled the situation earlier and shouted, "Retract my killing intent?" The swollen-faced hall master had no idea how that would aid him in his current plight, but there must be a rationale for that elder to utter such words. Thus, suppressing his rage, he attempted to quench the killing intent he had for the other party. Right after doing so, Sun Chong indeed came to a halt. He sat down on the ground not too far away and continued to cultivate. From the start to the end, he had never opened his eyes, not even for an instant. It was as if everything he had done thus far was a product of his sleepwalking. What is going on? I was actually pummeled by a sleepwalking person? The eyes of the hall master reddened in indignance. As the head of the Poison Hall, it would be one thing for him to be pummeled by an expert, but the other party was just a nascent saint, a sleepwalking one at that. What a farce this was. At this moment, Zhang Xian's soul had just finished collecting the books on the 3rd floor of the Compendium Hall. Sensing a torrent of spiritual energy gathering outside, as if a formation coming into life, Zhang Xian frowned in displeasure. After which, the deafening ruckus of innumerable buildings being collapsed reverberated relentlessly in the air. Eventually, Zhang Xian snapped in annoyance. How noisy! Can't they quieten down a little? I am trying to read here. Chapter 1002. Irreconcilable. Zhang Xian was seething with anger. Where was he? The Poison Hall, a place isolated from the world, filled with countless formidable poison masters. Shouldn't it be an extremely peaceful place where everyone diligent strove to create the best poison they could? Dang Lang. Hong Long. Boom. Just what the heck were those? It was not as if they were some kind of demolition company. All he wanted was some peace so that he could finish reading all of the books in a single go. But with such noise, how was he supposed to do so? Seriously, did the poison masters know no civility at all? That was really too much. He would really need to talk to Elder Su about this matter so that he could enforce some order around here. Forget it. I will just have to tolerate it for this period of time. Zhang Xian shook his head. In any case, he was just a guest. He would have to leave very soon, so all he had to do was to tolerate the incivility of those poison masters for the time being. Having collected the books in the first 3 floors into the Library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian's comprehension of poison had reached 3-star pinnacle. Even though the books were rich in content, there was nothing much regarding the cure for the innate poison body. Most of the books that touched on it only introduced it as an extremely fearsome constitution. It rarely appeared in the world, perhaps not even once in 10,000 years, but the moment it did, a devastating calamity could possibly befall on the world. According to the records, the founder of the Poison Hall possessed the innate poison body as well. There was an incident where the founder of the Poison Hall had clashed with Kong Shi, and even the latter had to tread carefully around it, fearful of its might. There is nothing at the moment, but I might be able to find a solution once I go through the books in the higher floors. Zhang Xian sighed deeply as he consoled himself. However, considering how noisy it was unlikely that he would be able to make much progress. Thus, he decided to leave for the moment and return later on. Thus, he returned back to the first floor and slipped past the 2 guards at the entrance, leaving the compendium hall. However, just as he was about to return back to his residence, he couldn't help but freeze at the sight before him. The dignified and stately buildings 4 hours ago had been reduced to rubble. Within an area of several dozen kilometers, there was not a person to be seen at all. To this, Zhang Xian widened his eyes in shock. Through his eyes, he could tell that this was caused by a battle between experts. But shouldn't the battles be limited to the sparring hall? Why would they start fighting in the midst of the city instead? Look at what they had done to the beautiful city. They are indeed uncivil. These buildings have been around for several thousand years. To fight in the middle of the city, don't they know that these are important heritages that we have to protect? Zhang Xian muttered as he shook his head. The poison masters sure are lacking decorum. Just look at the master teachers. Even to hold a life and death duel, they would apply for permission with the headquarters first before deciding on the format of the duel. Yet, to start fighting in the middle of the city, reducing so many beautiful buildings into rubble, it is really hard to fathom how a human could be so inconsiderate. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian began flying back to his residence. However, before he could get far, he suddenly realized something. He hadn't really noticed it due to the formation around the compendium hall earlier, but now that he was finally out, he suddenly found that his physical body had changed locations. It wasn't in the accommodation which Elder Su had provided for him anymore. What is going on? A look of wariness slipped into Zhang Xian's eyes. Typically speaking, his physical body should remain in the residence, not moving at all. For it to be somewhere else instead, did someone make a move on him? If so, that would be really bad. His physical body had already acquired the ability of Mind of Void, granting it the ability to act reflexively to avert danger. But, if the enemy was an expert, such as the Hall Master or Vice Hall Master of the Poison Hall, he would still be in grave danger. After all, they were 7-star poison masters. In comparison, his nascent saint cultivation body was truly too weak. If he were to return late and find his physical body completely crippled, it would be too late for tears. Anxious, he immediately charged in the direction where his physical body was. Before long, he saw his physical body seated on the floor, not moving in the least. Opposite to it stood a disfigured old man, who was currently looking at his physical body with malicious intents in his eyes. It's fortunate that I returned in time. Seeing that his physical body was safe, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. As he quickly slipped back into his body, he couldn't help but realize something. The area where his physical body was sitting at, wasn't it the center of the destruction? Could it be that all of the destruction throughout the city was caused by him? But that shouldn't be. His physical body did have the ability to retaliate and flee in face of danger, but it had always been rather reliable. At the very least, he trusted it more than his clone and vicious, and it had never caused him any trouble before. If he was truly the culprit behind the damage, how was he going to explain this to Elder Su? With such thoughts in mind, his soul swiftly harmonized with his body, and his eyes slowly opened. He is awake. He really is awake. He is already plenty formidable with his eyes closed. With his eyes open now, there would surely be no one who will be able to stop him. Are we going to meet our doom here? Seeing the other party open his eyes, a commotion broke out in the surroundings. Many faces paled in fright. Even with his eyes closed, the other party was able to kill 14 of their elders and pummel the hell out of their hall master. Now that his eyes were opened, would he massacre their poison hall clean? Why you? Upon seeing Sun Chong open his eyes, the hall master cowered in fear. Everything that had happened had dealt a deep trauma to him, causing him to feel innate fear towards the middle-aged man before him. Cough, cough, where am I? What is going on? Looking at everyone's frightened look, as if he was a lunatic that had come out from a horror movie, Zhang Xian felt a little stifled within. With a bewildered look, he gazed at the crowd around him. All I have done is to leave for a short moment to read some books. What in the world happened in between? For so many of you to be surrounding me, and not to mention the frightened look on your faces. Where am I? What is going on? Hearing those words, the hall master spurted yet another mouthful of blood. The heck? The other party really was sleepwalking. While other Saint 3 Dan cultivators were being overwhelmed by Saint 4 Dan and 5 Dan experts, he was being done in by a sleepwalking nascent Saint cultivator. Just the thought of him left him feeling suffocated within. To end up in such a plight despite being the head of the poison hall, it sure was embarrassing. Calm down, don't get agitated. I just woke up from my cultivation, so I am not too sure what is going on here. Why don't you fill me in on the details? Seeing the disfigured fellow before him spurting blood out of agitation after seeing him waking up, Zhang Xian hurriedly consoled. You, Pooh. Agitated? Agitated your head. Not too sure what is going on. Can you get any more shameless than that? All of this had been done by you. The reason why I have spurted blood is due to your pummeling. After taking advantage of us like that, you are going to shirk responsibility just by saying you don't know what is going on? Due to the intense fluctuations in his emotion, the hall master spurted yet another mouthful of blood. He felt so furious that it felt like flames could burst forth from his eyes. You aren't too sure what is going on? You have fought with the hall master and came all the way here, destroying countless buildings on the way. You are unaware of all of that? Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be feigning ignorance, an elder bucked up his courage and asked carefully, I fought with the hall master? Zhang Xian blinked his eyes in confusion. Who is your hall master? I have never met him before, so how could I have fought with him? Could there be a misunderstanding somewhere? On the way here, he had heard from Elder Su that the head of the Hongyuan Empire Poison Hall was a 7-star poison master, a Saint 3 Dan pinnacle expert who boasted incredible fighting prowess. Against ordinary Saint 2 Dan experts, his physical body, driven by the mind of void, might still be able to achieve victory. However, against a Saint 3 Dan expert, his physical body would be crushed instantly. A completely one-sided fight couldn't possibly be called a battle, and it couldn't have lasted so long as to cause such devastating damage to the city. Before Zhang Xian could finish his words, the disfigured fellow before him abruptly stood up furiously and hollered, I am the hall master. You. Zhang Xian leaped in horror. When he saw that disfigured fellow, he thought that the other party was just a random passer-by watching the commotion. Never once had he considered the possibility that the other party might be the strongest expert in the poison hall. I was the one. Who injured you? Zhang Xian's lips twitched. He actually reduced a Saint 3 Dan pinnacle expert to such a tragic state? Could it be that the strength of his mind of void had been enhanced somehow? You. The hall master was on the verge of erupting. I am truly apologetic. I was in a unique cultivation state earlier, and everything I did is only out of my reflexes. I truly have no idea what is going on. Knowing that it was likely that he would only worsen the conflict if he were to dwell on the matter, Zhang Xian hurriedly apologized. He was here to learn, not to make enemies. What he had to do at this moment was to find out what had happened so as to find out if there was anything he could do to salvage the situation. After all, he had promised Elder Su that he would keep a low profile, and such was his intention as well. As far as it was possible, he hoped to resolve this matter peacefully. You really don't know? Seeing the other party emphasize again and again that he was unaware of the happenings, the elders and vice hall masters glanced at one another with a hint of doubt in their eyes. Thinking back, the other party had never opened his eyes throughout the entire incident. It was as if he was sleepwalking, his body moving on reflex only to retaliate against those who were making a move against him. Could it be that this really wasn't an intentional act on his part, but just his reflexive action? But if that was really the case, it would portray the poison hall out to be a clown instead. The other party hadn't used his full strength throughout the entire course of the matter, relying solely on his reflexes, and yet, by the end of it, the poison hall was already on the verge of collapse. If others were to learn of the matter, their Hongyuan Empire poison hall would become a huge laughingstock. I really have no idea. Zhang Xian shook his head affirmatively. He was indeed confused by everything that was around him at the moment. His physical body possessed no consciousness whatsoever while his soul was out, so he was dumbstruck by the abrupt situation he found himself in as well. It's like that. You were in your courtyard cultivating, and Vice Hall Master Ming, who is the teacher of Duan Rian whom you have beaten up earlier, barged into your residence to exact vengeance for his disciple. Yet, who knew that you would disregard his existence entirely? As such, he began making a move on you. Seeing that Zhang Xian didn't seem to be lying, the elder began to fill him in on the matters that had occurred. So, I was the one who caused all of this? Zhang Xian widened his mouth in shock, and his eyeballs nearly bulged out to the ground. He was only off for a moment to collect some books for Wei Ruyan, who could have known that his physical body would kill 14 elders of the Poison Hall, cripple a Vice Hall Master, pummel the Hall Master, and destroy large swathes of the Poison Hall within that short time frame. It seemed like he was really in deep trouble this time around. Indeed, you were the one who did it. The elder nodded. I. Zhang Xian scratched his head helplessly. His original intention was indeed to collect all of the books in the Poison Hall quietly and leave as soon as possible. Who could have thought that his physical body would place him in such deep trouble in a crucial moment like this? Doomed. If he had only pummeled the Hall Master, he could still find an excuse to put a lid on the matter and resolve the matter peacefully with a shake of the hands and a compensation of a couple of high-tier spirit stones. But he had killed 14 elders and destroyed innumerable precious heritage buildings of the Poison Hall. Not to mention, he had even poisoned the other party's precious to death. Even if he were to take out everything he had, there was no way he could compensate for that. At this point, this could already be deemed as an irreconcilable grudge. This won't do. If I were to leave this matter be, there is no way they will allow me any chance to browse through the books in the remaining 4 floors. Furthermore, there is no saying that I might require the help of the poison masters to resolve Wei Ruyan's innate poison body, so I can't fall out with them now. A deep frown emerged on Zhang Xian's forehead. Chapter 1003. I am your founder. His goal of coming to the Poison Hall wasn't to make a name for himself or to battle with the poison masters. It was to save Wei Ruyan, who was plagued by the innate poison body. Yet, before he could finish reading their books, his body had already killed 14 of the other party's elders and left the Hall Master in such a state. If Wei Ruyan's treatment were to be delayed due to this, how could he face her deceased father? It was not that he didn't consider letting his clone out to replace his physical body, but his clone was even more unreliable than it. If he were to let it out, there was a good chance that all of the elders, Vice Hall Masters, and even the Hall Master himself might have been dead by now. As for letting out the Violet Leaf King and the Byzantium Helios Beast, considering that Zhang Xian had come alone, it would be difficult for him to explain the additional guests. Since the Poison Hall had isolated itself on an island in the midst of the Viridian Cloud Sea, even going to the extent of casting a huge, hidden formation over the island, it was natural that they didn't welcome guests. If it was found that he had brought others in on his own accord, it might strain his ties with those of the Poison Hall. He had thought that since he was only out to study for a brief moment, considering his identity as Elder Su's guest, no one should dare to cause him trouble. That was also the reason why he had chosen to left his body in the room, or else his sudden disappearance would be hard to explain as well. Who could have thought that his careful considerations would end up resulting in this huge conflict? Looking at the raging poison masters before his eyes, Zhang Xian felt his hair stand on ends. If everything were to fail, perhaps he could release the Violet Leaf King and the Byzantium Helios beast to help rid society of this poisonous tumor? As soon as this dangerous thought popped into Zhang Xian's head, he hurriedly shook it off. He was a master teacher, not a butcher. Even though poison masters were generally snubbed in society, they hadn't caused any significant damage or harm to others. Not to mention, it would be utterly wrong to stereotype poison masters just by their occupation. Putting aside morals, he wouldn't be able to even get past his own conscience. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Xian asked, "May I know where Elder Su is?" Under such circumstances, he could only rely on a familiar face to speak up on his stead and mediate this situation. "Elder Su has brought a threat amongst us, resulting in the death of our elders. For his betrayal of the Poison Hall, I ordered my men to apprehend him. He shall be dealt with shortly later." Hearing Zhang Xian's question, the hall master replied through gritted teeth. Had it not been for Elder Su bringing this man of unknown background here, their Poison Hall wouldn't have suffered such staggering losses. Regardless of how they dealt with Sun Chang eventually, Elder Su must be punished for his actions. Betrayal of the Poison Hall? This. Elder Su's loyalty to the Poison Hall is clear for all to see. Don't you think that it's a little too extreme to make such a decision? Zhang Xian stood up in agitation and hurriedly spoke up for Elder Su's behalf. It was one thing for the other party to hold him accountable for this matter. After all, it was a fact that his physical body did cause devastating damage to the Poison Hall. But Elder Su had nothing to do with it. The other party deeply trusted him and even offered him advice out of concern, fearing that he might meet with danger in the Poison Hall. If the other party were to be implicated by his actions, he would be guilt-ridden. "You are indeed strong, but we can't the deaths of so many of our elders to go unavenged. Even if our Poison Hall has to fight down to the very last man, we won't back down," the hall master roared furiously. At this point, it didn't matter whether the other party had done it unintentionally due to his sleepwalk or not anymore. The deaths of the elders had already created an irreconcilable grudge between them, and this was not something that could be resolved without spilling blood. There was no way the Poison Hall could let the murderer of 14 of their elders get away scot-free. The other party might be a powerful adversary, but the Poison Hall's dignity was at stake. They couldn't let the reputation of the Poison Hall collapse in their generation, or else they wouldn't be able to face their predecessors. "Men, bring Suyu up here. We will first execute him before dealing with this fellow." Waving his hand, the hall master bellowed. "Yes." The elders hesitated for a moment before two of them flew away. A short moment later, they arrived with Elder Su locked between them. Looking at the destruction around the Poison Hall, Elder Su's lips quivered as self-reproach crept into his eyes. In his view, if he hadn't brought Sun Chang over, such a matter wouldn't have happened. At this point, he couldn't help but wish that the man who had died back then was him and not Elder Shui. "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" the hall master asked coldly. Elder Su's body stiffened. A moment later, he sighed deeply and said, "For causing such deep trouble, I am willing to accept any punishment." It was due to his inability to discern people properly that resulted in such a situation. Even 1,000 deaths wouldn't absolve him of his sins. "It's good that you admit to your crimes." Turning his face away from Elder Su, the hall master commanded, "Execute him." In truth, he also didn't want to execute Elder Su. After all, they had spent centuries together with one another. However, if he didn't do anything after all that had happened, he could very well lose the hearts of the Poison Masters. As the head of the Poison Hall, this was a painful decision that he had no choice but to make. "Yes." The other elders nodded before turning their gazes to Elder Su with a complicated expression on their faces. "There's no need for you all to make a move. I will do it myself." As old friends, Elder Su couldn't bear to allow his friends to bear the burden of killing him. Thus, gritting his teeth, he began channeling his zhenqi, intending to direct them towards his heart to crush it. However, before he could do so, Sun Chang's voice sounded. "Wait a moment. Lifting his gaze, he realized that, at some point, the anxiety on Sun Chang's face had been replaced with absolute composure. His head was slightly tilted upwards, and his hands were placed behind his back. With an air of majesty around him, he gazed deeply into the sky. Since it has gotten down to this, there is no need for me to conceal my identity as further. Identity? Everyone frowned in bewilderment. The hall master also couldn't help but turn his gaze over, curious to see what that fellow was up to. Indeed. Nodding, Zhang Xian continued with a calm but powerful voice. Do you know what kind of constitution the founder of the Poison Hall has? Our founder possesses the innate poison body, fearing no poison in the world. It is due to this that our founder was able to create the Poison Hall and bring it to glory. Not knowing what the other party was up to, the hall master replied. He strongly desired to kill the fellow before him, but considering the latter's strength, he knew that there was no way he could win without careful preparation. Thus, he could only rein in his rage for the time being. As a poison master, he wasn't foreign to the matters surrounding their founder. Indeed, it is the innate poison body. Zhang Xian nodded. Then, do you know why the poisons you have used against me is completely ineffective? The crowd fell silent. In truth, this was also something which they were perplexed about. To be able to neutralize all of their poisons and even the hall master's beetles, could there really be such a powerful antidote in the world? Could it be that you also possess the innate poison body? The hall master's body stiffened as he turned his gaze over. The other party first spoke about the founder of the poison hall before pointing out how he didn't fear poison. Clearly, he was trying to drive at something. No, I don't. Zhang Xian shook his head. You don't? The crowd glanced at one another, speechless. If you don't possess the innate poison body, what the hell are you spouting all of those crap for? To be more exact, I'm not too sure either. It's just that whenever I start cultivating, I will fall into a peculiar state. It would be as if another soul has taken over my body, leaving me unable to control my actions. In that state, I will be completely immune to all poisons, similar to that of the innate poison body. Zhang Xian said. Another soul has taken over your body? Completely immune to all poisons? Everyone was dumbfounded. Are you trying to tell us a horror story here? That's right. Zhang Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. I know that what I am saying might sound ridiculous, and I don't blame you for not trusting you. However, this is the truth. Previously, when I fought with you all, despite the dangerous situation I is in, I didn't open my eyes at all, right? Hearing those words, the crowd nodded. Indeed, the other party hadn't opened his eyes once in the duration of the entire battle, as if he was sleepwalking. In truth, it is not that I didn't want to open my eyes, but that my body was being controlled by another will. And if I am not mistaken, the will is the founder of the Poison Hall. Zhang Xian said, There is another will inside your body, the founder of the Poison Hall? You must be joking. Everyone frowned. The founder of the Poison Hall was a figure who shared the same era with Kong Shi, and it had been several dozen thousand years since then. There was no way the other party could still be alive at this point. So how could the other party possibly possess this fellow here? I know what I am saying might sound ridiculous, but such is the truth. Since that is the case, why don't I continue cultivating and allow him to control my body? Perhaps he could answer the doubts you have. Shaking his head, a look of difficulty surfaced on Zhang Xian's face. After a moment of hesitation, he clenched his jaws in determination and sat cross-legged down on the floor. Hong Long. As soon as he sat down, everyone immediately felt the formation surrounding the entire island buzzing into life, seemingly driven by someone. Following which, Sun Chang's eyes slowly opened, and a heavy and ancient voice came out of his mouth. Why? Are you doubting my identity? The voice was very different from the tone which Sun Chang took earlier. It harnessed domineering authority which exerted immense pressure on one's soul. While it wasn't as intense as the killing intent of the otherworldly demons, there was no doubt that one's soul could shatter if placed under such pressure for extended periods of time. Upon hearing the voice, everyone's eyes narrowed in astonishment. Be it the voice or the aura, it was vastly different from the Sun Chang from a moment ago. Without a doubt, they were two completely different people. Furthermore, the aura emanated felt ancient, reminiscent of someone who had lived through many eras. Elder, you said that you are our founder, but do you have any evidence to prove so? With cold sweat trickling down his forehead, the hall master gritted his teeth and asked respectfully, "Are you saying that I need to prove myself to you? Who do you think you are?" The seated Sun Chong uttered coldly, "It's not that we are doubting Elder's identity, but our founder has disappeared from the world for more than several dozen years, so it's really difficult for us to comprehend how you can be sharing a body with this person over here." The hall master replied hurriedly, "Humph, I shall give you the benefit of the doubt and pardon you this once." Sun Chong harumphed coldly. At this point, he paused for a moment, seemingly reminiscing the sorrows of the past before continuing, "In truth, I am only a remaining soul fragment of my former self. It is out of sheer coincidence that I managed to latch myself onto a Seven Hearts Lotus and survived. It is Sun Chong over here who found the Seven Hearts Lotus and brought me out of the ancient domain I was in. Eventually, I latched myself to his body, but I am only able to appear while he's cultivating. Otherwise, do you think that a mere nascent saint lad will be able to see through this formation, remain impervious to all poison, and defeat you all easily?" Sun Chong harumphed. The hall master was stunned. To be honest, even at this point, he still could hardly believe that he had lost to Sun Chong. He could tell that the other party was indeed only his nascent saint. So how could a Saint 3-Dan pinnacle expert like him lose to the other party? Even if his life-bound venomous bugs had been killed, resulting in a significant decline in his strength, he was still able to draw forth might comparable to a Saint 2-Dan pinnacle. For a nascent saint to be able to stand toe-to-toe with him, not once in his long life had he ever met such a formidable genius before. But what was the most frightening of all was that the other party's Zhenqi seemed to be endless. After killing 14 elders, wounding a vice hall master, and fighting with him for so long, the other party didn't seem to be weakened in the least. That was completely inconceivable. And on top of that, the other party was completely immune to poison. Not only was the other party fine after being bitten by his dark gold venom beetles, the other party even managed to poison his beetles to death instead. There was something clearly very peculiar about this situation. Not to mention, there was still the matter concerning the formation. To be able to comprehend and even wrestle control over the formation from him, that was definitely not a feat a nascent saint cultivator was capable of. "Elder, is there any concrete evidence you can provide to prove that you are indeed the soul fragment of our founder?" The hall masters asked doubtfully. This was a matter concerning their founder, and as the hall master of this poison hall branch, he had to deal with this matter prudently. "Humph. If it was just me, I would have killed all of you without any hesitation for doubting my words. You are fortunate that Sun Chong is unwilling to see any more bloodshed and advised against it, so I will overlook this matter." Sun Chong harumphed coldly. The founder of the Poison Hall possesses not only the innate poison body but the poison soul constitution as well. As poison masters yourselves, surely I need not say anything more on how one can verify the poison soul constitution? Chapter 1004. Paying Respects to the Founder Poison Soul Constitution? The Hall Master paused for a moment before nodding. The Poison Soul Constitution, as the name suggested, meant that one's soul was completely immune to poisons of all kinds. For several dozen millenniums, ever since the passing of the founder of the Poison Hall, there had never been another person in the world with such a constitution. If they could confirm that the fragmented soul did possess such a constitution, they could confirm that the other party was indeed the founder. Even if that wasn't the case, an individual who possessed such constitution would surely be bound to advance to unprecedented heights in the future. It was just a matter of time before the other party became a 9-star poison master and made a mark for himself in the world. With such thoughts in mind, the hall master didn't hesitate for too long before flicking his wrist to whip out a jade bottle. This jade bottle was slightly different from the other bottles which he used to store his poisons. It was roughly the size of his palm, and there were bizarre inscriptions carved on its exterior. The body of the closed eyes, Sun Chong, stiffened for a brief moment upon seeing the bottle, seemingly noticing something unbelievable. However, this anomaly only surfaced only for an instant. Before anyone could notice it, he had already reverted back to his impassive state. This is a poison which can easily exterminate a soul, the Emerald Serenity Jaundice poison. It is concocted out of the killing intent of otherworldly demons and many precious herbs. It was left behind by one of the predecessors of the Hongyuan Empire poison hall, and it is powerful enough to even eradicate a Saint Fordan expert soul easily. Even with my current proficiency, I am unable to concoct such a medicine, the hall master explained. If you truly possess the innate poison body, you will surely be able to consume the poison without suffering the slightest damage. There was only one way to ascertain whether an individual possessed the poison soul constitution or not: the consumption of poison. As long as the other party was fine after the consuming the lethal poison, it would mean that the other party wasn't lying. On the other hand, if the other were to die after consuming the poison, it would mean that they have successfully avenged the deceased elders of the poison hall. In a sense, the hall master and the others had nothing to lose from this. Very well. Sun Chang nodded. With a hook of his finger, the jade bottle flew into his hands. Without any hesitation, he uncorked the bottle, and a gush of malicious intent burst forth from it. It pierced right into one's mind, raising a violent storm in one's head. The hall master and the others hurriedly turned their gazes over and noted that Sun Chang didn't show the slightest hint of weakness under the assault of the poison aura. Not only so, his face was gradually growing redder and redder, as if he had just consumed some extremely nourishing substance. It was as if what he had been exposed to wasn't poison, but a heavenly tonic instead. Legend has it that those who possesses the innate poison body are able to advance their cultivation by consuming poison. As long as there is a sufficient supply of poison, one's cultivation and fighting prowess can be raised by leaps and bounds within a short period of time. Could the rumors be true? An elder mumbled in astonishment. The innate poison body was extremely rare in this world, such that it was considered to be something that only existed in the legends. However, there were some rumors and records regarding it within the books. It was said that those who possessed the innate poison body were able to derive power from coming into contact with lethal poison that could kill others easily, and as such, they were the most suited to become poison masters. That was also the reason why many poison masters hoped to obtain such a constitution as well. However, the innate poison body was only effective on one's body, whereas the Emerald Serenity Jaundice poison was something that assaulted the soul. For the other party's soul to not be wounded, but instead nourished by it, that reflected a lot. There was little doubt about it at this point. The other party did possess the poison soul constitution. A person who possessed such a constitution and was capable of peering through the secrets regarding the great protective formation of the poison hall with a glance and challenging experts far stronger than him. Even if the fellow before him wasn't the founder, it was almost certain that there were intricate ties between the both of them. Is this enough evidence for you? Just as the hall master was deep in thoughts, Sun Chang's voice sounded once more. Aye. The hall master was still slightly hesitant. It was certain that the other party possessed the poison soul constitution, but to say that he was the founder of the poison hall, this entire matter was still a little too ridiculous for him to believe. Why? You still don't believe me? If not for Sun Chang begging me earnestly for me to spare you, I would have all of you killed right here and now for your insolence. Hong Long. With a furious bellow, an incomparably powerful aura burst forth from Sun Chang's body. In that instant, the man before them suddenly felt like a divine being, an existence that was inviolable by any mortal. The divine aura emanated by the other party erased all lingering doubt in the hall master's mind. Without any hesitation, he kneeled to the floor and kowtowed. Hongyuan Empire Poison Hall's hall master, Ruo Qingyuan, pays respect to the founder. In the fight earlier, it was apparent that none of them was a match for the other party. Wielding such overwhelming advantage over them, the other party could have just slaughtered them clean. There was no need for the other party to waste words explaining to them at all. Perhaps, the founder might have really managed to survive through the ages by hiding a fragment of soul within a seven hearts lotus. Perhaps, the person before them was really their founder. Having reasoned all of this out, the hall master couldn't help but tremble in agitation. For the founder to actually appear here, if the other party were to just offer them a bit of pointers, their fighting prowess would surely be able to soar by leaps and bounds. It wouldn't be long before the Hongyuan Empire Poison Hall was brought to greatness. Without a doubt, this was a great opportunity to him. It seems like there is some hope for you after all. Seeing that the other party finally admitted his identity, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Without opening his eyes, he lifted a finger and pointed at himself. With a grim face, he continued, Sun Chang over here is my savior. If not for him, my soul could have perished long ago. Thus, all of you here shall obey his words in the future. Take his commands to be those of my own as well. Anyone who dares to disobey him, don't blame me for not having mercy on you. Yes, Hall Master Ruo Qingyuan and the other elders hurriedly nodded. Who would dare to disobey a direct order from the founder? Also, I was the one who killed those elders and wounded Vice Hall Master Ming. If you wish to exact vengeance, you are free to come at me. Zhang Xian continued. I dare not to. Hall Master Ruo Qingyuan quickly shook his head fearfully. Vice Hall Master Ming and the others are at fault for offending you. They only have themselves to blame for their own fate. We dare not to exact vengeance for them. I doubt you would dare. Zhang Xian harumphed coldly as his voice gradually echoed into silence. A moment later, his eyes slowly opened once more, and his confusion was reflected clearly in his eyes. It was as if he was completely unaware in everything that had happened before. What just happened? Hall Master, I plead with you not to make things difficult for Elder Su. He is really not to blame for this matter. All he did was to bring me here. Noting the look of bewilderment on Zhang Xian's faces, everyone immediately realized that the founder's soul had gone dormant once more. Hall Master Ruo Qingyuan hurriedly clasped his fist and said, Poison Master Sun, please don't worry. Our founder has already explained the situation to us. Elder Huang and the others have shown blatant disrespect to our founder, and they deserve the fate that fell upon them. On the other hand, for bringing our founder back to us, not only has Elder Su not sinned, he is even a meritorious subject of our Poison Hall. Naturally, we will reward him generously. From today onward, he shall replace Ming Zhen as the Vice Hall Master of the Poison Hall. Vice Hall Master? Elder Su was stunned to hear the abrupt news. He hurriedly shook his hand and said in a fluster, Hall Master, I am unqualified to assume such a position. He was only a 6-star Pinnacle Poison Master, and the minimum rank one needed to have to become the Vice Hall Master was 7-star. If he were to be promoted haphazardly like that, the others would surely voice their complaints. Don't worry, they won't dare to do anything with me here. You are more than qualified to assume this role, so don't turn it down anymore. Hall Master Ruo Qingyuan waved his hand. The merit for escorting their founder back to the Poison Hall was immeasurable. Besides, they were still hoping to depend on Elder Su to speak well of them before the founder on their behalf. Perhaps their founder might just offer them some pointers on the way of poison under Elder Su's coaxing. All right then. Seeing the other party insisting on it, Elder Su eventually nodded in agreement. He turned his gaze towards Sun Chang once more, and this time, his eyes were filled with admiration. This explained the other party's inconceivable immunity to and incredibly profound knowledge regarding poison. With just a short lecture, the other party was able to show a veteran poison master like him a whole new perspective towards the interpretation of the way of poison. The other party was indeed lucky to have the founder's fragmented soul in his body. Very few in the world would meet with such fortuitous encounter in their life. It seems like I managed to get past them for the time being. Seeing that he had managed to convince everyone of his new identity, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He turned his gaze towards the words on the bottle in his hand once more, and his eyebrows shot up once more. Gesturing for the Hall Master Ruo Qingyuan to come over, he asked, Hall Master, do you know what language are these words in? The inscriptions on the jade bottle of the Emerald Serenity Jaundice Poison was extremely familiar. He had seen words identical to them before, the map which Wu Yangzi had left behind. This was precisely the reason why Zhang Xian was shocked when he scanned the bottle with his soul earlier. Unable to hold his intrigue back any longer, he asked about it. These inscriptions? I have no idea as well. 2,000 years, a hall master of our poison hall found an ancient booklet from an ancient domain, and the content of the booklet happens to be written in this very language. Due to our inability to interpret it, we were unable to figure out what it means. However, by a stroke of coincidence, we found that these words are exceptionally effective in sealing malicious intents and that sort. Thus, we began using it as a seal in the poison hall. Hall Master Ruo Qingyuan replied, "Ancient booklet? Sealing malicious intent?" Zhang Xian frowned in confusion. He had seen the same words on the map Wu Yangzi left for him. Were the purpose of those words to seal malicious intents as well? Is that ancient booklet still around? Is it possible for you to allow me a look? After pondering for a while, Zhang Xian was still unable to make sense of the situation. Thus, he decided to ask for the ancient booklet to take a look at it. As there was no error in the coordinates and labels on the map, there was no particularly useful flaw reflected in the library of Heaven's Path. However, if he could obtain the booklet with the other party spoke about, he just might be due a cross-reference between the two and decipher bits of the language. Furthermore, 2,000 years ago, that coincided with the timing which the map of the ancient domain first appeared, according to what the Violet Leaf King said. Could there be a connection between the two? Ancient booklet. Back then, many elites of the Poison Hall lost their lives to acquire that booklet. The Hall Master back then felt that the booklet was inauspicious, so he ordered for it to be buried with him upon his death. Hall Master Ruo Qingyuan shook his head. The ancient booklet is buried? Zhang Xian frowned. May I know where it is at the moment? It is in the mausoleum of Hall Masters. Hall Master Ruo Qingyuan replied. I see. Hearing that it was located in one of the forbidden grounds of the Poison Hall, Zhang Xian decided to ask no further. If he were to ask too much about the matter, he just might incur the other party's suspicions. After questioning everything there was to question, Hall Master Ruo Qingyuan ordered his men to swiftly prepare a new accommodation for Sun Chong. As for the matter regarding the Poison Master examination, considering that the other party was able to even poison his life-bound venomous bug to death, there was no longer any purpose to the examination. Thus, he helped the other party apply for the 7-star Poison Master emblem straight. I will be heading to the Compendium Hall to study for a while. Considering Zhang Xian had received his 7-star Poison Master emblem and his identity as the founder, there was no longer for him to sneak into the Compendium Hall anymore. With the current esteemed standing he had, he could just walk in openly. Yes, Hall Master Ruo Qingyuan and the others didn't dare to voice any word of objection. They escorted the other party to the entrance of the Compendium Hall, and after seeing the other party entering the premises, they glanced at one another meaningfully. Vice Hall Master Su and the others, follow me to my residence for a while. The others nodded. Not too long later, they arrived at a courtyard. Hall Master Ruo Qingyuan activated a formation to isolate their auras before looking deeply at the crowd. Everyone, what are your views on the matter today? Since we can confirm that the soul in Sun Chang's body does indeed possess the poison soul constitution, we can be certain that there is an intricate link between him and our founder. Indeed, that is the poison soul constitution we are talking about. Other than our founder, there has never been another person in the one known to possess such a constitution. The other elders nodded in agreement. They had a deep trust in Sun Chang's identity as the founder of the Poison Hall. Vice Hall Master Su, what are your views on this matter? Can you share the details of how you met Poison Master Sun with us so that we can analyze the matter? Hall Master Ruo Qingyuan asked. Chapter 1005. Envoy from the Poison Hall Headquarters. Vice Hall Master Su nodded as he went through what he had gone through with Zhang Xian in detail. You are saying that a Saint Fordan otherworldly demon has appeared in Jinyuan City? He tried to kill you, but it was Poison Master Sun who got you out? Everyone was astonished to hear the news. Otherworldly demons possessed exceptionally strong fighting prowess, and this was even more so for a Saint Fordan one. For Sun Chang to put himself in grave danger to save Su Yu. Just this courage itself was something they couldn't compare with. Not only so, Poison Master Sun has also imparted me some foundation to utilizing poison on our way here, but due to its profoundness, I was unable to remember too much of it. However, if I could just internalize the small portion which I have remembered, I would surely be able to make huge progress in the way of poison. So you couldn't help but say, "Share it with us." Hearing that their founder had actually imparted some of his teachings to Suyu, looks of envy surfaced on everyone's faces. Without hiding a thing, Suyu began reciting everything that he remembered. By the time he was done reciting, everyone around him had their faces reddened in agitation, their clenched fists trembling uncontrollably beside them. Just like what Suyu had said, even though the content only touched on the foundation, it was directed straight towards the essence of the way of poison. Listening to it had left them with a feeling of enlightenment. There's no doubt about it anymore. That soul is definitely our founder. Other than him, there is no one else can possesses such a deep understanding of poison. After a moment of discussion, Hall Master Ruo Qingyuan nodded affirmatively. Even though Zhang Xian's argument was convincing, and he had believed most of it, he still couldn't help but hold some reservations regarding the issue due to the sheer incredulity of it. However, after hearing Vice Hall Master Su Yu's explanation, the final reservations he held were vanquished. Only the real founder of the Poison Hall could possibly command such deep understanding of the way of poison, interpreting the most basic cultivation technique in such a profound yet direct manner. All right, have our men quickly repair the demolished buildings. As for Duan Ren and Ming Zhan, have them executed for daring to provoke our founder. Having confirmed his doubts, Ruo Qingyuan issued several orders. Yes, the crowd nodded in agreement. It was one thing for Ming Zhan and Duan Ren to embarrass themselves, but to implicate so many of them into it as well, unforgivable. All right, we will stop right here today. Vice Hall Master Su, you should wait outside the Compendium Hall. Once Poison Master Sun is done reading, call me over immediately, Hall Master Ruo Qingyuan instructed. All right, Suyu replied. Just as he was about to stand up and get moving, a frown suddenly appeared on Hall Master Ruo Qingyuan's face. The latter flicked his wrist, and a communication jade token appeared in his hands. The jade token was emanating a warm glow. Someone had just transmitted a message over. Taking a glance at it, Ruo Qingyuan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly got to his feet. An envoy has arrived from the headquarters. The headquarters have sent an envoy over? Everyone was astonished. Indeed, according to the information I have just received, they are 2 7-star pinnacle poison masters, and they are about to arrive. Let's head over to welcome them. After saying those words, Ruo Qingyuan quickly left his residence. Not daring to hesitate in the least, the others also swiftly followed suit. Not too long later, at the elevated platform where Vice Hall Master Su and Zhang Xian had landed from their aerial Saint Beast earlier, the crowd saw a gap appearing in the formation momentarily, and a massive Saint Beast flew over steadily. Standing proudly on the Saint Beast were 2 elders. Even before coming close, they were already emanating a formidable pressure that forced others to lower their heads before them. 7-star Pinnacle Poison Masters, Saint Fordan Experts. Poison Master by Poison Master High. Upon seeing the appearance of the duo before him, Hall Master Ruo Qingyuan's eyebrows shot up, and he hurriedly clasped his fist and greeted. The Hongyuan Empire Poison Hall was well hidden from the rest of the world, but it still maintained intimate relations with the headquarters above it. Poison Master Bai Ting and Poison Master Hai Mingjin were extremely formidable figures in the headquarters, and considering their fame, it was only natural for Ruo Qingyuan to have heard of them as well. Poison Master Bai waved his hands as he landed from the Saint Beast, and after scanning through the crowd, he frowned. Where is Hall Master Ruo? He isn't here to welcome us? Cough cough. I am Ruo Qingyuan. Ruo Qingyuan said awkwardly. Disfigured from Zhang Xian's pummeling, even his wife and parents might not recognize him, let more these 2. You. Poison Master Bai glanced at Poison Master Hai, only to see the latter's mouth twitching uncontrollably as well. With a frown, he asked, Hall Master Ruo, what happened to you? One must know that Ruo Qingyuan was a 7-star poison master like them. Even though the other party's fighting prowess was slightly below theirs, there would still be very few in Qingyuan-conferred empire who could match him. For an expert like him to be pummeled to such a state in his own base, Just what in the world could have happened? Astonished, they subconsciously turned their gazes to the elders, and what they saw caused their eyelids to twitch as well. They had only made a sweeping glance earlier, but taking a closer look, they realized that every single one of them was injured. There was only one amongst them who could be considered to be fine. It is a long story. Anyway, for the both of you to arrive personally, could it be that the headquarter has orders for us? Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Ruo Qingyuan turned to the duo and asked. It was not that he was intended to hide it from the other party, but it was simply too embarrassing. 2,000 years ago, did your branch obtain a booklet from the ancient domain in Firesource City? Seeing that the other party was unwilling to speak too much about it, Poison Master Bai also decided not to pursue the matter, considering that it was likely to be a private matter amongst them. Thus, he got straight to the matter at hand. Indeed. Ruo Qingyuan nodded. Poison Master's son had just asked him about the booklet, so naturally, he still remembered it clearly at the moment. That's good. The headquarter has sent us here to retrieve this booklet. Hearing that the booklet was indeed here, Poison Master Bai heaved a sigh of relief and said, Retrieve? Not expecting the headquarter to go to the extent of dispatching 2 7-star pinnacle poison masters over just to obtain a single booklet, Ruo Qingyuan was stunned for a brief moment before he could reply. The booklet is currently placed in the Mausoleum of Hall Masters. If the both of you aren't in a hurry, allow me to invite you to take a seat at the main hall first. The booklet served no particular purpose here. If the headquarters wanted it, he had no qualms about giving it to them too. However, right after Ruo Qingyuan said those words, he noticed unnatural looks on the faces of Vice Hall Master Su and the others. One of the elders hesitated for a moment before sending a Zhenqi telepathy over. Hall Master, our main hall has been destroyed. The main hall was one of the unfortunate casualties of the devastating destruction earlier as well. Honestly speaking, the two envoys had really arrived at a bad timing. It was embarrassing that they had nothing seemly to show them after what that had happened. Upon the elder's reminder, Ruo Qingyuan suddenly recalled the matter and said, Allow me to bring the both of you to my residence to rest then. Your residence? Poison Master Bai and Poison Master Hai frowned. If they had come here as visiting guests, there would be no problem for them to head to be hosted in Ruo Qingyuan's residence. However, they had come in the capacity as envoys of the headquarters this time around, and it was only right for them to be treated as esteemed guests. What was the other party thinking to invite them to his residence instead of the main hall? Allow me to apologize for our discourtesy, but there has been some unforeseen circumstances in the poison hall that will make it inconvenient for me to invite you to the main hall. Noticing the displeased looks on their faces, Ruo Qingyuan shook his head with a bitter smile. You will understand very soon. To be honest, he really had no idea how he should approach the subject. Flying the way back to the city, it didn't take long for the two poison masters from the headquarters to notice the heap of rubble laid all around the half-collapsed city. They couldn't help but exchange dazed glances. Poison Master Hai pointed at the devastation before him, not knowing what he could say. They were in the poison hall, and everyone in here should be their own men. How did such a tragic fate befall it? Hi, this matter is really the humiliation of our Hongyuan Empire Poison Hall, Ruo Qingyuan said. As the hall master of the Poison Hall, it was indeed embarrassing for him to have allowed it to have fallen to such a state. Had he not been so reckless then and waited for the other party to explain the situation, such a sight wouldn't have occurred, and he wouldn't be making a fool of himself before the envoys of the headquarters at this moment. What happened? Glancing at the bruised elders and hall masters, and turning his gaze to the rubble all around him, Poison Master Bai couldn't help but ask. It's like that. Knowing that it was impossible to hide such a huge matter, Ruo Qingyuan hesitated for a moment before revealing everything that had just happened. What did you say? Our founder's soul is deposited on the body of someone named Sun Chong? Upon hearing the question, Poison Master Bai frowned. That's impossible. The founder of our poison hall, otherwise known as the Poison Supremacy, was actually a woman. Back in that era, people used to call her the Fairy of Poison. So how could she possibly have a male voice? Besides, her entire soul had dissipated in that tragic battle back then. so it is impossible for her to have left a fragment of her soul in a seven hearts lotus. No doubt about it, he is definitely a fake. Our founder is a woman? Ruo Qingyuan was taken aback. There were indeed many stories regarding the founder of the Poison Hall going around, but honestly speaking, he was indeed unsure whether the other party was a male or a female. Indeed, I haven't really read any books regarding our founder, but I heard it from an 8-star poison master before. It is said that there is also sculpture of her created by her disciple in the headquarters. To possess a male body and speak in a male voice at that, there is no doubt about it. He is definitely a fake. Poison Master Hai said grimly. But the Emerald Serenity Jaundice poison was indeed ineffective against him. Furthermore, his body possesses inconceivable immunity towards poison as well. An elder couldn't help but exclaim. As formidable as the Emerald Serenity Jaundice poison is, there are still many ways that one can neutralize it. For example, I have a Heavenly Aroma detoxification pill here left behind by an 8-star poison master. Once consumed, one will gain perfect immunity to any grade, 7 poison and below. Poison Master Bai replied. Besides, there are also many medicinal herbs and plants in nature that possesses the ability to neutralize poison. Putting everything aside, the Bodhi Saint tree of the Hongyuan Empire royal family can bear a Bodhi fruit, which when consumed, grants one near-perfect immunity to poison of grade 7 and below, and this is including poisons directed to the soul too. This, Ruo Qingyuan was taken aback. They were both 7-star poison masters, but the other party were from the headquarters, and their eye of discernment and knowledge were beyond him. So, you are saying that he is very likely to be a fraud? The elder from before asked with a deep frown. That is not necessarily so. There are some parts to the story which I am still unable to make sense of. Despite being a nascent saint, that fellow already possesses strength which none of you are able to rival. On top of that, for him to be completely fine after being bitten from your dark gold venom beetle and even poison them to death at that is a feat beyond my means as well. Most likely, the other party is on par with an 8-star poison master at minimum. But if that is truly the case, there would be no need for the other party to make up such lies. Poison Master Bai shook his head. He felt that there was something amiss with that Sun Chang fellow saying that the founder had possessed his body, but there were still various aspects to the matter which he couldn't make sense of it to refute the other party's claim entirely. What was the most bewildering was that the other party actually had no request whatsoever. If the other party was intending to pull off something, he would have already attempted to use his standing to force the Poison Hall to comply with his commands. It was impossible that he would feign that he was the founder of the Poison Hall just to read some books. You said that the Sun Chang person is still in the Compendium Hall at the moment? After some contemplation, Poison Master Bai was still unable to make sense of the situation. Thus, after some contemplation, a glint flickered across his eyes, and he said, "Why don't I help you test his mastery of poison? If he's truly the founder, he should be fine after it. Otherwise, for feigning the founder, he deserves death." This, Ruo Qingyuan hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.